Oh. W Music. How's it going, gamer? How are we doing, everybody? We're on the final runs here of Steins Gate 0. What's up, 12 hours? I don't know if we will beat the game today. I think it might require 2 streams. But I guess it depends on just how things are going. If we muscle all the way through today, or if we wait just a bit longer. What's up, Wandering? What's up, Kyler? Hey, Ruben. Probably not from the looks of it. You don't think so? We're close. Gonna wait a couple minutes again before we get started, but yeah, let's take a look. So we're on, the final run here. And I believe as soon as we reach the end of this, the true end's gonna start immediately. Like, it's not gonna be an end. Because we did all the other 4, we're gonna go right through to true end. Especially if we have more tangents. Indeed. Although, I mean, the tangents, they're organic, you know what I mean? Sometimes, some streams they have them, some streams they don't. I'm gonna try to perfectly cut the remaining time right down the middle where it's... I think we'll stream this tomorrow as well. And then if tomorrow has to be 10 hours, then it's gotta be a 10-hour stream. But I think tomorrow will be the last 0 stream. For sure. We were at the moment? Yeah. The moment was pretty cool. The moment was pretty cool. If you guys were here for last stream, or if you watched the VOD, I know it was like right before Christmas. Right before the holidays, so I know people were busy. Now, the goal of today will be trying to decipher... Wait, what? Okay. Trying to decipher the fucking, stream? Okay, there we go. The guide here for this run. What happened? I tried to, like, exit out of the clear menu, and for whatever reason it just exited the game instead of clearing the... or instead of leaving the clear list. So... let's see what we've got to do today. So we have to go back to December 15th. Like way, way back to the first decision. Do I still have a save for December 15th? So we now have to basically redo the game. So actually, yeah, this might be pretty long. If we have to go, if we're like redoing everything. If this route is truly so different. So on December 15th, do not turn off the phone. I think I've got a save. I think that was one of my locked saves, right? I have so many fucking saves, because I'm like, I don't want to mess this up. Yeah, this is it right here, as you can see in the corner. If you strain your eyes just enough, do exactly what your mom always told you not to do. If you just get your face right up next to the to your phone or computer monitor on the video, you should see December 15th right there. You should be able to skip. Well, I imagine the dialogue is going to be different, yeah? because now I've got more info, because now we're not Okabe anymore. Now that we've unlocked the true end, this route will probably be different, right? It'll unskip at any unknown info. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Is like that's why I think it'll be long, because I would imagine it's all new, right? Hey, what's up, Fletch? What is up? What is up? Oh boy. I'm out of energy drinks for today's stream. That's not true. I've got one, but it's not my normal V8 energy. It's too much caffeine. If I drink that, I'll be up till like fucking 5 a.m. Get this route as first or second. Yeah, see, that's one of the things for this game that I find is odd. I appreciate the different take on the different routes in this game, but there are some that I genuinely feel like if you got first would ruin your experience on the others. Like, if I think, truly, I think if you got Promised Renaissance before Mother Goose, the entire time of Mother Goose, you would be like, what the fuck am I doing? Why are we here? What's going on? Like, so I'm not really sure how I feel about the different routes here, especially because two of these routes, Twin Automata and Mother Goose, don't even have like a definitive end, like the Stigma does. Like, Stigma's a definitive end, but these two are kind of like open-ended, of like, ooh, play more to find out. So it's kind of like, what's going on? Especially after like Promised Renaissance, especially if assuming this whatever VA ending we're doing next here, like if you got that ending, these two would also be pretty irrelevant and like frustrating. So it's not like the different endings in Steins Gate OG, where like if you do a different ending, you kind of like can just experience it and then move on. Maybe keeping quite a few people reading and not dropping, yeah. Because like, don't get me wrong, I still like. I almost wanted to say I like Zero more than OG. I think I'm close. I don't think I'm there yet, though. Because that's a pretty big declaration. I don't know if I'm ready to say that, but it's... they're on par for me, for sure. Depending on how this game ends. Or the story ends. It's not really a game, is it? But, I do think that not following the guide for ending order would really dampen the experience to this game. And I can see why, if the general opinion of this game is lower than OG, would be because most people did it without a guide. Because they were, like, worried about getting spoiled or something. Which, I mean, I would have done without a guide due to the fear of getting spoiled if it wasn't for you guys sending me an actual, like, spoiler-free guide that's just literally the basic instructions of, like, on this day, don't answer the phone. On this day, respond to this message. Like, bare bones, spoiler-free guide. I think I would have been much more frustrated with the game than I am now. I'll tell you what, right now, if we got that Mother Goose ending first, I would have cut the stream of this game short. We would have been done. I would have said, absolutely the fucking not. Alright. Thanks for spoilers, chat. Alright, we can get started now. Spoiler, Kurisu is dead. That is a pretty big one. I think still the part of the game I've liked the least is that random part where we, for no reason, go back to talk to Kurisu. It's like, it's the, like, Dreamland or something? Fucking Kirby's Nightmare in Dreamland? I don't remember what exactly it's called. I kind of forgot. Is it Orbital Eclipse? I think that was my least favorite section of the game. If you play Zero before the OG by mistake, it ruins it? Yeah, that would ruin it for sure. Especially because it doesn't even kind of give you a warning that the game's a sequel. Like, if you just went in totally blind and you bought on Steam, you went in, you bought the Steins Gate bundle pack, and then you looked at the game list and you thought, in your head, being completely removed from the series, if you were like, Zero is probably the prequel. You start the game and, like, the first line is Okabe being like, I killed Kurisu! You're fucking ruined. Like, if you made that mistake, you're just done. And that's, like, the big twist of OG. And that would just be ruined. I'm sure that happened to at least a couple people. Hey, what's up, Magdetta? Lack of AI Kurisu kind of annoys me. Yeah, me too. That really does annoy me. Really hoping she's got one. So Fubuki and AI Kurisu have like one more ending. To like come out and be real characters. Like, and I desperately want it. I think I saw a Reddit post about that. Yeah. And I know it's not like it's still chronological, but like you could just accidentally, let me see, there's like the Steins Gate bundle does have, because I feel like that's a pretty common like prequel suffix for a game. Yeah, there's a bundle of Steins Gate and Steins Gate Zero, so you can absolutely do that. Yeah, so you could absolutely fuck that up by mistake. Just like no warning. Release order. Yeah, but like you'd have to still look up release order because Zero is such a common like prequel suffix. Like you'd still have to look up release order or like look up chronological order. If you just were like on the Steam, like yesterday we did that stream of me like browsing Steam on the for the winter sale. If you were like, yeah, I'm gonna hop on Steam and I want to look up cool visual novels, and then you were just like, what are some popular visual novels I haven't played before? Because I played Danganronpa and now I want to try out other visual novels. And Steam's like, you'd like Steins Gate, and then you buy Steins Gate, and then you start playing. And you start with Zero. You've got like 2 sentences in to realize that you've picked the wrong game before it totally spoils it for you. Like, I can't even think of, or it would be hard to think of another spoiler from a series that you could say in one sentence that would ruin the experience as much as a sentence in this game would. You know? Like, before someone plays Steins Gate, if you told them, yeah, so Okabe is the one who kills Kurisu, like, before they even start playing, you would just, one sentence, like, crush the entire experience. But I can't really think of how many Danganronpa. Yeah, I guess you could spoil it by like telling someone at the beginning who the mastermind is. But like there are few stories that you could like soil as fast with a single sentence. Right? I mean, I'm sure there's some. It's so hard to research visual novels when it's so easy to spoil the story. Yeah, exactly. Like, because you gotta go and, like... you gotta, like, dodge the minefield to research anything visual novel related. Like, even, like, if you were trying to look up which Steins Gate to play first, Steins Gate OG or Steins Gate Zero, you're like, and if you Googled, like, what's Steins Gate Zero, the synopsis would be, like, takes place after the bad ending in Steins Gate 1, where Okabe kills Kurisu. Like, I mean, what's the synopsis? If I Googled, what is Steins Gate Zero? What is Steins Gate Zero? Yeah. Literally, the first... Okay, it's the second result, but it's from the Steins Gate Wikipedia. So if you ignore the actual Wikipedia, and you get... the second Google result is the Steins Gate fandom wiki, and the synopsis is, before you even click the link, Steins Gate Zero takes place after a hypothetical bad ending to Steins Gate, where main character Okabe Rintaro fails to save the life of Makise Kurisu. Like, that's the first sentence. This is also the first time I'm hearing Zero is the sequel. Yeah, it's what Kyler said. It's like the mid-quel, except not even the mid-quel. It's the 95% quel. So, like, Steins Gate Zero takes place directly before the true ending moment, if that makes sense. So, like, yeah, you're like 95% of the way through the first game, and then all of Steins Gate Zero happens. But Steins Gate Zero is technically, it's weird because it's, even though it's its own, like, 60-hour story, or like 40-hour story, it's technically in Steins Gate OG, it's like all of Zero is, like, amounts to a sentence. That's a weird way to summarize this game. Like, at the end of Steins Gate OG, Okabe gets a D-mail. This 40-hour experience is the story of how that D-mail happens. Like, they really milk that when you think about it that way. Technically sequels, since world lines run parallel. I suppose. Because Zero implies, and I feel like that's the type why it's a zero, is because it's a loop. Zero implies that time is a loop, right? And that's why it's like, you know, the zero, because it's the... But because to connect Steins Gate OG True End to Steins Gate Zero, the bad thing has to happen, and then the loop repeats. Because that's the only reason why he gets the D-mail, and then, like, he can't read it until the bad thing happens. Does he need to make a new save so it registers the flag? That's a good question. I would assume it registers the flag. I didn't have to do anything to register the flag in the OG game. Successor to Steins Gate? Sure. Pretty bad timing. As soon as you get into Steins Gate, the company goes bankrupt. Never lucky. Never lucky. Alright, yeah, we gotta get started here. I would say I should be able to redo this, though. Okay. And now we don't turn off the phone. Actually, Steins question mark is the successor. More like Steins question mark if it ever comes out now that the company was bankrupt, baby. Can never be as bad as buying a Vita to play Golden. That is probably my crowning L. The biggest L I've ever taken. Actually, I guess I could have probably started this and then continued my rant because I actually don't need to read this dialogue because we've read it all. Okay, so do I answer this phone? So, and for this route, I don't turn off the phone. So, answering the phone would be not turning it off, yeah? I should really turn my smartphone off until I calm down. No. But yeah, I don't think I've ever taken as big of an L as buying the Vita. I couldn't make the decision. Okay. And now we wait until what day should I pay attention again? January 23rd. That's a big gap, dude. Wait a minute, actually. Yeah, Mazes are the developers. No, Spike Chunsoft is the publisher. Kyler. And without the developer, there's like a Spike Chunsoft would have to sign someone else to continue the game. I thought for a second. Did we not see the Kioma picture when I was fast forwarding? Does E skip? Okay. No. E must only skip, like... Yeah, I thought we saw the CG there. That was different, but I guess not. Oh my god, dude, this is gonna fucking give me a seizure, man. They might just buy Steins Gate, yeah. It's highly likely that they just buy Steins Gate. If they're listed as separate IPs from the other games. Just put Moeka in Genshin. That would be fun. Man, do I wish you didn't have to do this. Yeah, I mean, someone will buy Steins Gate. Mages is done, but someone will buy the Steins Gate IP for sure. There's no way someone doesn't. Because they're bankrupt, they'll have to sell it for cheap. This soundtrack describes how I feel as we're fast forwarding through all this. Yeah, I should have started my tangent. I kind of didn't remember how long this would take. He probably could have used a save on the next point that had the correct first point. I don't remember which one was this right save, though. Can you buy Steins Gate without the rest of the series? I'm sure.
秘密のバイトという。
I don't see why you wouldn't be able to.
せっかくのクリスマスイブなんだから、少しは気の利いたことを言ってあげたらどう?
Oh, is this new dialogue? Are we here? Has it happened? It stopped me. It's Christmas Eve. Why not say something nice? You're right. What's the context? Where am I at? I feel like we literally just jumped world lines in the middle of this. My own reading Steiner just activated. What? Can you remind me what the conversation was, Maho, that we were just having? He wants to apologize to AI Kurisu. She calls him weird for that. Then he hung up on her. I don't want a relationship to end with a fight. I never wanted to go through what I'd experienced in the Alpha World line again. Hey, what's up, Michael? How's it going, man? Oh, can I get some likes on the stream, by the way? Okay. Not that I had any idea what nice would be. I like that we were streaming this game around Christmas time. Because it is a Christmas game. Just tap the icon on your phone, it'll connect you whenever. Okay. Vindicated. Yeah, you're right. What? I can't believe you actually contacted me. Are we sure we haven't experienced these parts? Oh, I guess this is new because it stopped my fast forward again. It feels super familiar, though. Hello, Okabe. Do you need something from me? Thought you didn't want to talk to me anymore.
Yeah.
Well. My eyes glance towards Maho for help. Or is it the phone that's causing the fast forward to stop? AI Kurisu, he wants to talk to you. Can you hear him out? I didn't say I wasn't going to. I was just checking to see if he still didn't want to talk to me. Ugh. She was mad, I knew it. Hurry up. Yeah. I took a single deep breath and lifted up the phone. I'm sorry, but we've seen this CG before. Why is the game doing this to me? Okay, never mind. Yeah, here we go. Boom, off the fast forward rails. Bang bang. I have a gun. Having Dara as a protagonist was not a good idea. Oof. Man, they really put in extra effort on that Yuki sprite, though. I'll tell you what. That Yuki Christmas sprite is worth the price of admission for this game. There are just a lot of high-quality Yuki sprites in this game, really, if we're being serious. Really stretching that rated M rating. Wouldn't that be cool, too? Is Luca goth? I think so, yeah. Luca always wears all the skull, like the black outfits and skull stuff. Remember they got Nai a little like skull pin or whatever? Get a soundboard that plays flashbang MP3 every white screen. Yeah. Artists seem to get less sleepy when Yuki was commissioned. Oh yeah, for sure. Hang on, is there a flashbang MP3? Flashbang MP3. Hopefully this isn't too loud.
Throwing flashbang.
Alright, that's way too long.
Throwing flashbang.
Goth Cat Girl would be pretty OP.
Throwing flashbang. Throwing flashbang.
There we go. Alright, that's enough of that. The joke was funny a couple times, but I don't want to abuse it. Hey, remember when Fuki had a chance to be relevant? Although, if she's being mentioned in this route, there's a chance that she is important. Okay, we're getting close to where we need to be. We're now January 21st. So on January 23rd, I do not answer the phone. So we're getting there. We've almost righted the ship. Is where she's like, did the world line happen? I have a gun. Daru's like, let Okabe be a little bitch. Suzuha's like, do you not fucking understand? The world is going to die. Literal madness. Why does the gun sound suppressed? I actually was wondering that as well. Like, it doesn't look suppressed, but it is definitely a very tiny, like... "30 minutes into the stream. How did she shoot an unsilenced gun in the middle of Tokyo and not raise alarms?" Yeah, it's true. Like, with all the suspicious stuff happening around this radio tower, or like the radio thingy, it's a wonder that the police don't come. I know Ferris probably has some like in or something. Doot, 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 doot. I left Luca on red, and then they were like, I guess Okabe's busy. Petty. Any plans yet on playing more visual novels after Zero? Yeah, I think I always like playing visual novels on stream. I always enjoy visual novels. Because one of the things I like about visual novels and why I like playing turn-based games on stream is because they're really easy games to like stop playing and talk to chat about like whatever's going on. Because obviously what I like to do most while streaming is like talk to you guys. So turn-based games like when I play Fire Emblem and like games like this, I can always stop and talk to you guys. That's like I like that. So yeah, I'll probably play other visual novels. Is this the phone call I'm not supposed to answer?
クリスからだ。
Maho looked troubled. I didn't want AI Kurisu hearing this either. I didn't know what to do. And then I remembered. The world line where I'd spent a month during wartime. I remembered that the Amadeus Kurisu was being used by the US military. I still didn't know what that meant. I stared at my phone's screen. Should I answer it, or should I talk to Daru first? I like that Daru just continues the conversation as Amadeus is ringing. I'm assuming this is the phone call that I'm not supposed to answer. I'm sorry, what'd you say, Daru? What? What? I can't hear you. You answered it last time? No, I've done 2 different endings where I've answered this call and where I haven't, right? Or maybe not. So at what point are we time leaping? She knows, or yeah, what? Okay, so what's going on here? Not answering leads to VA. Yeah, but I don't know if this is the phone call or not. Okay, so this is where they're trying to decipher Kurisu's laptop, where we're talking with Daru. I was really surprised to see Maho and... Daru's surprised that Maho and Okabe know each other. They say it's because of Kurisu. They know each other because of Kurisu. Maho is saying that Okabe figured out what the laptop was by himself. I see. 60% sure. Alright. Daru nodded and grabbed some snacks off the table. I put the smartphone in my pocket. For now, I need to focus on talking to Daru. Ugh. Steins Gate writers when they're trying to force you into liking Daru. Talk to him! What do you want to talk about? You know what I want to talk about. I'm here with Maho. Show me the laptop and the hard drive Kurisu left. Oh yep, we're not skipping anything now, boys. 30 minutes into stream, we're at new story territory. That's a long ring. Yeah, a lot of opportunities for you to fuck up the true end, huh? Did you figure out the password? Have I time left or no? What's going on here? I have no idea. Thanks, Okabe. What do you mean? I'm trying to tell you one simple thing. Stop trying to analyze the laptop right now. There may be something lurking within it so terrible that it will plunge the entire world into chaos. Are you listening? Epic Chuni, bro. So you're one of those, huh? I'm being serious. This isn't about Kyoma. Epic? Say it with me now. Chuni, bro. I'm not a Chuni. I slammed my hand down on the table. The shock was enough to cause one of the empty cans on the table to fall to the floor. Listen to me. This involves Suzuha.
Suzuha?
Daru's like, who? What? You know what Suzuha's job is, right? No. Deets, please. How does he not know? What? Nakabachi's paper. That was enough for Daru to understand.
マジで
Serious?
最初からマジだ。
I've been serious the whole time.
そっか。
I see. Ho ho.
ま、大体そんなところじゃない。
I'd more or less assumed that was the case. Then why are you making fun of him? What are you talking about? Are these figures references to anything, by the way? Does anyone know what these figures are? This looks like a little schoolgirl. This is a cat girl wearing a bikini. This is like Ferris. This looks detailed enough to be something. Haven't played Dash, but Maho or Kurusu as a protagonist would have been better. Maho deserves her own story. She is criminally neglected. I haven't played any of the other games, but I can tell you right now, she is neglected. These look like they would be figures to something else. Daru didn't say another word. He opened a locked, fire-resistant case that was sitting on one of the racks. There was a laptop and a hard drive within.
それが
That's it? Also, them just straight up using a picture of an iPhone here. This is literally just an iPhone. That's the video app, that's the clock app, that's the photos app, calendar, weather, notes, music. This is literally just an iPhone screenshot. The laptop was a deep red Japanese model with a 12-inch LCD screen. You know who they could have made a protagonist? Another character with reading Steiner. That would have been a cool protagonist option. Perhaps even to fit into this modern era of storytelling in anime, a female protagonist. You know? A female protagonist with reading Steiner. If only there was another character like that available to us in the Steins Gate science adventure universe that we know. Maybe, perhaps, their name starts even with something like fairly common, like a, I don't know, maybe like a Fubuki, you know? People are fairly familiar with a name like that because of One Punch Man, and Fubuki being a major character in that show. You know? So, I mean, if we were just going to name them that, for chance, maybe that would be a cool setup. But, I mean, what do I know? I think it'd actually be better if we just dropped a character with reading Steiner and then mentioned them one time in the bad end route. The laptop is a deep red Japanese model with a 12-inch LCD screen. The hard drive was American, from a brand known for equipping its drives with a shock-resistant rubber case. The laptop and hard drive Kurusu left behind.
確認だが、結
Just to
局
double check, you weren't able
セ
to
キュリテ
break
ィは
the
破れな
security,
かったんだ
right?
よな。
まあ、僕たちの作ったソフトの前には
Well, you
どん
know
な
how
ハッ
it
カー
is.
もお手
No
上げ
hacker
つ
can
う
get
こ
through
と
my
で
software.
もうこれ以上解析はするな。
Don't do anything else with it.
一応依
I have
頼料
been
を
paid
もらって
already,
る
though.
わけだが
He looked apologetically towards Maho. Again, Maho is a doctor. I'm sure she's got enough money to just fucking go, nah, that's not a big deal. Thanks. She was glaring at me.
さっきも聞いたけど、あなたたち
I
は
asked this before,
クリ
but
ス
what
の事件
exactly
に
are
ついて
you
一
hiding
体
when it
何
comes
を
to
隠してい
Kurusu?
るの？
真実を知ろうとすることが
Trying to learn the
必
truth
ずし
isn't
も
always
正
the
しいと
answer.
は限らない。
This seems really weird after we just experienced the route where Okabe is reborn as Kiyoma and is resolved to like face the future, you know, like we just did that route. And he's like, yeah, we're gonna do it. And now we're back to this where he's like, ugh, no.
それはあなたの考えよ。判断すべき
That's
情
just
報
what
を
you
提示して
think.
くれない
You
の
won't
に
even give me the information I need to make that choice.
危険なんだよ。
It's dangerous. You know you were just attacked, right? Yeah, but now she doesn't even know why she was attacked. Like, it's not fair that you're not giving her the information.
私はナイトの後ろに隠れているだけの臆病
I don't
者
want to
に
be
な
a
りたくな
coward
い
who
わ
just hides behind her knight in shining armor.
科学者として
I'm a
真
scientist.
実にたどり着
I
く
don't
努
want to give
力
up
を
on
やめた
trying
く
to
ないの
reach the
に
truth, no matter how dangerous it might be.
どんな危険が潜んでいると
You just don't understand.
もし私がクリスだったとしても
If Kurisu was here, she'd
多
probably
分
say
そう
the
言う
same
んじゃ
thing,
ないか
wouldn't
し
she?
ら違う
I was startled. Maho was right. Why would that shock you? What? I remember having the same conversation with Kurisu. It was when we were looking into CERN, I think. You're gonna have to tell her, man. Maho doesn't look like anything you say is gonna convince her.
ええ
It's not.
納得しないわ
It's probably more dangerous to be involved and not know what the deal is, right? Actual Daru moments of speaking sense. What? Only if what you're saying is true, though. Daru had a point. At this rate, Maho could very well get herself in deep trouble without realizing what she'd done. Just the fact that she was carrying Kurisu's belongings made her a part of the World War III, but she had no idea. The computer wasn't just something to remember an old friend by anymore. It was at the center of an international power struggle. Russian-speaking arsonists had forced their way into Kurisu's home in America. Afterward, mysterious men claiming to be in the FBI had searched Dr. Leskinen's lab. This whole thing was on the verge of exploding. And people like me were nothing in the face of a war between nations.
鈴葉に関連することも話すことになるぞ。
It'll mean telling her about Suzaha. Are you okay with that, Daru?
お前はそれでいいのか？
We don't have a choice, do we? I turned back towards Maho.
ヒアジョーさん。
Can you promise me one thing?
君は科学者だ。しかも
You're a scientist, and I
極
believe
め
a
て
very
理性的
logical
な人だ
person.
と俺は感情に任せて。
Don't let your emotions lead you into doing something stupid. Don't do
軽
anything
率なことは
rash.
しないでくれ。
Don't be like I once was. This is so weird. So this is not Kiyoma Okabe. We've like gone back to Okabe, so I'm really not sure where this takes place in the
これから
timeline.
話すことは突拍子もないことだ。
What I'm about to tell you is hard to
馬鹿げていると思う
believe.
かもしれない。
You may think it's impossible, but it's true. So
回りくどい言い方はやめて
get to the point.
一体
What is
私
it you want
に
me to
何を誓わ
promise?
せたいの
マキセ・クリスを救おうなんて
Don't get any ideas about saving
絶
Makise
対に
Kurisu.
考えるな。
Huh? Her mouth hung open, like she didn't understand what she just heard.
クリスを救う
Save Kurisu?
それが約束できないのなら
If you can't promise that, I won't tell you anything. So what will it
ど
be?
うする？
救える可能性が
Does it mean it's possible I could
ある
save
と
her?
いうこと
そう思えるかもしれないが
You might think
実
so,
際
but
に
I'm
は可
telling
能
you
性は
right
ゼ
now
ロ
it
だという
isn't.
ことだ。
Wah. Man. If only we had information that we could share with the protagonist of the story right now. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be a jolly G moment?
さっきも言ったでしょ判断すべき情報も
What I
与え
just
られ
said.
ていないのだか
I
ら
can't give you an answer
Fine,
until I've been
I
given the
don't
information I need to decide.
教えて
Tell me.
すべてを
I took a deep breath and began to tell her the story. I told her about the time machine, Suzaha, World War III, and about the relationship between Kurisu and Dr. Nakabachi. That was supposedly Dr. Nakabachi's theory was actually based off of Kurisu's. I told her the original copy of Kurisu's work might be hidden on her laptop or hard drive, and I told her that Russia and America might be fighting over it. Why would Russia and America fight? That's crazy talk. As for how Kurisu died, I decided to skip that. Maho was silent the whole time I spoke, with a confused expression on her face. So it sounds like he still hasn't told her about, but he's time traveled, though. We've kind of avoided that so far. She looked like a girl who just graduated to middle school and who was staring at the string of equations on a blackboard that were nothing like she'd ever seen before. Her expression didn't change even when I finished. Is this true? It's not made up. Maho was asking Daru, not me.
まあね。
Yeah.
やっぱり
You can't bring yourself to believe it?
別にそういうわけじゃないわ。
It's just so different from what I was expecting. I'm
私
having
の
a
予
hard
想
time
とあまり
processing
に
it.
もかけ離れていたものだから思考が追いつかないの。
So in previous world lines, he's told Maho about the time, or about world lines and about his time leaping and stuff like that. But it seems like here he hasn't told her about it yet.
君の予想というのは
What were you expecting?
アマデウスの
I thought it might be about
軍事
using
転用の
Amadeus for
ことじゃな
military
いかと
purposes.
考えていたのよ。
軍事転用
Military purposes.
クリスは
Curse, who spent a lot of
精
time
神
at the
生理学研究所にもよく出入りして
physiology
いたんだ
lab,
けど、
she said sometimes she'd be visited by people who looked like
間
they
違
didn't
いない
belong
連
there
中
at
が
all.
そこにやってくるって言ってたの。どうも
She said she thought they
国
were
防
from the
総省
Department
の
of
人じゃない
Defense.
かって。
Russia, the FBI, and now the United States Department of Defense. This was getting even more suspicious. But Okabe in this timeline has also already traveled to World War III, where the US is using Amadeus for the military. So why is he surprised by that? This definitely feels like one of those routes. So far, anyway, we're still pretty early in it. Where, like, they don't know if you're going to do the other routes first, so they have to repeat a lot of information. And now that we've done all the other routes but this one, a lot of this info is getting repeated. So I'm kind of like, okay. He's Okabrick, that's why. Very true, very true. Yeah, 1 second. I will be right back. I return. Sorry, I had to go get some chapstick. It's been like -degrees where I lived for a while, and I was outside the last couple days. So now my lips are super chapped. And I just like split my fucking lip open. I'm like one of those people that doesn't put chapstick on until it's already too late. But, you know, because I know there are some people that do it like all the time, every day, but I usually only do it until like I'm already in pain. So, whatever. Anyway, it's super suspicious that the US military is getting involved, even though I just came from a world line where they were involved. Can Amadeus kill someone? How?
例えば百戦錬磨のパイロットから記憶データをコピーして
For example, you take the memories of a veteran pilot and copy them, and use them to control drones. That would be pretty OP. Is chapstick super important? If you live in colder areas in the winter, yeah, chapstick's pretty important. Because you can't really, like, cover up your mouth. So if you're out in the cold, like -degree weather, like that really, like, messes up your lips pretty bad. So they get super dry really fast. And they get chapped. And they break and it hurts. Or at least for me.
あと、以前話した
Wouldn't
医療へ
know.
の
That's
応
true.
用
You do
覚
live
えて
in
る
the land of where it's always warm. Remember what I said about medical applications for Amadeus? You mean copying memory
人
data
間
back
の
into
脳
the
へ記
brain?
憶データを書き戻
そう
Yeah.
記憶データを
If
修
you
正
could
し
alter
た上
memory
で
data and then
書
send
き
it
戻
back
し
to
が
the
可能に
brain,
なれば
you could make soldiers who didn't feel fear, or who could carry
ど
out
んな
any
非
kind
道
of
な任務で
unethical
も
mission
平
without
然と遂行す
hesitation.
る部隊なんていう
うわ、まるで
Sounds like a
ハリウッド
Hollywood
映画じゃ
movie.
ん。
No, it's more like those Japanese animes, Daru. Did this mean reality had caught up to books and movies?
私はてっきり
My thought
ク
was
リス
that
が
Kurisu
そうい
had
った
found
実験
proof
の
that they
証
were
拠を
running
偶然知って
experiments
しま
like
ったん
that.
じゃないかと思っていたの
だからクリスは
And that's why they
狙わ
went
れ
after her?
たと
ええ
Yeah. Maho picked up the laptop. Its red body was evidently made out of some kind of magnesium alloy, and it was a lot lighter than it looked. This is, again, one of those details that's, like, so random. I don't need to know this. See ya, Pletch. Have a good night, buddy. Like, what is this? Its red body was evidently made out of a magnesium alloy. Is it made out of the same material that Iron Man made his suit out of? Like, what? Okay.
でも
I never
まさ
expected
か
a
タイ
time
ムマシ
machine,
ンとは
though.
ね
いずれにしても
Either way, we should
そ
destroy
れは
it
すぐに破壊した
immediately.
方がいい
中身を確認もせ
Without
ず
looking to see what's inside?
あなたが言う論
We don't
文
know
が
for
入っている
sure
と
that
は
it's
限ら
got
ない
what
の
you're talking about. But we do! We do! Listen to me, Maho! We've done it your way before! You fuck it up, Maho! You fuck it up every time, Maho! Then you get brainwashed. Just listen to me.
中身はもう関係
Doesn't
ない
matter what's inside it.
クリスが残した遺産が
As
この
long
世
as it
に存在
exists,
して
we
い
can
る
start a war.
それだけで戦争の火種にな
She
り得
built
る
it in a cave with a box of scraps. Still one of the best Marvel movie moments ever. God, Iron Man 1 was such a good fucking movie. I will defend that movie to the death. What happened? I was ordering pizza. Okabe talked about the Nakabachi paper with Maho. He hasn't given her all the information, but he's given her some of the information. That Kurisu is probably working with time machines and stuff. He hasn't explained that he's a time traveler yet, but he's gotten small details of it. She still didn't seem satisfied.
でもこれはクリスが生きて
But
いた
it's
という
proof
証
Kurisu was alive once.
クリスが残した意
It's
思
what she
なの
left to us.
それを
We can't just get
あ
rid
っ
of
さ
it.
り葬り去るなんて
Nakabachi, these nuts. So, this is a moment that I liked much better with Kiyoma. I can already tell. Whatever is about to happen here, I really liked the Kiyoma moment here, where Maho doesn't want to give up the laptop and doesn't want to give up AI Kurisu, because she's like, this is the last, proof that Kurisu is alive. And Kiyoma was like, we got all the proof we need right up here. As long as we never forget her, she'll never be gone. And then, they all oh, that's so cheesy, Okabe, but they like it because that's what Kiyoma does. This is not going to be that satisfying.
その中身を知ることで今度は君が
If
狙
you
われ
learn
るかも
what's
しれない
inside the laptop, they might come after you next. I mean, they're going to come after her next anyway. It's not like they don't know if she got inside it or not.
そうだけど
That's true, but... If this wasn't working, maybe I needed to try another approach.
その PC のパスワード
Surely you asked Kurisu about the password,
聞いて
right?
みたんだろアマデウスだよ
Amadeus.
もちろん最初に試してみ
Of
たわ
course, that was the first thing I tried.
でも
But it didn't
ダメ
work,
だった
right?
んだな
Maho nodded.
おかしいよな
That's
普通
strange,
は知っ
right?
ているはずだろ
Normally she'd know.
う。でも、アマデウスのクリ
But
スは知らなか
Amadeus
った。
Kurisu didn't know what it was.
それなら、
There's only one
考
possibility
えられ
then.
る可能性は一つだ。クリス本人が
Kurisu
Amadeus
herself
の知らない
changed the
うちに
password without Amadeus knowing.
パスワードを変更した。なぜそうしたと思
Why do
う
you think she did that?
中身を知られたくなかったからじゃない
Isn't it
のか
because she didn't want anyone knowing what it was?
死者の墓を暴くような真似は
Let's
や
not
め
dig
ろ。
up the graves of the dead, okay? Am I going to defile this grave to figure out the truth to time travel? Of course I am!
暴くなんてそん
Dig
な
up
言
her
い方
grave? It's not like that.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. You're right.
確かに私
Maybe I'm getting
ク
too
リス
obsessed
に
with
こだわり
Kurisu.
すぎているのかもしれない。
The new Papa Bites from Papa John's. Let's see how they are. Let me know. That kind of sounds good. Are they like little pizza bite things? That could be good. Why do like no major pizza restaurants have like pizza bites or pizza bagel things? That seems like a slam dunk. No brainer.
君がクリスのことをとても大切に
Maho,
思っ
I
て
know
いる
you
ことは
really
よ
care
くわ
about
かるよ。
Kurisu,
だがこればかり
but you
は
shouldn't get involved with this.
手を出さない方がいい。
Are we positive that I got the right trigger? This doesn't seem like true ending worthy. Seems like we're going backwards.
パンドラの箱どころか。地
This
獄の
might
釜
not
の
be
蓋になりかね
Pandora's
ない。
box. It might be the gate to hell.
中二病打つ
Nice tuny, bro.
いちいち
Would you
茶化す
stop?
な。
Maho hugged the laptop tight to her chest inside. Alright, Okabe.
了解したわ。
I understand what's going on. I still haven't finished getting it all straight in my
今
head,
起こ
though.
っている事態そのものは理
So
解
that
した。
again is this is probably my biggest
ま
gripe
だ
with
頭
the
の整理はついてないけどね。
the Zero storyline. And I've mentioned it before, and maybe it's a minor detail that most could look over, but this is something that has bugged me consistently. When Okabe is like, we have to destroy the laptop. I don't know how destroying the laptop communicates to the other side, you know, the whatever group is chasing after them. Oh, Kurisu's laptop was destroyed. We better give up the chase. Like, that's been Okabe's reasoning on 2 routes now. And each time it's worked, but I really don't know how or why. It's not like Maho doesn't still know a lot. And, like, can't figure it out. And it's not like they're good guys who will draw the line of abducting somebody because they've destroyed the laptop. Like, I feel like if Okabe and Maho, like, walked up and destroyed the laptop and they were like, yep, it's gone, it's done, they go, okay, we'll take you then. Like, they're not a good organization. So I don't see how breaking the laptop really solves anything. But so far, both times, when they've destroyed the laptop, Stratfo or the FBI or whoever it is that's after them has been like, gee dang it, okay, we're going back to America now. Why?
I'll
get rid of the laptop.
ありがとう。
Thanks. I was glad she understood.
やっぱり
You're amazing.
大した人だ。君、
何が
How do you figure?
普通
A normal person would just refuse to accept all
鼻から
this.
否定す
Or
る
even
か
if they didn't, they'd ask a ton
否
of
定しないまで
questions.
も全て疑う。
買いかぶりすぎよ。
I really like how submissive and complacent you are, Maho. Thank you. They live stream it. Oh my god, same, bro. You're giving me too much credit.
いつもの私だった
Usually, I
ら
wouldn't even bother
否定
refuting
どころ
this.
か
I
聞く
wouldn't even
耳すら
listen.
持っていないわ。
Hey, what's up, Joe?
科学者っていうのは
Normally,
ね
a scientist should never deny any possibility, no matter
ど
how
んな些細
improbable.
な可能性であっても
We have a tendency to put too much faith and common sense in our own theories.
得てして。
じゃあ
Then why is it different this
今
time?
回はなぜ
そこに
Because Makise Kurisu is
マキ
involved.
セ・クリスが関わっているからよ。
Maho's smile was bitter.
タイムトラベル理論？タイムリー
Time
プ
travel
マシン？
theory? A time leap machine?
冗談じゃないわ。
That's impossible.
そんなもの存在して。でもね、
But it wouldn't be impossible for
ク
Kursu.
リスならやりかねない。いつだって私の常
She's
識
always
を
been the
破
one
壊
who
し尽く
proved
して
that
きたの
everything I
は
thought I knew was
あ
wrong.
の子なんだから。
そうか。
I see. That's right. I stopped myself.
D.
What about my
Did I
pay?
know what those
I've actually
do?
used all the money Maho gave me to
実は
reserve this
マホ
month's
タにもらった
hentai
分
games.
今月末発売のエロゲー予約で使っちゃっ
お前、
You're terrible.
最低だな。
そのための裏
That's
バ
what
イ
I
ト
do
なんだ
this
っつう
job
の
for.
いい
Me
わ。
as well.
お金を返して
It's
たなん
fine.
て
I
言え
won't
ません。
ask for my money back.
もともとダメ
I
元
didn't
で頼
expect
んだの
much when I
だし。
asked you anyway. Daru. No one expects much from Daru.
言っとくけど、あと3日あればパスワード突き止めて
Just so we're
解析
clear,
完
another
了して
3
た
days
か
I
ら
would have cracked the password.
What about guts?
Honest. Why is there a tip for the word honest? What does this game think of me? Slang. Used to assert that a claim is truthful. What? What? Okay, thank you. I didn't know what honest meant. Jeez. Can I get, F's in chat if you guys knew what honest meant? We all needed that tip, right? It wasn't just me.
そういうことにしておくわ。
Whatever. Mahu smiled and turned back to me.
ちなみに、
By the way,
一応証拠は見せ
I
て
want
ほ
to
しい
see
んだけ
proof
れ
of
ど。
this.
証拠
Proof?
どこかに置いてあるん
You
でし
got
ょ？
it somewhere, right? The time
そ
machine?
のタイム
There's
マ
like
シ
the
ン。
fourth time machine. Don't lie to me. You guys don't know what honest meant. You just knew because you saw the tip.
それと、
I wanna
鈴葉さん
talk
に
to
一度
Suzaha,
話
too.
を聞きたいわ。
それは
I don't know about that.
どうだろうな。
How many times are we gonna show Maho the fucking time machine? Get it over with. Skip. Daru had agreed to it, but still, I told Maho about the time machine without asking Suzaha. We'd just gotten into a fight, and I really didn't want to bring this up with her. Suzaha about to beat Okabe's ass. But even showing Maho the time machine would mean I need to get Suzaha's permission. And that made it difficult. Why? You know where it's at, just go show her.
誰
Daru, why don't you talk to
鈴
Suzaha
葉
for
に
me
話を
instead?
通すのはお前から。
Before I could finish my sentence, the intercom on the desk beeped.
もう大事な話して
busy
るの
now.
なんだ
His tone was the same as ever, but I didn't miss the sudden flash of tension across Daru's face. I've got a bad feeling about this.
もしもしなんか
Moshi moshi! Is something wrong? Daru flipped through several channels on the security monitor as he continued to talk on the phone. All 6 monitors had been displaying the interior of the store, but now they showed the entrance to the building, the emergency exit, the corridors, the elevator hall, and the emergency stairs. Oh, we can get rid of Oka Brick now so you can see confused Maho. Wide Daru. Daru is a wide boy, that is for sure. We'll show Okabe for a second here too. This is probably the best drawn Okabe face. Ah yes. Steins Zero cast. Okabe, Daru, and Oka Brick. So I'm still trying to figure out what Daru's hairstyle is without the hat, you know? Is it just like, is he parted down the middle but long hair? Or do you think he's got a fro? Like, how is that working? Same as Suzuha's? Oh yeah, that could be it. So he had the cameras not just inside the building, but outside. This was no time to be impressed. Fuck you, Daru. I don't like how real this image looks. It looks like a blend between like a snapshot of real life, like these pictures, or like these shots, and then anime characters are walking around in real life. I don't like that. I took my meds! This can't be happening! The anime characters can't be real! The images were covered in a white, snowy static. Where is it? But I could see strange figures on the screens. That's how most of the CGs are? Yeah, but like most of them at least have like a anime filter over them. Like this part very clearly like doesn't have the filter. And that's weird. Who are these guys? The entrance to the building. The first floor elevator hall. The 7th floor elevator hall, that's so random. The 7th floor emergency stairs, and in front of the cosplay shop. There'd been nothing there a moment ago, but now there were 4 men standing in each of those 5 places. They're silent and did not speak to one another. There were around 20 of them. Some were wearing suits, others typical Akihabara fashions, yet others were wearing military camo. Individually, none of them would really stand out in Akihabara. But the fact that so many of them had all come to this lonely building at once seems terrifying.
Okay.
You're okie dokie. I am abandoning this location. You bail out when you get a chance too. See ya. Evidently, he'd been talking to the man at the front counter. He put down the intercom and looked at us. So yeah, we're getting out of here. Thanks, Daru. Huh? Daru pulled out a backpack and began tossing hard drives, memory cards, and other pieces of equipment into it. I'll take the laptop too, please. Maho stood there, blinking, as she handed him Kurasu's laptop and hard drive. Hey, who are those people? Are they after Kurasu's PC? Couldn't say. I cause a lot of trouble. This has happened before. Wow. That's why I keep this job a secret. Serious? Daru took the laptop and hard drive from Maho, threw them into the backpack, and then slid it onto his back. How are we getting out of here? They're standing right outside the door. Did they not hear you talking? It's a shame, because I liked this place. Finally time to say goodbye, huh? Is he gonna, like, blow the building up? Despite his tone, his expression was still serious. He walked to the corner of the room. There was a life-size poster of a golden-haired Vocalo stuck to the wall. A what? Software developed for home computers that allows for the creation of an artificial singing voice. Oh. A VTuber. Excuse me, Rintan. Daru carefully took the poster off the wall, making sure not to damage it. There was a glass door hidden behind it, which led out to a concrete veranda. This way. Wait, that's how he was gonna escape? But this was the 7th floor, right? It wasn't time to worry about it. Daru went out the veranda without bothering to wait for us. I pushed Maho forward and urged her to go ahead of me. The veranda was filled with junk, just like inside. The floor was covered with old PCs and monitors and old arcade games that were clearly broken. There was barely any place to stand. But that meant that as long as you ducked down a little, there was probably no way you could be seen from outside. Maybe he set this up deliberately so he could use it in case of emergency. From there, we escaped like we were in a spy movie. We removed the board to open up the way between this veranda and the next one, moved down to the room at the edge of the building, then used the emergency ladder to get to the second floor. It was an empty space that Daru had rented with some of his acquaintances. We were able to use the bathroom to escape to an unused room in the next building. My blood ran cold when Daru got a call that the men in front of the cosplay shop had broken in. Action star Daru. Reverse breaking and entering. From there, we planned to escape from the building's emergency exit. The emergency exit there led out to a different alleyway than the one we'd originally come in. So in theory, they shouldn't have been able to find us, but isn't there going to be like 100 of these dudes? But we were naive. The narrow alleyway between the buildings was dark and deserted. They were waiting for us there as if they'd known exactly where we were going. We were caught off guard, and before we could run, one of them grabbed Maho. Oh, this is another one of those CGs that was, like, cropped, right? Because this looks awful. And there was no way for us to resist. They grabbed Daru and me, twisted our arms behind our backs, and slammed us to the ground. Well, it wasn't the group who'd attacked us in the building. They were all wearing full face masks, motorcycle suits, and leather jackets. Weird that the music hasn't changed for this either. One of them, the girl holding Maho, was clearly a woman. There was only one woman I knew that attacked us while dressed like that. Don't yell. Do what we tell you. Maho hasn't been thrown on the ground. Why is she clearly a woman? Is it because of the voluptuous curves, Okabe? Or you just describe it as you always do? I knew that voice. I could tell even with her helmet hiding her face. Otherwise, she's dead. She held Maho with her left arm and took out a military knife with her right. She put the knife up to Maho's throat. I think Mayuri is in the suit this time? A potentially accurate guess, yeah. What is Maho's outfit supposed to be, actually? I can't really tell. Black? I think it might have just been you, maybe. Don't do it! The horrible memories came flooding back to me. Whether it happened in a different world line or not, the merciless voice that had taken Mayuri from me was right here. Mayuri is not needed. I gritted my teeth so hard it hurt and then glared at the woman in the motorcycle suit. I'll give you what you want, so don't do it. I forced myself to speak, and the woman in the motorcycle suit took the knife away from Maho's neck. She handed her over to one of the other men. Then she took off her helmet. You're... Moeka, so it was you after all. Where is it? Her eyes were completely devoid of emotion. Just like they were on August 13th and every other day since, okay? I was forced off the ground by one of the others, but my arm is still twisted upwards. I tried as hard as I could not to scream from the pain. First, let go of my hand. I can't even talk like this. Moeka slightly nodded to the other men. Moeka's either great or a bitch, nothing in between, very true. The hand that was holding me drew back. I could finally move again. Daru was released too, and he stood up mumbling something. But Maho was still in their hands.
ヒヤジョ博士と交換。
I'll trade it for Dr. Hiajo.
誰
Daru, give me your backpack.
うん。
Daru was about to take off his backpack.
私ダメ。
Don't do it! Don't give it to her!
ヒアジョさんおとなしくしててくれ
Stay quiet. She will kill you. It's not just a threat.
脅しじゃない
Why would she let Maho live and or not take Maho? That doesn't make any sense. But
自分の論文のために君が死んで
would Kurusu be happy if you died over her
クリス
paper?
が喜ぶのか
Okabe really keeps throwing the dead Kurusu thing around. Maho looked like a small child on the verge of tears. Still glaring at Moeka. I took the laptop and hard drive out of the backpack.
これだ
This is it.
リュックごと渡して。
Hand me the backpack too.
先にヒアジョさんを解
Let
放
her
しろ
go first. She didn't respond. Fine then. I'd have to bluff.
複合化するパスワードを知りたければ俺たち
If
を
you
出
want
し
the
抜こうと
password
す
to
るな
decrypt it, don't think about cheating us. Oh, don't offer the password. You don't have it. I put the 2 items back in the backpack and handed it over to her. It was all I could do to keep my voice from quaking.
こいつはパスワードがなければ
Nobody can boot this thing up without the right password. Hackers all over the world
世
have
界
tried
中の
and
ハッカー
failed.
がサジを投げた代物だ俺たちの安全が保
I'll
証
tell you
さ
once
れた
our
ら教
safety is
え
guaranteed. I don't want to get killed the moment we hand it
こいつ
over.
を渡した途端に殺されたんじゃたまらないからな
Of course, I had no clue what the password was. If they found that out, we were doomed. Dara was giving me a questioning glance. I ignored him. Keep your damn mouth shut, Dara.
確かに。
You're right.
そうね。
Alright, she fell for it. That meant she's just gonna take you.
誰か
Bruh! Like, what is this negotiation tactic? One of you is coming with me. Huh?
2人は今すぐに
We'll
解
let
放
two
す
of
る。
you go immediately. If the password is correct, we'll let the other one go as
パスワード
well.
が正しければ残り1人も解
That's
放
not
す
good
る。
enough.
それはダメだ
We can't be sure the one who stays will be safe.
なら
Then all 3
3
of you
人
come
と
with
も
us.
来てもらうだけ。
This woman! I could feel cold sweat on my back. I'd never been involved in a life or death deal before, and I had no idea what to do next.
明日至る。
Daru,
こっち。
come this way.
僕
Me?
あなたはスペ
We're
シャ
told
リ
you're a
ストだと聞い
specialist.
ている。
Bring the backpack over here.
リュックを持ってこっち。
いや、
No, I'm just an otaku.
あなたが来るなら
If you come, we'll leave the other
こ
two
こへ置
here.
いていってもいい。
待て
I'll go. That's fine, right?
それで
あなたのことは
My superiors told me
噂話
nothing
にも聞か
about
されてい
you.
ない。
I can't even say if you really know the
パスワ
password.
ードを知っているかどうかもわからない。
She saw right through me. Mocha put the knife back to Maho's neck.
明日至る。
Daru, come
早
quickly.
く来て。
そういうセリフはもっとエロい七の時に
I'd rather hear that line in a more erotic situation and she just fucking stabs Maho. Daru was joking, but his whole body was shaking. What do I do? They're gonna kill Daru! I thought as fast and as hard as I could, but nothing came to me. I mean, just leave and get Suzaha. In this world line, Daru was going to live until 2036 and complete the time machine. That much was clear from Suzaha's testimony, but we don't know how much we've changed since then. If the world lines were going to converge, even if Moeka took Daru here, he wouldn't be killed, right? But that didn't mean I could leave him. One of the men with Moeka was looking at his watch. She noticed it too. They might have felt they were taking too much time with the kidnapping done in broad daylight. I hoped somebody might wander by, but there was no counting on that stroke of luck. I needed to solve this myself instead of relying on others.
誰か
Do I need to kill someone
殺
first?
してみせればい
I
い。
felt a cold knife press hard against my carotid artery. No! Daru and Maho were screaming, but suddenly it all seemed unreal. Like it was taking place in a distant world. Why? Okabe's been in like a very similar situation to this before. Like I don't get why. This is like a big shock to him. Why he's like, oh my god, what's happening? It's so odd to me that he's like so surprised. They say that's what happens when someone is confronted with their own death. That was happening to me now. I can't die either way, right? I tried asking myself that. I tried asking Suzuha even though she wasn't here. I tried asking the world. Of course, nobody answered. The fact that I might not die didn't mean I could do something stupid here. A normal college kid like me would be too scared to move once they had the knife to their neck. I'd seen people die many times, and I'd almost been killed many times, but I never did get used to it. Thoughts of Kurasu's blood came back into my mind, and I almost suffered a flashback. My body shook, and it was all I could do to keep from collapsing to the ground. Was there nothing else I could do? Just when I was about to give up, a black van pulled up and braked hard at the end of the alley, blocking us in. The sliding door opened and out poured men carrying assault rifles. They were all wearing gray military uniforms and face masks. Their eyes were the eyes of trained soldiers. How can you tell? From their huge frames and the color of their skin, it was clear they weren't Japanese. Where are you seeing that skin color? Okabe, where is that? Are you seeing it? 'Cause I'm not. I immediately realized this was real. It wasn't cosplay or anything like that. The guns were real and a battle was about to begin. My experience with the August 13th attack and the war zone I lived in until only a few days ago came back. Everyone hide! It didn't matter who was friend or foe. Moeka moved the instant I spoke. She saw the attackers and jumped into the shadow of a nearby building. The other rounders spread out too. They let go of Maho, who was standing up confused in the middle of the alley. Maho, get down! The man who was holding me was the only one who reacted a bit too slowly. There was a sharp noise, and a bullet went through the helmet of the rounder who was holding a knife to my throat. And Okabe didn't get hit? As he went down, I went down with him and hit the ground hard. The impact made me let go of Daru's backpack. One of the other rounders grabbed it off the ground and ran in the opposite direction. A man got out of the van, evidently the commander, and barked orders in what sounded like Russian. One of the soldiers turned their gun on the fleeing rounder. The rounder's body flew up off the ground as though he and the backpack were torn open. The contents of the backpack fell to the ground, scattering across the asphalt. And the laptop didn't get shot at? A lot of coincidences lining up here. Oh, there we go. The laptop and hard drive were hit with more gunfire than possibly could have been necessary. Oh, there we go. Kurasu's laptop and hard drive were turned into an unrecognizable scrap in just a few seconds. I crawled behind a light pole without even bothering to look. That's not adequate cover. It really all happened in an instant. I looked around and the Russian soldiers were running towards us. Moeka and her rounders had vanished at some point, leaving only the two bodies. The soldiers silently recovered the remains of the laptop and hard disk, picked up the bodies of the rounders, and got right back in their van. And not executing... They didn't even pause to look at us. They didn't want to, like, get rid of the witnesses? That doesn't seem very Russian. There were only a couple of minutes between the time when they arrived and when they left. All that were left were little fragments lying on the ground. The blood from the two bodies, Maho, who was lying on the ground shaking, Daru, who was standing in shock behind one of the buildings, and me lying on the ground, my heart pounding the whole time. I only felt the pain in my neck after it was over. Evidently the knife had cut me a little when I had fallen. And it's so weird that they didn't, like, police Okabe's body. If they were grabbing the dead body that was literally, like, on top of him, they didn't just go, okay. A while later, we finally heard the sirens of a police car. It was only then I remembered I was in Akihabara, Japan. World War III may have started a long time ago, and we just didn't know it. I realized that in the face of a war between nations, we were truly powerless. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I want Kiyoma back. After all of Steins Gate hating Kiyoma, and now getting a little bit of Kiyoma, I don't like where he's just like, we're powerless. Stop. We just did the route where you were, like, ready to go, bruh. What happened? We got jumped by Moika's rounders and Russian soldiers, and they shot up Kurisu's laptop, but they took the scraps, so I'm sure there's going to be some anime plot twist where despite having shot up the laptop, they're going to put it back together. Like, Humpty Dumpty. Is it going to get put back together again? Akihabara was in an uproar. There were lots of helicopters in the sky that probably belonged to the media. We escaped to the lab, making sure no one was following us. It hadn't been that long since we were attacked at the hotel. If the cops found us at the scene of another crime, they'd be suspicious for sure. So we ran before the police arrived. Suzuha wasn't at the lab. Maybe she sensed what was going on outside and went to check on the time machine. We held our breath and waited. It felt like if we let anyone know we were here, more scary people would burst down the door and charge in.
Hashida-san, ここタオルって置いてある?
Daru, do you have any towels here? Oh wait, yeah, I got new wallpapers. I like this one.
洗面所にある。
Yeah, in the washroom. I kinda want pizza. Maho nodded and brought a new towel from the washroom. She handed it to me.
Okabe-san, 首
Okabe, your
血
neck's
が出て
bleeding.
る。
Put this on it.
これで押さえて。
Oh,
あ
thanks.
ありがとう。
My neck was wet with blood. Fortunately, it wasn't a deep wound, so it wasn't long before it stopped. You had pizza at a local restaurant? Nice. I haven't had pizza since the horrible hot honey pizza that I ordered on stream. Last time we streamed Steins Gate. You always bust your head on a chair, big rip. After handing me the towel, Maho sat right on the floor and didn't move. The chicken papa bites is alright. I knew how Maho felt, especially since this was the second time she'd been attacked. This time, people died right in front of her.
大丈夫か?
You okay? Yeah, she lied through her teeth. She nodded hesitantly, but her face was deathly pale. And that's just how Maho is. She seems like a little bit of a shut-in. Just not a neat, but definitely a shut-in. I realized she'd been clutching her left hand into a fist this whole time. There was blood coming out of it.
怪我したのか?
Did you get hurt?
見せて。
Show me. Huh? Oh. Evidently, she hadn't noticed she'd been hurt. She was looking at her left hand, confused. The power of adrenaline, man. Huh?
どうした？
What's wrong?
指
My fingers won't move.
開かない。
That's strange.
変ね。
Maho had been holding some small fragment in her left hand. Her hand froze around it and wouldn't move. Soon it started to shake. I grabbed her hand and forced open her fingers one by one. That's so rude. She's in pain. Whatever it was, she'd been clutching it so tightly she'd cut off the blood flow to her fingers and they were cold. When I finally forced her hand open, the thing she was holding fell to the floor. What was it? I picked it up. Oh. It was a red piece of magnesium alloy. A piece of Kurisu's laptop. She must have grabbed it off the ground when she was running away. If she held something so sharp, so tightly for so long, of course she was going to bleed. I returned it to Maho without a word. She took the broken fragment and cradled it in her hands, then stared at it with an empty expression. Suddenly, a single line of tears dripped down her cheek. After that, it didn't stop. She continued to sob. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I couldn't protect you. I'm sorry. It was as if that tiny fragment was Kurisu herself. She held it to her chest and kept crying.
いや、ジョーさん。きっと
I'm sure Kurisu
ク
feels
リスは
relieved.
安心したと思う。
Huh?
君が無事で。
She's glad you're safe.
だから
So you don't need to apologize.
君
There's
が
nothing
謝
to
ることなん
apologize
てない
about. That's not true.
謝らなくてもいいんだ。
Okabe doing a lot of speaking for Kurisu in this chapter. She didn't respond. Instead, a phone started to vibrate. Oh, it's mine.
私
Maho took out her cell phone and looked at the message she received.
レスキネン教授からだわ。
It's from Leskinen.
どうした？
What's wrong?
荒らされたって。
He says the office and hotels were
Office
ransacked, his and mine.
あと、
They were a
ホテルの
mess,
部
he
屋
says. It's not like she's going to speak for herself. Amadeus is right there.
ひどいことになってるって。
そうか。
I see. Whether it was the Rounders, the Russians, or whoever had first surrounded the cosplay shop, it must have been after Kurisu's laptop and hard drive, and Daru, because they know he's a specialist, and Maho, because they know she's a genius. So, like, again, they're gonna be after us soon.
あの PC。
There's no backup of the computer's data, right? That's right.
それなら
Then this is for the best.
これでよかったんだ。クリスの残したもの
What Kurisu left behind will be used as a tool
何
to
十
kill
億の
billions
人を
of people.
殺す道具として使われることはなくなったんだから。
In the end, I got what I wished for. The data was destroyed before anyone got their hands on it. There was so little left that I was sure there'd be no way to restore it. That's not true.
つうかさ、ロシアはなんであの PC を壊しちゃっ
It's
たんだろう。
absolutely gonna come back to haunt them. There's no way. There's no way it doesn't. Why'd the Russians destroy the computer?
手に入れようとしてた
Didn't
ん
they
じゃ
want
な
to
か
get
っ
their
た
hands on it?
今のところタイムマシン開発競争
Russia's in the lead in the race
Russia
with the
got
time
leaders
machine
in.
right now.
ロシアからすれば
From their perspective, it'd be great if
ノ
they
ート
could get
PC
the
を手に
laptop,
だが
but they'd probably rather
他の
destroy
連
it
中
than
に
let
奪
someone
われ
else
る
get
ぐ
their
らい
hands
な
on it.
壊してしまった方がマシ
They probably
って
wanted to
考えて
avoid
た
a
んじゃないか
protracted gunfight with the Rounders in broad daylight in Japan. The cold way they made their decisions made me shiver. They really were professional soldiers. As if Suzuha wouldn't ice all of them. An amateur couldn't do that.
で、これからどうする?
So what are we gonna do now?
できればここにはいたくない。
I'd rather not stay here if I can avoid it. Russia might not know about this place, but Moeka might. If the Rounders were on the move, then Tennoji downstairs might be involved too.
日が暮れたら移動しよ
We'll move at sunset. It would have been great if Suzuha had come back, but I couldn't get in touch with her. Uh-oh. I do feel like that's got to be a plot point, right? Suzuha has to die at some point, so there's not two of her. Phew. Maho was sinking into a warm bathtub. She could finally feel blood flowing through her body again. The heat melted the tension away from her muscles. Her injured hand hurt a little, but it wasn't unbearable. She felt like she'd come back to life. Once the sun had set, Maho and Rintaro... Fucking Leskinen is fucked up how I pronounce his name. Maho and Rintaro had gone to Ferris, the cat-eared maid at May Queen, for help. Ferris's home was at the top of the high-rise condo building in the prime Akihabara real estate. From a security perspective, it was superior to the future gadget lab in every way imaginable. Except there's no armed security guards, so if they figure out where it is, it's the same level of security. AKA people without guns. Ferris welcomed the two of them, offering them food and a place to sleep. And now she'd even offer them a bath. Maho was a little worried about Daru. He insisted on staying to wait for his younger sister Suzuha, and remained alone at the future gadget lab. More than an hour had passed since. Had Okabe heard anything? And even if they'd moved, that didn't mean this place was safe. A group from this afternoon could attack at any time. She couldn't help but feel nervous. And that made her feel terrified and vulnerable as she sat naked in the bath. She got out of the bathtub and hurried to the changing room to wipe herself down. She tried to put on the change of underwear Ferris had given her. Is this the fan service? Oh, not really. Kind of weird fan service, honestly. Her hands started to shake. Then her knees buckled and she fell to the ground. This is extreme muscle relaxation after a period of elevated tension and then sudden release. She tried to stay calm by analyzing herself, but that didn't mean she could do anything but lie down. This is bad. This is like, her back is like weirdly long for how short she is. Like the proportions of this image are weird. Alarm bells are going off in her head. She'd just about given up. Oh. Hi, Ferris. She'd just about given up, knowing that it would pass with time when Ferris popped her head in. Maho, how's the what? Ferris screamed and started to panic when she saw Maho naked and lying on the floor. Oh no, Nya! She's gonna die! Maho's gonna die! Why? What? No, it's fine. Maho's voice was so weak, Ferris didn't even hear her. I need to get her to the bed. Ferris tried to pick up the naked Maho, and then slipped and dropped her. Maho hit the back of her head on the floor. She saw little stars dancing across her vision. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Sprawling naked on the floor, face up, Maho tried to force herself to stand, but her arms too weak. This is a weird segment.
聞いて
Listen, this will pass soon.
すぐに治るから
Just leave me here. Ferris wasn't listening. For some reason, she decided to reach around Maho from behind and try to drag her up. And then Okabe must have heard Ferris scream because he ran in.
どうしたんだフェイリス
What's wrong, Ferris?
Oh.
Yeah. She wanted to scream, but all that came out was a tiny whimper. I'm really sorry, I mean it.
この通りだ
Okabe lowered his head deeply towards Maho as she lay on the bed.
謝らなくても
You don't need to apologize, it was an accident.
さっきのはあくまでも事故なんだ
A surprisingly level-headed take, Kurisu would be actually beating him up right now. You don't need to flash back to the image that was literally in the previous scene. I didn't forget. She couldn't bear to look him in the face. Just remembering the despair and embarrassment she felt when he saw her naked body made her want to bury her head in the pillow and flail her legs back and forth. To make matters worse, she still hadn't been able to stand up after all that, and Okabe had been forced to carry her to the bed. She'd never been touched by a boy before, so it was only today that she realized how rugged male arms were. She'd never been touched by a boy before. Isn't she in her 20s? Poor Maho. Being carried was extremely uncomfortable, to the point where she'd squirmed around and almost slipped out of his arms. So she'd have no choice but to curl herself into a ball and let Okabe do whatever he wanted with her. This is really weird. I'm uncomfortable. Which made her feel really strange. And now she couldn't bear to look at his face. It was my fault for panicking like that. Ferris was sitting next to Okabe, feet under her knees, with her shoulders slumped. It's fine. I'm sorry for scaring you, in fact.
体は平気なのか
You sure you're okay? You don't need to go to a hospital? Why do they recommend going to the hospital at like every little thing? That's so crazy to me. Casual cultural difference, I guess. I would have to be dead and or dying to go to the hospital. Like, actually. There would have to be a significant pool of my own blood on the ground for me to go, okay, maybe I should go to the hospital. Or I would have had to have, like, cough up an actual organ. Zero chance I go to the hospital. Ever. All the tension caught up with me is all. I'll be fine with a bit more rest, I think. Must have really worried you. I'm so embarrassed. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Anybody would be scared of what happened today. Anyone would feel sick. Even you? Yeah. I see. Get some rest for now. Yeah. You can think about what happened and what you're going to do next after you're feeling better. That's what I'll do. Yeah. Thanks. Maho closed her eyes. The lights went out and Okabe and Ferris left. She laid in the bed and tried not to think about anything. But she could hear the pounding of her heart. It would get louder, then softer. The rhythm was strange. She could hear a kind of static noise mixed in with her heartbeat, like a broken TV. Was it exhaustion-induced tinnitus? Whatever it was, once she noticed it, she couldn't sleep.
岡部さんが精神安
Come
定
to
剤
think
を
of it,
服用しているって言ってた。
Okabe said he was taking some tranquilizers. What? I guess that's like the translation for anti-anxiety medication. They're just calling them tranquilizers. She wasn't supposed to do this, but if she looked at their ingredients, she could tell what medications had what effect. Should she take a look and have him lend her some? If that wasn't possible, she could at least get some over-the-counter antihistamines to use as a sleep aid. She turned over.
大声を出さないで。言うことを
Don't yell.
聞いて。
Do what I tell you, otherwise you're dead.
命はない。
Probably sleeping meds? Well, we know Okabe's not taking sleeping meds. He's taking anxiety medication. And anxiety medication does make you drowsy. Suddenly, she heard a voice break through the unpleasant noise. She gulped and leapt out of bed. Terror-stricken, Maho tried to crawl to the door, but her legs wouldn't move. She couldn't stand. The voice in her ears followed her wherever she went. It was like a wild animal toying with its prey. All the hairs on her body were standing up on end. Her jaw was chattering so hard she bit her tongue. She desperately crawled across the carpet toward the door.
一人殺してみせる。
Do I have to kill one of you?
やめて。やだ。やだ。
No!
ヒヤジョさん。おい。
She woke up to find herself being violently shaken by the shoulders. She looked around the room, panting. She was in bed and Okabe was looking down at her. Her whole body was sweaty and she felt sick. There was a burning sensation deep in her stomach.
どうした？
What's wrong? Someone's here.
誰かがここに。
Okabe looked around. Ferris came a moment later, as well as the older man who was her butler. They were simply standing at the entrance of the room, concerned. Do you shake people who are having nightmares? Yeah, it seems like someone who also suffers from like PTSD and anxiety like this would know not to just run up to Maho and be like, "What's wrong? Are you okay?"
きっと。
I'm sure it was just a bad dream. The antique clock on the shelf said that at some point it had gotten past 1 a.m. She must have slept for hours without realizing it.
そうね。夢。
I feel like this would be a good time for Okabe to maybe stop, relate to her for a second, calm her down, perhaps even. Be like, hey, I understand what you're going through. This shit's happened to me a lot. Don't worry. She took a painful breath and wiped the sweat off her forehead without realizing that she sounded just like a little child. She sent Ferris and the butler back to their rooms. Okabe brought her a towel from the washroom.
ひどい汗だ。
You're really sweating.
拭いた方がいい。
You should wipe yourself down. You're disgusting. I can't believe I had to touch your sweaty shoulders. Gross. She did as he said and wiped the beads of sweat off her face, chest, and limbs. As she was deciding whether or not to wipe the inside of her pajamas, Okabe took the hint and turned around.
俺も自分の部屋に戻るから。
I'm going back to my room. Call me anytime if you need something.
ん？
How's Daru?
橋田さんは
Or just ask to not be alone. I mean, you just had a traumatic experience. I feel like that's another reasonable request, even in a platonic friendship kind of way. Hey, I witnessed several people die in front of me today. Can I not be alone right now? Yeah, sounds good.
あ、 さっき連絡が来たよ。
I just got word.
鈴葉とも
He met up
会
with
話したって
Suzuha.
そ
I
う
see.
それじゃあ
Good night. Kinda cold, actually. Okabe was about to leave her bedside. Maho, and she couldn't believe she was doing this, reached out and grabbed the hem of his shirt without thinking. Wait. Can you, like, take a fucking hint? Jesus, let's bring up this again. Oh boy, can't even recognize the hint, man.
お願い
Please.
少
It
し
doesn't
だ
have
け
to
でい
be
い
for
から
long.
ここに
Just stay here.
いて
ひやちょうさん
一人に
Don't leave me alone.
しないで
Maho was surprised by the words she was saying. Why? But the thought of spending this terrible night all by herself was too much for her. Okabe must have understood how she felt, because he nodded without smiling.
分かった
I'll stay with you till you fall asleep.
一緒にいるよ
ありがとう
Thanks. Sorry for asking you to do this.
ごめんなさい
いやいいんだ
It's fine.
どうせ俺も
I had a hell of a time getting to sleep myself.
後ろ向いてるから汗だけはちゃん
I'll
と
turn around, so at least wipe off the sweat. But she did that already.
ええ
Okay. While he stared back at the door, she took off her pajamas and wiped the thick layer of sweat that covered her whole body. She tried to put her pajamas on again, but they were too drenched for her to want to wear them. She had no choice but to dive back under the covers in nothing but her underwear and bring the comforter way above her chest.
もういいわ
It's okay now. Amidst the dim glow of the nightlight, Okabe brought a chair to the side of the bed and sat down.
ここで見張ってるから何も怖がらなくていいこれなら安心だろ
Quite the gentleman, I guess. Not to just, like, lie in bed with her. And go to sleep as well. I feel like even if this was, like, a platonic friendship, I would just be like, I would just lie in bed on the other side and, like, fucking go to sleep there. I'll be watching over you right here, so you don't need to worry about a thing. You know you'll be safe, right? I mean, Okabe's not stopping anybody that's coming in.
不安か
You're worried?
うん
I'm fine.
大丈夫
Maho's face felt hot from some feeling she didn't understand. Yeah, I wonder what that is. She sank deeper under the blanket and turned away from him. She softly closed her eyes. She could feel his presence behind her. The two of them stopped talking, and the only noise was the distant sounds of night coming from behind the curtain. Shipping incoming. I've shipped them for a while. I felt that, like, at least for one of these fucking routes, they should get together. How long do they spend like that? Just as she was about to fall into a light sleep, she heard a soft voice in her ears.
ひやちょうさんまだ
Are you still awake? Huh?
え
Yeah.
え
That's also a dumb question. I hate when people ask that if I'm, like, sleeping or trying to go to sleep. Are you awake? I fucking am now! She felt herself waking up again. She opened her eyes and turned back towards Okabe, only to see him staring toward the window. As if he was trying to see some sight that lay beyond it. His profile is so handsome. For some reason. That was the thought that came to her. Trauma does bring people closer together.
どうか
What's wrong? Actual confirmation that Maho finds Okabe attractive? We've gotten, like, the glimpse of it, but now we for sure know. Or, like, the insinuation. But this is the first admittance of it. He seemed unwilling to talk, so Maho decided to speak first. He swallowed loudly.
本当は
I really meant to tell you this a lot
ずっと
sooner.
言おうと思ってたけど
But I didn't have the courage. I'm sorry.
勇気がなかった。
何のこと？
What are you talking about?
俺は
There's one thing.
俺は
一つだけ。
One thing.
君に
One thing I haven't told you. Maho leaned forward, not caring he might see her chest.
さっき話したよな。
I told you about the other world line,
別の
and
世
the
界線
Kurisu
の
I
こと
met
や
there. About the time machine and the time
そこで
leaps.
出会った
ええ。
Yeah.
クリスと
About Kurisu and her
そ
dad.
の父親のことも
ええ。
Yeah.
あの時
There's actually one more thing I should have told you.
本当はもう一つ
Uh-oh.
でもどうしても
But I just couldn't.
言い出せなかった。
His head was slumping forward in the chair. Maho waited silently for his next word. Despite the late hour, she heard a helicopter in the distance. For some reason, it sounded loud. She hadn't seen the news, but it was possible the media was still talking about the gun battle that had taken place this afternoon.
これは
This was something I need to tell you and you alone.
君にだけは絶対に話すべきことだったのに。
Jesus. I've drawn this one out. This is getting me anxious. When he finally spoke, his expression was unlike any she'd ever seen on his face before. It was pained, sad, and suffering, like someone at the bottom of a deep, dark place. Yet there was something in his eyes that hinted at an incredible self-hatred and rage.
岡部さん。
Suddenly, her chest felt like it was about to burst from pain. She didn't know where the pain was coming from, but she wanted Okabe to stop looking like that.
あの日
That day, at the Radicon,
ラジカンで
the one who killed Kurisu was...
ク
His
リ
hands
ス
were
を
forming some kind of shape, like he was holding an invisible knife.
クリスを
The one who killed Kurisu was.
もういいわ。
Enough. She screamed, unable to take it anymore. She said, "Spit it the fuck out, Okabe, or don't tell me at all!" She rolled out of bed, forgetting how she was dressed, and covered Okabe's hands with her own.
いいの。もういい。
That's enough.
それ以上言わなくていい
You
か
don't
ら。
need to say anymore.
私は
I believe you.
あなたを信じているわ。
So you don't need to tell me.
だからいつか
Someday when the time comes, I'm gonna make you tell me whether you want to
嫌
or
でも
not, but
聞
the
かせて
time
もら
isn't
うこと
now.
になると思う。でもそれは今じゃない。その時が来るまでは
Until that time comes,
普
keep
通
your
は
mouth
自分
shut.
で起きなさい。
She strengthened her grip and forced him to let go of the invisible knife. Okabe nodded without saying another word. They stared at each other for a while. Maho couldn't look away from his gaze. It was as if he was clinging to something, or wandering in search of salvation. I'm sure she can figure it out, right? And she sneezed right in his mouth. You're gonna catch a cold.
風
It was only then she realized she was holding his hands, while wearing next to nothing. He looked a little embarrassed. Aw, jeez, I was just trying to confess my murder.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. She quickly jumped back in the blankets. She curled up into a ball and tore at her hair, screaming inside her mind. She'd let a boy see her naked not once but twice. Really weird scenes here, honestly.
私
This time I'm going to
今
bed.
度こそもうね。
邪魔して
Sorry for bothering you.
邪魔
You're
だ
not
なんて
bothering me. Can you just fuck already? Jesus.
でも
Never bring that up
さっ
again,
きの
okay?
話はこの場限りにしていい
Okay.
あ、
Yeah.
ありがとう
Thanks.
ヒヤジョーさん。
His smile, like when he's talking, is like he looks so cringe.
お礼なんて
I
言わ
haven't
れる
done
筋合い
anything
は
that you
ない
should
わ
thank me for.
それじゃあ
Good night.
おやすみな
おやすみ。
Good night. The room got quiet. The adrenaline rush kept Maho awake. After a while, she heard snores coming from Okabe's direction. We'll bang, okay? Evidently, he'd fallen asleep. He must have been tired. He went through the same attack she did. Of course he was. His breathing wasn't peaceful at all. He was pained. He may have been in the grip of a terrible nightmare. Maho hesitated several times, but finally she turned over and stretched out her hand from the blankets. She softly touched the back of his. She felt its warmth on her fingertips.
クリスは
What did Kurisu call you, I
あ
wonder?
なたのことを岡部さんそれとも
Okabe, or
凛太郎
was it Rintaro?
だっ
Maybe?
たのかな
She didn't know, but it didn't matter.
しっかりしなさい
Hang in there, Okabe.
岡部凛太郎この私が好きになった人は
Is the man I fell in
そん
love
な
with
に
really
弱
that
い
weak?
男だったわけ
She tried to think about how Kurisu would say those words. And eventually, Okabe's breathing started to become more peaceful. Relieved, she let go. Then she changed her mind and grabbed the hem of his shirt again. She felt embarrassed, as if she was a kid. But at the same time, she felt like now she might not have any more nightmares. That night, for the first time in a long while, she dreamed of a smiling Kurisu. Maho and I stayed at Ferris's house for several days. Now that Kurisu's computer was destroyed, the odds that anyone would come after us had gone way down, but there was still a chance. Just to be extra careful, I stayed away from the lab, which is what Okabe was doing anyway.
Maho, Rintaro.
Dr. Leskinen looked a little thinner since the last time I'd seen him.
教授よかった
Professor, I'm so glad you're safe. Wah wah. Not a good thing.
Maho も
You too,
大変だ
Maho.
ったね。
Sounds like you had a rough time. Dr. Leskinen held Maho tightly in his huge arms. The difference in size between them was so great, Maho looked like some kind of stuffed animal.
教授
Professor, it
きつい
hurts.
です
You're hurting me. They were leaving the country in the afternoon on a weekday, so I was the only one who could see them off. Since I'd been with Maho the whole time, instead of only seeing them off, I'd actually just brought her there. Maho, after all, was the kind of person who was incapable of getting to an airport on her own. I was amazed she'd survived this long, given her lack of basic skills. We held Maho's goodbye party last night at Ferris's house. We just skipped that? Ferris was there, and so was Mayuri and Daru, and the others from the Christmas party. All were sad to see her go.
Rintaro, Maho と一緒にいて
Thanks
く
for
れて
staying with
ありが
Maho.
とう。
You've been a great
本
help.
当に世話に。
いえ、
Not at all. I actually haven't done anything
う
yet.
ちの研究室
Wait till I
に
time
は
leave.
いつ頃来られるのかな。
So when can you come to my lab?
え
Huh?
えーっと
He wasn't kidding about that, huh?
勉強して少しでも早く行けるように
I'll study hard so I can go as soon as possible.
その時は
Can I contact you when I'm
連絡
ready?
しても
もちろん。
Of course.
いつでも待
I'll
って
be
い
waiting.
るからね。
I'm glad it got skipped. That means nothing bad happened. Very true. Very true. He smiled as he took my hand and shook it. I can't imagine that Leskinen does not have enough sway to just get Okabe admitted. Like, if Leskinen personally is like, this kid can go to our school, or like our university, especially for an undergraduate, like if a doctor personally like recommends this guy, and as long as Okabe's grades are like fucking passing, I'm sure he could get in. I was glad to hear it. After meeting Amadeus, my desire to go to VCU had only increased.
Okabe-san.
Let me say thanks, Okabe. Really.
いろいろとありがとう。
Also, yeah, if he's got Maho's recommendation too, like if the two of them were like, yeah, he's good, he can come. It's like an undergraduate degree. It's not like they're recommending him for like a, fucking doctorate or anything. Having two doctors recommend you should probably be a pretty good, that also work at the school would probably be enough to get you in, I'd imagine.
あなたがいなかったら、私は今頃
If it weren't for you, I might not even be alive.
大げさだな。
You're exaggerating.
いいえ、
I mean
本
it.
心よ。
I'm really grateful.
本当に感謝している。私も
I'll
あ
be
な
waiting
た
for
の
you
ことを
too.
待っているから。
So do your best.
頑張って。
あ、
Yeah, you too.
君も
Good luck with
研
your
究を
research.
頑張ってくれ。
それでレインタロウ、事前に連絡しておいた。
So, as we discussed previously, I'm going to be revoking your access rights for Amadeus
ここ
today.
で解除いいね。
That's fine, right?
はい。
Yes. Evidently, they couldn't leave me with access after they left. I was only supposed to test her during their stay here anyway.
クリスに最後に挨拶するかい？
Want to say a final goodbye to AI Kurisu?
そうですね。
You're right. Can I say something to her
じ
real
ゃあ
quick?
一言だけ。
もちろん。
Of course. I tapped the icon for Amadeus. Probably not in front of them, yeah?
何？
What?
私にもお別
Do
れ
I
の
get a
挨拶
goodbye
して
too?
くれるの？
AI Kurisu was expressionless for some reason.
まあな。
I guess.
必要
Do
なか
you
った
not need one?
私なんかよりも先に
You said goodbye to Maho before me, right?
ちゃんとしたわよ。
He did. Maho interjected before I could speak.
それならいいけど。
I hope so. Kurisu was inside my screen. Was it a good thing that I'd spoken to her like this? Or a bad thing? In the end, I knew I needed to forget about Kurisu, but I couldn't. I couldn't escape from this curse.
アクセス権がなくなったらもう
Can he at least tell her he loves her? Or something? Can we, like, at least get some use out of... Or not use, I guess. Like, some good character moments with AI Kurisu? I feel like they've been severely lacking. Once I lose access rights, we won't be able to see each other anymore, will we?
まあ、私の話し相手になってくれ
I'm
た
slightly
ことには
grateful you gave me
多少
someone
感
to
謝
talk
してる
to.
レスキネン教授
There's a
の
chance you're coming to Dr. Leskinen's lab, right?
一応再会する時
I'll
まで
make sure to remember
あんた
you
の
until we
ことは
meet
覚え
again.
ておいてあげる。
ツンデレだな。
You're such a tsundere.
ツンデレ？
What's
何
that?
それ？
Don't use words I don't understand.
顔が赤いぞ。
Why is your face red then?
この子
She's
照れ
blushing.
てるわね。
クリスはシャイだね。
AI Kurisu is just very shy.
もう
Not you
教授ま
too,
で
Professor.
元気でというのは
Stay healthy probably isn't the right thing to say. You don't get sick.
君は別にあまりヒアジョーさん
Don't
の
tease
ことを
Maho
から
too
かうなよ
much.
はいはい言われなくても分かって
You
る
don't
わ
need to tell me. I already know.
それならいいん
I
だ。
hope.
あんたがいつか
I hope someday your smile doesn't look so sad.
心の底から
I hope someday you can smile for real. I guess even an AI could see right through me. Makise Kurisu really was one hell of a woman.
それじゃ
Bye.
あ、
Yeah. She disappeared from my screen. What an awkward goodbye. I turned to Dr. Leskinen and nodded, deleting the Amadeus icon from my screen.
アクセス権の解除は
We'll handle the
後で
paperwork
こ
for
ち
the
らで
access
手続きしておくよ。
revocation on our own later.
テストとして協
Thanks for your
力し
help
て
with
くれて
testing.
あり
We
が
got
と
some
う。
really valuable
貴
data.
重なデータが取れた。
I don't feel like they did though in this world line.
こちらこそ
Thank you.
ありがとうございました。
I bowed deeply to both of them. As I watched their plane take off into the distance, I noticed that it felt like there was a hole in my heart. I clutched my phone tightly, its connection to Amadeus gone. Recognition of the elastic limit. Ugh!
かがりちゃん、今日から私とあなたは
She looks so
正式
funny,
な
so
親子にな
smooth.
るのよ。
This Mayuri does look a little bit older with that jacket on. The proportions of characters in these last couple cutscenes are so funny. Like, look at how long her body looks, and then after all that, her foot is like maybe a couple inches long. That's really funny. Kagari, from now on, you're officially my daughter. This was when Kagari was 6, before the mommy issues. She'd been living in a facility for war orphans and getting treatment at a dedicated clinic next door. It is a completely different place than normal hospitals, which were overflowing with casualties from war. And it was an idyllic garden shut off from the despair of the outside world so that children could live in peace. That was where she'd met her mom. Mom, Mayuri, was a Class 2 caregiver at the facility who was always very nice to her.
本当？
You're gonna be my real mommy?
本当のママになるの？ええ、
That's right.
そうよ。やった！ママ！
Yay, mommy! It was impossible to express with words how happy Kagari felt. And what a massive complex this was about to be. Being Mom's real daughter meant that Kagari had become her real name. Doesn't that mean Sheena had become her real name? Kagari became Sheena Kagari.
ほら、くっつかないの。
Don't hug me so tight. You're so spoiled.
かがりちゃんは甘えん坊さんね。じゃあ、ここから出
Then
ら
I
れる
can
んだよ
leave,
ね。
right? I can live with you,
ママ
right?
と一緒に暮らせるんだよね。ごめんね。かが
I'm
りちゃ
sorry.
んには
It looks like you need more
もう
treatment.
少し治療が必要みたいなの。
Hello, Dr. Man.
あ、
That's right.
先生。
Oh, doctor. Kagari didn't know the doctor's name, but he was a nice old man who was always kind.
あと半年もすれば
It's
終
gonna
わ
be
りだね
another 6 months, and then it's
それま
over.
で我慢する
You'll
ん
just
だ
have to
よ
hang in there. Can't. That's like for her, like therapy, or what's her treatment exactly?
半年もですか？
6 months. When we talked about this before, you'd said 2
あ
weeks.
と2週。
それは身体的な傷の話なんだ
The post-traumatic stress suffered by children during the Great Bombing of Tokyo far exceeds that of adults.
大人の日ではないからねそれに昨日の診断で分かったこと
We
なん
learned
だ
at her exam yesterday she's still having nightmares.
まだ怖い
そうなの？
Is that true,
かがり
Kagari?
ちゃん。そんなことないもん。もう怖い
Th-
夢なん
that's
て
not
見
true.
ないよ。
I don't have nightmares anymore. It's all fun dreams. Fun, fun, fun.
かがりちゃん
Kagari, it's
嘘は
not
良
good
く
to
ない
lie.
よ
It'll
そ
only
れ
make
で
your
は
treatment
治
take
療は
longer.
もっと長引いてしまう夜中に
Told me
怖い
yesterday
夢
you
に
wake up
う
with
なされて
nightmares
起
all
き
the
る
time
こと
still,
が
didn't you?
未だによくあるのだと昨日
Yeah.
まあ、
Oh my. I
そう
see.
なの。
この子の脳内に空爆の記憶が恐怖として残っている証
It's
拠が
proof that the memories of the bombing still exist in her mind as terrifying experiences. So what, are you just gonna nuke the memories out of her?
きちんと治療しておかなければ
If we don't treat
後
them,
で取り返し
it
が
could
つ
lead
か
to
なくなる
irreversible consequences.
そう ですね。
You're right.
というわけで治療を続
So you
けて
don't
もよ
mind
ろ
if we
しいかね
continue with her treatment?
お母
Do you,
さん
Mom?
はい
Of course.
かがりちゃん
Kagari, let's do our best and beat the bad sickness,
悪い
okay?
病気をやっつけようね。
Skip! Mom rubbed her head. Kagari felt so at peace she could cry.
わかった。
Okay. What a
いい
good
子
girl.
だ。
じゃあ
See you later, Kagari.
かがりマ
Mom took her hand away, and instead, the doctor took Kagari's hand. She was taken to the usual room. There was a white reclining chair, next to it some kind of mechanical system connected to a headset.
聞こえる。いつも
I
の
hear the
声
same voice as always.
君はママを守るんだ。この世界を守るんだ。
We get to hear God's voice this time.
生まれてきたんだよ。
You need to protect your mother. Protect this world. That's why you're born. She couldn't remember when she started hearing the voice. But by the time she was 6, whenever she was worried, uncertain, or in trouble, she could hear it. Zoe's kind and strong and cheered her up. In Kagari's childish mind, she started to think it might be the voice of God. Since only she could hear it, everyone else said it was an illness, but Mom was the one person who believed her.
ママを守るんだ。だから治療頑張るん
I need to protect Mommy, so I need to work hard at my treatment. What's happening here? Kagari's young heart was filled with the hope she could someday live with Mom. How wrong she was. As soon as she opened the door, Kagari was struck by an unpleasant wave of heat. It was early June, and this was the first day to hit summer temperatures. Hot enough that just walking outside could cause you to sweat, but the small Japanese-style room had thick curtains and the windows were closed. The room was dark, cramped, and there were so many clothes on the floor there was no place to stand. They like to use this word, like this phrase, to describe places. No place to stand. It wasn't just clothes, there were all kinds of filthy things. Bags with half-eaten snacks, spreads in them, half-rotten food packs, plastic convenience store bags overflowing with trash, all scattered around the floor. Oh. Ugh. And in the area around, the half-naked girl was sitting against the wall. She was covered with bandages and gauze soaked with blood and pus. There were bandages tied around her exposed stomach, chest, and limbs, but those too were soaked with blood. The room was filled with a sickeningly sweet stench. There was no way to know if it was coming from the garbage or from her. Okay, gross. The owner of the room, Moeka, raised her head and looked at her eyes. Eyes filled with hope. Since when has Moeka had hope in her eyes? Or any type of expression.
M4 まだ生きてたか。
Damn. She's really fucked up. M4, you're still alive? When she saw Kagari, who was still wearing her shoes as she came into the room, her shoulders slumped.
FB じゃ
You're not FB.
ない。
Oh, are we back in the timeline where she's obsessed with FB again?
誰
Who are you?
命の恩人に向かって
That's an awful thing to say to the person who saved your life. Saved is an interesting phrase. Moeka gave a painful cough and spit up some stomach fluid mixed with blood. It stained her thighs and the floor. Her wounds must have opened again, because the bandages around her stomach began to turn red. She had spent 5 months like this with no treatment from a doctor. Moeka had gotten into a gunfight with the Russian army and failed her mission as a rounder. She'd lost 2 of her companions, and her target, Makise Kurasu's laptop, was destroyed. They pinned the blame on her. She was wounded and almost killed. It was Kagari who saved her and brought her to this room. But if someone with a gunshot wound went to the hospital, the police would be notified. And for that reason, she never got any real treatment. Her wounds had become infected, and 5 months later, they still brought her incredible pain. Her terrible fever hadn't let up at all, and it wasn't rare for it to go from 39 degrees to over 40. What does that mean? Like, that would mean she's, like, frozen. This must be Celsius. 39 degrees Celsius to Fahrenheit. 102. If it's 40, it'd be a temperature of 104 Fahrenheit. Which is actually really high. 104 Fahrenheit fever. That's like near fatal, right? A temperature reading at or above 104 degrees is called hyperprexia and is considered a medical emergency requiring immediate medical attention. Rip. At 104 degrees, you start to get brain damage. Brain's cooking in there, like a steak. Don't be like Sam, just go to the hospital. See, this is something I would go to the hospital for. Actual, I would have to be, like, my brain would have to be starting to be boiled in my skull. Then I'd go, alright, maybe. Maybe. Five-month time skip? Seems like it. Or something similar. Moeka didn't seem interested in her wounds. The Russian people must have caught up with her eventually or something for her to get shot up like this. She didn't get shot up like this with Okabe. Or I should say when the laptop got shot up. Moeka didn't seem interested in her wounds. She was more interested in sending messages with the phone in her hands. She must have been sending more messages to her beloved boss. In the past 5 months, yeah, you're right, 5-month time skip, she'd almost sent 1,000. Why, FB? Why won't you answer me? I should probably have said that more seriously, but I can't take Moeka seriously in this timeline. FB was Moeka's boss. A woman who always gave orders to Moeka via email. A woman. Totally a woman. Moeka worshipped her to a degree that far exceeded what could occur within a normal employee relationship. The shock of being abandoned by Facebook had hurt her many times more than her actual wounds. Kagari tossed the bag she'd slung over her shoulder at Moeka's feet, along with 2 plastic bags. The backpack was filled with medicine that wasn't available without a doctor's prescription. Along with it was a whole box of illegal drugs used only for the treatment of severe pain. Normally, these would be kept under strict control at a hospital where no normal person could get them. Both of the plastic bags were filled with canned goods and other things Kagari had chosen because they had the lowest probability of spoiling. If you don't feel like living anymore, tell me. I'll bring you poison instead. Why bring her poison? Just suffocate her. Honestly. Moeka didn't seem to notice Kagari at all. She was completely unresponsive. Kagari had gotten used to her attitude over the last 5 months. She wasn't going to go home. She wordlessly reached for Moeka's cell phone. No! What are you doing? Mocha tried to resist, but evidently she had no strength left, after Kagari forced herself to make out with her. So the neighbor wouldn't notice. Or whatever the fuck happened with Okabe in this scene. Kagari was easily able to grab the phone. It was covered in blood and pus. But Kagari forced it into her pocket without hesitation. This is so gross. Give it back. Mocha started crawling toward her. It was like something out of a zombie movie. Don't get the wrong idea. You've got new orders from FB. Mocha froze.
FB?
Orders from FB? Yeah, take it. Gari took another cell phone out of her pocket. It was the same cell phone that Mocha had been using, minus the dirt and bloodstains. The phone you're using is under surveillance by both Russians and Americans, so she can't use it. So from now on, your orders will come in via this. Mocha reached a trembling hand out toward the phone. In an instant, she snatched it away and clutched it to her chest like it was her own child. Will FB send me messages if I have this phone? You should have some already. Mocha quickly opened the screen. When she saw the words on the screen, tears started to float on her face. M4. My beloved daughter. It must have been so hard for you. I know it was hard for me. Your failure was unfortunate, but I'm glad you're alive. Get better and wait for my next message, okay? This time, complete your mission successfully and regain my trust. I believe in you from the bottom of my heart. To my beloved daughter, FB. 3G? Ooh, the signal must be rough in Japan. You didn't need to read it out loud. Of course, this message wasn't from FB. Kagari wrote it herself. The lies! Damn. Keep someone at the brink of death for 5 months and then give them exactly what they want as bait, and you can easily put anyone under your control. Kagari knew this well. Why? Why does Kagari know that? Does that mean she's been intentionally withholding Moeka's medicine as well? The life suddenly returned to Moeka's face. She spilled out the contents of Kagari's backpack like a woman possessed. I want to get better. I need to regain FB's trust. That's right, M4. Kagari smiled, satisfied, and knelt down in front of her. I'll treat you. Take off the bandages. When Kagari left the apartment, the sun had set. She spent several hours treating Moeka's wounds. Her hands still smelled of medicine. It wouldn't go away for days, possibly. Moeka really blows in some routes, yeah. It's interesting that Kagari is around her in this timeline. I'm kind of interested to see how that happened. She sighed and put on her full-face motorcycle helmet. They went to the parking lot and got on her bike. Where are the CGs? I wonder if I'll hear the voice of God soon. This Kagari thing is all weird. She whispered. She took off on her motorcycle. I was trying to think of a motorcycle racing game that I could make a corny joke about the startup screen of when the engine started revving, but I kind of forgot. Oh well. It was almost July. The rainy season hadn't been that bad this year, and what little remained of it had already disappeared. Temperature-wise, summer had come a long time ago.
夏か
Summer. So we're almost at a year post-Kurisu death now. In other words, it had almost been a year since it happened. Oh wow, they didn't show us a flashback of dead Kurisu again. And then one Saturday afternoon, if I stayed home, not only would it be hot, but Dad would be on my case about helping with the family business. To get away, I'd come to the area around Ikebukuro Station. A year ago, I could have gone to the lab, but with Suzuha living there now, I'd mostly stopped going. Why are we repeating this? But that meant it was hard to find a place to study on my day off. I feel like this is... I guess this is new dialogue. This doesn't seem like new dialogue, though. It was too much trouble to go to university. I swear to God we've said this before. The classrooms weren't open on weekends anyway, so he, like, finds a coffee shop, right? After a lot of research, I'd settled on spending my free days visiting this cafe near my parents' home and spending hours there. And then Mayuri calls him shortly. In fact, a lot of the other patrons did the same thing, buying a cup of coffee and sitting around. Some brought books, computers. I chuckled to myself as I realized I joined the ranks of other normies. Bro, I'm like losing my shit. Why can't I skip this? What's different? Mayuri, Tuturu, where are you now? The usual cafe, right? I went to your place and you weren't home. Did my dad make himself a nuisance? He gave me tea. I have to go shopping. Will you come with me? They're shopping for the posters for, the shop. For Okabe's family shop. Okay. I'll leave, wait for me. So she went to my house. My family's business is Okabe Green Grocers, a beat-up old store located in a rundown shopping street. The place was 40 years old. I wanted them to rebuild it. My mind wandered. Mayuri was going to be here in less than 15 minutes, so maybe it was time to call it. I'd worked pretty hard during the morning, so it wasn't too bad. I was surprised at how hard I'd been working. I could feel how having a goal gave me energy. I needed to get to VCU as soon as I could.
ビクトル・コンドリア大学か
I was still in contact with Maho via email and chat. She was evidently busy with research because she was always sleepy. I took out my phone. I found myself looking for a certain icon on the home screen. Okay, so now this is different at least. Of course, I deleted it 6 months ago. Amadeus. Was AI Kurisu doing well? God, I wish AI Kurisu was part of the story. Knowing her, she was probably coming up with some complicated theory or teasing Maho. It was also possible she was visiting @channel and hiding it from Maho.
アットチャンネル
That's right. AI Kurisu had internet access. So it makes sense if she accessed @channel. But given that,
アマデウスって
could Amadeus post on
掲
message
示板
boards?
に書き込んだりす
He
る
should
こと
look.
できるんだろうか
Kurisu had spent a lot of effort last summer trying to argue with John Taitor on @channel. This happened in the Alpha World line. It meant she was okay with posting. So there was a chance AI Kurisu was doing the same thing. If Amadeus had even temporary access to the network, then just maybe. I opened the web browser on my smartphone. Without really expecting much, I ran a search for a nickname I knew I'd never forget. Curry Gohan and Kamehameha. It was the handle Kurisu had used. I spoke without thinking. I bowed my head a little towards the other customers who were staring at me coldly and looked back at my smartphone. See, this is again like a huge cultural difference. In the US, you could like fucking exclaim something in the middle of a store and people wouldn't even like look twice and be like, okay. Like, no big deal. Amazingly, the search turned up several hundred results. They were all comments on @channel. I took a look at the dates on the results page. The oldest dated back to 2008. Those must have been written by Kurisu when she was alive. I never expected to see traces over here. Did she really post this much? I didn't realize she spent that much time on @channel. Her comments were spread out on a lot of different boards. Physics, mathematics, science fiction, and of course, occult boards. For example, in the science fiction threads, she had passionate discussions about time machines. But unlike in the Alpha World line, she never came out and denied the possibility. Surprisingly, some of her comments seem to be quite the opposite. I guess that's not surprising at all. Give me your opinions, guys. That super spooky Anon at all wrongs reserved. After all, she'd gone through all the work required to write a paper on time machines. Compared to that, her comments on the occult boards were brutal. She would absolutely crush the arguments of anyone who dared propose that anything even the least bit scientific. Supernatural phenomena like crop circles, poltergeists, and spontaneous human combustion. Out-of-place artifacts, the Mayan doomsday calendar, conspiracy theories about how human DNA had been brought from another planet. She broke them down and refuted them with a cold thoroughness that even drove her away her own side, and if anyone dared challenge her, she'd leave them flat on the canvas. It was just like Kurisu. Her comments offered so little room for discussion, it was aggravating to read. Did she actually enjoy this occult stuff? She put enough energy into this, I couldn't help but wonder. It's not that she enjoys it. It's not that she enjoys the occult. She enjoys crushing the spirits of idiots and people who don't believe in science. The first time I met her at last year's ATF, I'd gone through the same experience. But, after a certain point, the Curry Gohan comments suddenly stopped. The cutoff date was July 27th of last year, the day Kurisu died. The last comment was a slightly too heated response to someone who was mocking Dr. Nakabachi's time machine conference. My chest tightened with sensations of nostalgia and sorrow. I decided to close the browser. But then I stopped as soon as I saw her next comment. I brought the phone closer to my face and stared at it again and again. The date of the comment was December 1st, 2010. It can't be. Kurisu died in July 2010. So this couldn't possibly be her. So who was it? Amadeus, right? Was it someone else who'd taken over the identity of Curry Gohan? Or was it... Since there was no trip code, I couldn't tell for certain. What's that? Oh, that's just like your number. December 1st was just after Maho and Dr. Leskinen had come to Japan, and also about the time I'd encountered AI Kurisu. After that, Curry Gohan commented at a rate of about once per week. I looked for the most recent comment. Last night! It was a discussion about relativity. She really did get foul-mouthed when she went on @channel. So you're one of those people who thinks the Michelson-Morley experiment led to the development of relativity theory? No wonder you aren't making sense. Go back to grade school, fool. Lol. No point even talking to you, Lamau. Then I realized she said something similar to me face to face. This wasn't some imposter. This was really AI Kurisu. What a miraculous and yet stupid story. Did Maho and Dr. Leskinen know about this, I wonder? Probably not. AI Kurisu wasn't going to tell them. I couldn't help but laugh. Should I try to make contact with her? I wanted to see if this Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha really was AI Kurisu. Then I came up with a good handle. Of course, this was a knockoff of Maho's ID. If Kuri Gohan really was AI Kurisu, she'd have to notice it, right? Okay. Thought I smelled moron. It's true that the original purpose of the experiment was only to prove the existence of Aether, but you can't deny it helped Einstein. As a result, you can say that it formed the basis of his theories. Someone needs to go back to school, and it ain't me. Posted. How about that? I wrote something deliberately provocative, and importantly, I mixed in some mistakes. Not to brag, but I thought I knew a lot more about Kurisu than Mahu did. If it is Kurisu, this will bait her right in.
クリスならな。
かりん
At some point, Mayuri walked in front of me.
なんだ。もう来てたのか。
You're here already? Been so busy writing my comment I hadn't noticed. I hurriedly put the phone away and stood up.
じゃあ行くか。
Ready to go? What's wrong?
どうした？
Nothing.
行こ
Mayuri and I left. What the fuck? Damn. Mayuri and I met up and headed for Tokyo Hands. I felt refreshed inside the AC store. A lot of this route's the same other than that Ash Channel segment. If it was this hot in June, I shudder to think what it was going to be like in July.
それで
What are you gonna
一体
buy?
何を買う？
ね商
Gonna make signs for
専用の
advertising.
ポップを作るんだ
今年は込みまで同人
Are
誌
you
が
going to put out a book?
違うよ
Nope. It's for Okabe Green Grocer.
は？
Huh?
なんだって？
What'd you say? My family?
今日オカリンの家に行った時
When I went to your house, I talked to your
おじ
dad.
さんとじゃあマユシ
I
が
said
作る
Mayushi would make them.
って
Serious?
おい
My dad could be a jerk.
おいお前がそんなことする
There's really no reason for you to have to do that.
でもマ
But I
ユシが
wanted to.
やりたいからやっている
本当にいいの
You're sure?
オカリンやおじさん
Your parents are always so nice to me.
じゃあ
I'll get you something as a thank you
代わり
present.
に
And this is where he gets Kagari's thingy for her.
野菜や果物を売るの
How are you gonna use a heart shape to
ハ
sell
ート
fruits and
型なんてど
vegetables?
う使うつもりだ？
うーん
Just has to be
例
cute.
えばこんなふうおっきな松茸くん今夜のおかずに奥さんいかが
Matsutake-kun is thick and sturdy. Why not take him home tonight, ma'am?
あと
Or
は
maybe
甘くてとろり
try my juicy ripe
早く
melons.
食べてねブレたメロンちゃん
Thank you, Mayuri.
お前まさか知らないうちに
Daru didn't brainwash you while I
誰も
wasn't
洗脳
looking,
さ
did
れた
he?
わけじゃないよな。
Daru moment?
え
Yeah?
ああいや
Never mind. Mayuri looked confused and oblivious.
とにかく
Anyway,
ハート型のポップは不許可だ。
no heart shapes. It'll look like we're up to something we shouldn't be.
そうかな
Really? But I think it's cute.
可愛いと思う
可愛くなくてい
It
い。
doesn't have to be cute, that's what I'm trying to say. My original intention not to interfere had gone by the
そ
wayside.
もそもこれ以上買っても
Anyway,
絶
if
対
you
余
buy
る
more
ぞ
than this, you're gonna have extras. My shopping cart was filled with cardstock of various colors and shapes.
これだけあれば
This'll last us a long
困らない
time.
よ。
そうだねじゃあ
You're right.
ここまでにしよう
Okay, let's go. waifu spotted in the background here. I don't know who, but she's cute. They went to the cash register to cash out. But since it was Saturday, the checkout area was overflowing with shopping carts. Since it was going to take a while, I sent Mayuri to browse the toy section. I knew they'd have some stuff from one of her favorite shows, Rynet. Mayuri looked apologetic, but did what I told her. In the end, I waited a whole 15 minutes. Yeah, we did this. Yep. It's a regular green Oopa, right? The rare one's the metal one. Yeah. Mayuri was wagging her finger at me. Nope. This is a green Oopa, but not regular. It's the super fairy that was from the movie. Can I spoil the movie? No! Fight with an evil super hacker in a virtual world. The fairies live there, and they all come together and power up Oopa. We did this in a previous stream. I forget which route it was. Maybe it was Mother Goose? Mayuri is quite lucky. She has someone that can alter timelines to keep her alive, but never notice her affections. Ocarine, Mayushi will treasure this forever and ever. Please do. Make sure you don't lose it in 5 minutes. It happened before, yeah. I wonder if she ever found it. I didn't really want to remember that time in my life, so my memory of what happened to the metal Oopa was vague. That's important to note. I'm never going to lose it again. Should I help you make the ads? Nope. I'm fine. I'm a little worried after you tried to buy heart-shaped cardstock. It's fine. Need to call Mom. Why not eat at my place? I'm sure they'll get you anyway. Yeah. Not gonna go to singles parties. This route's really weird. He's busy with his studies. Her expression darkened. She stopped moving. Oh no! My watch! I just warned you! It's the only cute thing in the gulag they threw Nakabachi in. Yeah. I just got a message from Kaede. I didn't notice. What should I do? Mary seemed like she was on the verge of tears. Something happened? Fubuki's in the hospital from the disease. Hey, Ocarine. You told me before, Fubuki's not sick, right? She's really not sick? Fubuki's back in the hospital. Couldn't believe what I was seeing. And Leskinen will be here. Oh my god, I didn't tell you I was back in Tokyo. It's been so busy. Why can we not skip this? We've absolutely read this. They're judging the hotel. They thought it'd be dirty, but it's not. God damn Yuki sprites. They really are. Did you not save last time we did this? Well, I had to do another trigger. This is after the second trigger for the new route I'm on. We're on a new route, but the dialogue is the same. Because we've had so many new moments. Like, even at the beginning of this route, that At-chan segment. So it was like, same movement, the At-chan segment was new, and then same movement as another route. Like, this is all duplicate. Is this, like, closely tied to another route? And it won't let me skip the dialogue, so it's acting like it's not, It's close in steps to the bad end, yeah. So yeah, maybe there's like some minor differences, but not much. How's she doing? Doesn't look like her illness got worse. I guess we'll see a difference when we talk to Leskiman. Because true enough, I think we had Amadeus last time we were here. Remember right, she's got the disease, the new encephalitis. There hadn't been a single casualty. But there hasn't been a world line change for us to talk to Fubuki with. I was certain what they were calling encephalitis was actually something similar to reading Steiner. One time when I went to visit Fubuki in the hospital, I secretly investigated. I wasn't able to get proof, but I found out most of the patients in her wing had, to varying degrees, memories of the same world line. Many people had memories of Japan at war. We see Fubuki? They're doing an MRI to look at her brain. To see what makes her such a side character. Ooh. What a good hospital. Is her family rich? No, it's a joint operation between America and Japan to figure out what's going wrong. Yep. Wasn't sure how I felt. If I was right about the disease, it was hard to imagine a bigger waste of money. Try to keep the patients far away from each other. I don't know why he thinks it's a big waste of money. If they're gonna research time travel, knowing how to get reading Steiner would be a big fucking benefit. Like, reading Steiner would be absolutely imperative to being able to efficiently time travel. Or else you end up getting fucking Suzahad. I failed. Ugh.
Yeah, それはそう。脳というのはね、他人が見た夢なのに、それに共感を
Once a person hears about the dream, the brain can trick them.
自分が見た夢のように錯覚してしまう。
Chat's been real quiet today. How are you guys doing?
だってあるのです。
Professor!
レスキネン教授
I hurried over.
レスキネン教授
Hey, it's me, Okabe.
岡部です
Must have been wearing his translator, because he was communicating with the old doctor. His face quickly broke into a smile when he saw me. Quickly, come to the basement of Tokyo Denki, Okabe. I have wonderful things to show you.
Oh, Rintaro!
His voice was so loud, everybody in the lobby looked at him. He didn't seem to notice.
ちょっと待ってください教授ストップストップ
I was so surprised I got excited. He bowed to the people around him.
レスキネン先生。
Who is this young
この
man?
青年とは
あ、
見たところまだ学
What's
生の
going
ようだが、どこ
いえ、俺は
彼は9月から
He'll be a student at VCU in September. I'm planning on having him come to my lab.
おほう、ビクトル・ポンドリア大学かね。これは驚いた。
This guy is such a
日
kid.
本人であそこへ行ける学生なんてめったにいない。
Pranked.
あの
Who was that guy?
この病院の
Director of the hospital. Casual, no big deal.
そんな偉い人相手
You
に
just told a lie to someone that important?
ついたんです。
おや
Did I lie?
私は嘘。確かに
Said you'd be a student in September. I didn't mean this September.
それとも
Gotcha. Fingers were
君
crossed.
は結局我が校に来る自信がないのかな。だったら少し残念だが。
It's hard to hate him.
でも驚きました。
I had no idea you were in
教
Japan.
授がまた日本に来ているので。
ウィンタールはどこか具合でも
You're not
悪いの
feeling
か。
well?
あ、いえ、違います
I'm。here to visit a friend.
ああ、そうか。
That's good.
いや、そ
Well,
の友
not good
人
for
に
your
とって
friend.
あ、いえ。それで教授こそ日本の病院で何を？
君も知っているだろう。アメリカ政府の依頼で私も
そうなんで
I hope
す
we're
か。
not about to get the bad end.
レスキネン教授が新型脳炎を。
もしかしてその
ああ、
Yeah, you met my friend at the Christmas party? Yes.
実は君と勝美が
You both
そうやって
collapsed,
倒
right?
れただろう。
Yes. In my case, I'd been sent to the other world line.
勝美には
I met up with her again several days ago. She demanded to know why she was being sent back to the hospital.
私
そうでしたか。
もう少し協力的になってくれ。
ああ、
Tell her to be more
実際のと
cooperative.
ころ我々も日本の医師団も研究を進めてはいるんだけど
Wrinkles had
ね。
formed on his face from
ど
exhaustion.
れ
He
も
must have been working
下
hard.
船正直最初は
What's wrong?
あ、
Well,
何か
いえ、俺は医学生じゃないのでさっぱりです。
I was just about to tell him about reading Steiner, but in the end I couldn't. If my uninformed opinion was wrong, it could cost the encephalitis patients their lives. I don't know why he thinks it's an uninformed opinion. My man has literally time traveled. It's not really uninformed anymore. He's actually gone through and experimented and, like, achieved the dream. Or achieved, like, the result. Like, reading Steiner, like, cannot be denied at this point. I mean, I guess the other patients might not have it, but it's definitely not uninformed. Hang on one second. Need a stretch. I got a Nutrigrain bar. These are really good.
ところでそのか自分たちは病気じゃない別の世界の出来事を
She said she wasn't sick and was experiencing another world. Ooh, spooky. They're gonna doubt her sanity.
中瀬さんはその
No.
とても他の平行世界を感知できる力なんて実は俺もそういうことを言っていた時期がある。
だけどね 私も治療プロジェクトに参加し、確かにこの病の特徴とし集団幻覚に近い。
It's a mass hallucination.
こんなことは初めてでね。正直
The giveaway here is that he's even bothering to entertain Okabe's opinion that Leskinen knows more than he lets on.
平行世界とか前世の記憶とかね。
そうですか。
君も克美からいろいろと話を聞いてくれると助かるよ。
Which was kind of the giveaway for me during the bad route, which was when I started assuming he was the bad guy. Because despite Okabe being totally uneducated in this, he's like, what do you think? Yeah, I'll ask her what she's thinking. Maybe. Sure.
さて、リンタロウ、それはそれとして、クリスマスパーティーの時にも感じた。
Girlfriends are cute. It is quite surprising that there's not a single unattractive person besides Daru in Okabe's entire group, huh?
やはりあの中に恋人がいたりするのかい？ユキ。
Are you involved with any of the girls?
いや、別に無理に聞かせてくれとは言わないよ。ただ、まあ、可愛い教え子にちょっとした。
I hope to have something to tell my favorite student.
思ってたけど。それじゃリンタロウ、私はもうちょっと院長と話をしないといけないから。
Talk to the director a bit more and I'll be going.
できればユキたちにも一人一人ハグ
I'd love to give all those girls a hug, but I'll save that for next time. Sure. Was that Dr. Leskinen? I like that Yuki is always cradling her arm in just the right way to point for some reason. I don't know what she's pointing at, but that arm position is very important. I'm sure of it. Thought he went back to America. So this time it looks like we even cut out the Fubuki thing, because I remember talking to her in the hospital. Or maybe I'm confusing world lines again. Did I need to talk to Dr. Leskinen about reading Steiner? How would I explain it? Might be a better idea to talk to Maho and have her explain it. Oh, this is where she's brainwashed, but maybe she's not brainwashed? Yeah. So, okay, this is where we're mixing the lines up right here. So, we had that exact scene had played out. And then Okabe leaves saying, I need to talk to Maho about reading Steiner. And then in the other timeline that we had experienced, she's brainwashed. So when he tells Maho about the time travel and shit, Maho, Winter Soldier, chokes Okabe out and then turns him in. But she's not brainwashed this time because they delayed their return to America because of the thingy. Also, shout out to the hentai game advertisement up here. We said goodbye and left. I went to @channel, eager to see how Kurosu responded to the bait I'd spread this afternoon. Whoa. I put my hand over my mouth to stifle the noise. Mayuri had been standing next to me, leaning over on my screen. I baited her, all right. I didn't think it'd go this well. The timestamp was from just 30 minutes ago. It was Fitzgerald and Lorentz who based their hypothesis off that experiment. Einstein himself said it had nothing to do with his theories. You don't even know that? How ignorant are you, Raffle? I decided to respond. You're the ignorant one. In a letter written before his death, Einstein said that he was aware of Michelson and Morley's experiment. I posted, then reloaded. There was already a response. I know that. Duh. The time lag is just 21 seconds between posts. Yeah, it's gotta be her, obviously. All he said was that he knew of the experiment, obviously. Einstein used the Fizeau experiment and stellar aberration to come up with the theory of relativity. It was kind of irritating to have her come after me so hard. It was as if she was insulting me as a person. Well, I was the one who had deliberately written in mistakes, so I should have expected that. You can't let anyone else win, can you? I see you haven't changed a bit, lol. Are you Mozart? The thread's other users were probably confused, everyone except for her. Mayuri had been watching our exchange and looked at me confused. Do you know this Kurigohan person?
まあな。
Yeah,
多分
with someone I've known for a long time, I think.
だと思う。
Now then, how did she reply to the nickname post I just wrote? I was curious, but there wasn't an immediate response like before. The train reached Ikebukuro Station. Oh, Karine, we're here. Excuse me, Mayuri. I have to cuck you with this AI on 4chan. The train slid into the station and stopped. I reloaded the thread one more time. It was a very short response from Kurigohan. Someone give me a TLDR. Who are you? There could be no doubt now. The Kurigohan was AI Kurisu. Now is this a flashback from the other bad end route? It was a very hot day in 1998. Whose eyes are those? What do you mean? What? It was a very hot day when Suzuha said goodbye to Kagari. She'd gone to get food and water from a local store. When she'd come back and opened the hatch, Kagari was inside screaming. Whose eyes are those? You wouldn't get it. Oh. Kagari's trying to try and travel, but Suzuha's like, it'll only work for me. It's really irritating, actually, that this route's like identical.
目を覚ましたらだから係それであちこちいじってるうちにこんなごめんなさいそうか
She was cramped in the machine and had a panic attack.
お前は時間移動のショックで気を失ってたんだよだから休ませておいたんだけど悪かった
Oh my god, the sky is so beautiful.
約束するんだじゃあ私は仕事にかかるからお前はその辺で休んでるんだ飲み物と食べ物は適当に食べていい何をするの
She's fixing the Y2K problem, right?
2000年問題は勉強施設の学校表向きはね公表されてない
I like that they just casually had this small rewrite here of like, yeah, Dara fixes the Y2K
いくつか
problem.
の地域そうなの問題だったのはこれには古いプロというよりそんな言語で第三次世界大戦はもしかすると2000年問題で発生したある事象としかも西暦それに関連して私たちが目指してる 狭間の世界線。シュタインズだからこれは2000年問題を起こさないようにするための修正プログラムなんだよ。オーケー、つながった。でも未来を変えちゃったらカガリたちが
Oh, Kagari got it. Yeah,
もう
yeah,
あの
yeah.
世界は存在させ
Kagari freaks out. No, you can't erase mummy.
声、神様の
I hear God's voice. No, no. This feels like it has some like Gregarian
Kagari.
chant music playing when she's like, I hear God's
ダメ
voice.
だよ。
Oh.
ダメなんだよ、鈴葉お姉ちゃん。おい。
And she rips out the IBN, destroys it.
お前、何を。やめろ。
Wah.
動いちゃダメ。
I hear God's voice and he can't speak English too well.
正気か。やめるのは何？世界を変えちゃいけないんだ。お姉ちゃんはじゃあそんなのわかなら私たちはうるさい。この世界を消すなんてダメだよ。絶対にやめろ。 やめてくれ、カガリ。やめろ。
Suzuha never saw her again. And then someone decided we should probably write Kagari out of this story because we've spent so little time developing her as a character. It's kind of too late to save it now. Okay, I think this is different now, where Maho shows up at the lab. I do remember Suzuha like having her dream of like, oh my god, Kagari's here, I know it. But I feel like here in the last route is where Okabe shows up and is like, yeah, I'll help you. Dara was sitting at the computer next to Suzuha, talking into his monitor. The monitor was displaying a video chat screen, and on the screen was a young girl dressed in a slovenly fashion. Ahem, no, a proper full-grown lady. Morning. I like that she looks like she's got cat ears with how her hair is like standing up. I can't read anything on the wall. But I like Suzuha's like cute little what the fuck am I looking at? This thing down here. There you go. It was 8:30 p.m. at the Future Gadget Lab in Akihabara. Meanwhile, VCU was an hour off from usual due to daylight savings, and it was 7:30 a.m. Are you okay? It's early. She probably just got up. Relatable. Don't fucking wake me up early to talk to me. Maho was a mess. Her hair was never combed right, but her eyes were bloodshot and her gaze was wandering. The spots under her eyes were too dark for the little bit of makeup she'd applied to cover them up. Her cheeks were sunken, which made her look even tinier than usual. On top of all that, her skin was pale. She looked like something out of a zombie movie. Anemic Maho for the win. Normally, she would have gotten upset at Dara's joke, but either she'd gotten used to it or simply given up because she said nothing.
そっちの進展はどう？
How are things there?
なんとかオカリンが分解しちゃう前の状態に組み立て直したを
I've managed to rebuild it to
機能
how
は
it
ほぼ
was
再
before
現でき
Ocarine
て
took
る
it
と
apart.
思われ
I think it does most of what it did before. Daru glanced toward the development room, past the curtain in the back of the lab. Right now, he was working with Maho to recreate what Okabe had called the time loop machine.
うまくいかないの？
It's not going well.
なんか安定しないっつうか
It's just not stable.
普通の電
It
子レン
ends up
ジ
being
に
a
なっちゃう
normal
んだよ
microwave.
ね
Ugh. Were you asking why she was upset at her calling her Tan? Yeah. I do remember asking that, I think. I don't remember if we got an answer or not, though. So, are they building the time loop machine behind Okabe's back after he specifically, like, addresses them and asks them not to, do anything with time travel? They're just saying, fuck it. They didn't include him in this discussion? Good.
そう。
I see.
何がいけないのか
I
しら。
wonder what's wrong with it.
オカリンにそこんところの話を聞ければ違
If
っ
we
てくる
could
んだ
ask
けど
Ocarine,
な
I'm sure things would be different.
無理だよ。
We
私
can't
たち
do
が
that.
こんなことしているって知
He'd
った
get
だ
really
けで
mad if he even knew we were
怒鳴り込んで
working
く
on
るよ。
this. I mean, fuck Okabe, it's not his decision. You're not wrong. Tan is a mispronunciation of Chan, meant to sound like a child saying it. Ah. Because she's a lolly. That makes sense.
おじさんは
Uncle's
恐
afraid.
れているんだ。
He's afraid of the power of the
世
world
界
line
線の収
convergence.
束する力というもの、あの人を説得す
It
る
won't
の
be
は
easy to convince him.
容易じゃない。
In fact, he's the only one who could convince himself. In fact, it had been almost a year since she first tried and failed.
ん
There was a moment of silence.
ってマホタン
Wait,
もしかして
Maho, are
寝て
you
んじゃね
asleep? Maho's whole body jerked and she almost fell out of her chair. I like all of her gremlin energy all the time. Ah! I thought for sure they were going to give her like at least one CG in this game. Like they would be fan servicey where she was like sexy. Like the classic movie where the nerdy girl takes off her glasses and combs her hair and suddenly she's beautiful. I actually kind of appreciate that they haven't done that with Maho. She is 100% gremlin energy all the way through, and I'm actually kind of here for it. But I thought for sure at one point in the game that was gonna happen. And even in like the sexy girls' night sleepover, she still has like a panda like onesie on. This isn't a bad idea, and no one will die. Of course.
危なかったわ。
That was close.
前なのに二度寝してし
I
まっ
almost
た
went back to bed before I left for work.
つうか頑張りすぎだお無理して
You know you're
体
working
壊し
too
たら
hard.
意味なく
If you
ね
get sick, it'll only slow us down, you know.
このくらい平気よというか、これだけやってもまだ天才にはかなわないんだから。
Her face again. This is fine. Yeah, totally. She's like, "Ugh. It's fine." Suzuha looks so sad too. She is cute, yeah. But they never gave her the sexy scene, which I'm fine with.
そんなことないと思うけどな。
I don't think so. You know, I think you're a
魔
genius.
王探
気休めなら不要
I don't need you to make me feel better.
岡部さんの言っていたタイムリープ。
I've got all these hints about the time leap machine that Okabe told me about, and I still can't find the answer.
記憶データなんて膨大なもの
How did she manage to compress all that memory data and send it to the past?
クリスは
Kurisu managed to do it, but I... Maho seemed upset. It was obvious, even through the monitor.
あ、ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
愚痴をこぼ
This
して
isn't
い
the
る
time
場合
to
じゃなか
complain,
った
is
わ
it?
ね。
They need CERN.
今日の報告、他に何かあるか
Is
し
there
ら。
anything else to report for
なけ
today?
ればそろそろ出勤
If
しよ
not,
う
I'm
と思
gonna
うん
head
だ
to
け
work.
れど。もう一つある。
One more thing. Suzaha looked at Daru.
前から調べてほしい
About
と
what you
頼
asked
ま
me
れ
to
て
look
た
into.
件について。
何か分かったの？
Did you find something?
はっきりしたことは。
Nothing clear
ま
yet.
だそう。
I see.
あちこちのネットワークに強引に侵入したりとか、
I've done some
ギリギリ
breaking
まで
and
はやって
entering
み
into a
たん
bunch of
だ。
networks, and taking things about as far as it's safe to do so.
別に責めたりしないわ。
I'm not blaming you.
今
Tell me what
分
you
かってい
know.
ることを教えてちょうだい。
いやむしろ激しく罵倒とかしてくれて OK な
No,
わ
if
け
you
だ
want
け
to
ど
start screaming insults, I wouldn't mind that at all.
父さん。
Dad,
早くして。
I'm running out of
時間が来ちゃ
time.
うから。
ほいほい。
Sure, sure. Daru moment. Daru opened a different window on the monitor and displayed one of the text files in it. It was a record of the info Daru and Suzaha had collected.
まず魔法探たちが
First,
ホテル
the
の地
incident
下
where
駐
you were
車
attacked
場
in
で
the
襲わ
hotel
れた事
basement.
件。警察の発
The
表だ
cops
と
say it was some kind
新
of
興カル
crazy
ト教
cultist
団
on a
の
drug
男が
trip.
違法薬物あれ
But that's
間違い
definitely
な
a
く
lie.
嘘だわ。
嘘。
A lie.
犯人の身元は
Just like the
警
police
察発
announcement
表通
said,
り
he was an
某
assistant
大学
professor
の
at
准教
college.
授。これはいいんだけどさ、そい
That's
つが
fine,
宗
but I
教
can't
団
find
体に所
anything
属し
linking
て
him
た
to
っ
the
つう
cult
事
at all.
実がこれっぽっちも出てこないんだよね。公安が隠
I
し持って
tried
る
accessing
教団員
public
のデー
safety's
タにも
secret
アクセ
data
スし
file
て
on
み
the
た
cult
から
too, so I'm
確
certain of it.
定。
捏造ってこ
So
と
they're lying.
なのね。
アットチャンネルとか
If you
見
look
て
at
る
that
とさ、
channel,
信者っぽ
you'll
い人
sometimes see
が
people who
時
look
々
like
書
they're
き
from
こ
the
するん
cult,
だよ
claiming
ね。
that they're innocent,
教
but the
団
whole
は
thing's
無
a
実だ
conspiracy.
とか陰謀だとか、そうすると
Whenever that
一瞬
happens,
でものす
the
ごい
haters
数
show
の
up
教団アン
instantly,
チが
and
湧
they
いて
flame
き
the
て
hell out of the
フル
guy.
ボッコなわけ。しかもそのアンチども
Flame is
もっと
something
も
I
らしい
haven't heard in a while. Refers to the act of harshly insulting or trolling someone.
偽の証拠とかガンガン出してくる
Yeah,
んだ
I
よ
feel like people don't say that anymore. People just say you're
画像付きとかで
trolling me. Or like we troll. Like people don't say, I'm gonna flame this dude anymore. Hey, what's up, Avocado? The haters always have this really well-made fake evidence. Digitally altered images and stuff.
いくらなんで
There's
も
no
あ
way
れ
that's
はちょっと
coincidence.
異常。
You streaming New Year's Eve and day? I haven't decided yet, actually. I'm leaning towards it, yeah. Probably. I streamed the New Year's countdown last year. So maybe I will again this year. But I remain undecided of it as of yet. I don't know. It'll depend, I guess, if I, like, have plans or not. I'm definitely not going to host a New Year's party, but if someone invites me to one, I might go. But if I don't get an invite, then I will, then I'll stream. Stream a New Year's themed game? Is there a New Year's themed game? New Year's themed video game. Oh, BioShock takes place on New Year's? Oh, I remember that. I don't know if anyone... I don't think any of you guys watched my BioShock videos. But I've recorded a BioShock playthrough, and I killed the final boss at exactly midnight on New Year's. It was dope. I didn't even intentionally time it. I, like, beat the boss, and then, like, because it was a recording, I just started, like, messing around on my phone during the final cutscene, because I was like, I'm gonna just edit this out. as I was making the video, and then I saw my phone, and then I was like, oh my god, it's midnight. It was really funny. Because the game technically takes place on the New Year. That made me like grab my phone for some reason. Upload that if you don't stream. It's already uploaded. It's on my channel. I uploaded it like 2 years ago or something. When did I post that Bioshock video? Let us look it up. Just nobody watched it. My Bioshock videos did tremendously bad. Yeah, I uploaded it June 2021. Over a year ago now. Wow. It's gotten 44 whole views. Yeah, my the Bioshock playthrough did not do well. I made 18 cents from it though, so that's cool. What's it called? Bioshock The End? Maho doesn't know anything about at channel? How? She was with Kurisu all the time. Most of the big sites have agents on them, including at channel. They get paid like it's a business, so they do it 24 hours a day, from morning till night. Ooh, spreading fake news. Information control, propaganda. They call it fake news nowadays. Kurisu is deeply ashamed. Very true. But she was so bad at hiding her weebness. Maybe it was only that it appeared that she was bad at hiding it in front of other weebs. But like normies like Maho would never notice it. Politicians and bureaucrats use them to influence public opinion on the net. There are even companies that specialize in this sort of thing. I see. I understand now. America has the same thing. The agents can change their IP, but they can't hide from me. I like that the glasses on Daru's sprite lights up when he says that, to give that true, like, anime protagonist, like, pushing the glasses back up your nose, like, moment, and the glasses shine. I wish Daru had that sprite. Honestly, that would automatically make him a bit cooler to me. If Daru had a sprite where he was like... Or yeah, he was like... I hacked into the network. That would make Daru much cooler. A shame he doesn't do that. I did some research. There's an insane amount of agents assigned to that case. It's to the point where I have no idea where the money to pay them is coming from. I see. What about the attack on your workplace, Dad? Same deal. The police had called it a fight between foreign mafias trying to expand their territory in Japan. The media never questioned the story at all, and even people on the boards of the famously skeptical At channel believed everything they were told. Of course, there was no mention whatsoever of Russia or CERN.
でさ、
I decided to post a thread where I pretend to be a witness and say I
ロシア
saw
の
some
特殊
Russian
部隊
special
を見たって
forces.
すれ立ててみたんだよね。そしたらまあすごいのなん
And
の。
wow, I was
炎上しす
amazed.
ぎてびっ
Talk
く
about
り
some
した。
serious try-hard trolling.
あん時は思
I
わ
got
ず
pissed enough
工
that I
作
almost
員
doxed
の
the,
本名から会
doxed
社
the
名ま
agent.
で全部晒してやろうかと思ったっ
His
つう
real
の。
name, his company name, and everything. Evidently, he'd been really irritated. It was rare for Daru to get so angry. Or maybe it wasn't, she decided.
つまりどこかから圧力がかかっていて
In other words, pressure came down from somewhere to shut down the discussion.
さすがは自由の
That's
国に
Japan for you, a real free country. Try and get some real freedom like America, nerds!
アメリカも似たようなもんじゃね。
America's no different, is it?
違いないわね。
You got that right. How dare you? The two of them smiled at the joke.
つうわけで、僕としてはお手上げ。
Anyway, that's all I can do.
そう、
I see.
それで十分よ。
That's enough.
調べてく
Thanks.
れてありがとう。ヒアジョーさん、研究所か
Do
ら
you think you can get
来日
permission
の許
from the
可が下
lab
り
to
そう
come
な
to
の。
Japan?
それがレスキネン教授の助手として連
I
れて
keep
行って
sending
もらえるよう
requests to go as
何回
Dr.
も
Leskinen's
申請している
assistant,
の
but
だ
they
け
keep
ど
turning them down.
却下のレスキネン教授は今
Leskinen's here
こ
now,
っちに
right?
来てるんだっけ。ええ、
Yeah.
新型の
He's researching the new encephalitis. Since it had nothing to do with artificial intelligence, it seemed Maho wouldn't be allowed to go.
いいわ。どうしてもダメ
But
だ
that's fine. If they keep turning me down, I've got ideas of my own. As a true American worker, she has no vacation days or sick days saved up to go on a trip.
どうする気？
What are you gonna do?
まさか、上官の命令無視してでも正義を貫くとか？
Don't tell me. You're gonna defy your superior officer's orders to drop the case? Then you'll get caught by the bad guys? I've seen that hentai before.
ねえねえ、マホタン。
Hey, hey.
殺せって言ってみて。
Maho,
で
say
きればすごく悔
kill
しそう
me
な顔で。
in as frustrated a voice as possible.
は？父さん。
Dad. Suzuha's hand went for her back pocket.
させん。
Sorry. Daru's shoulders slumped as he apologized. Lately, she'd been able to put a stop to Daru's terrible jokes by just doing that. She wasn't sure if it was a good thing or a bad thing, that she knew exactly how to handle him.
ま、とにか
Anyway,
く近々そっちへ行くわ。
I should be there before too long.
わかった。
Tell us when you've got a
日程が決まったら
date.
連絡を。それとヒアジョーさん。
Oh, and if you're going to
出勤
work,
するならもう一
you
度
should
鏡
take
を見て
another
か
look
ら
in
に
the
した
mirror
方がい
first.
い。
Just before they ended the call, Suzuha decided to warn her.
ん？
Maho stood up and walked toward the closet without turning off the camera. She vanished from view, but a moment later. She must have seen how terrible she looked, because she let out a very unfeminine scream. They relaxed for a moment after turning off the video chat. Suzuha thought back to the time before she'd become a time traveler. She did this every time she got off the chat with Maho.
うーん。
Hey, Vibin, what's up, man?
タイムマシン開発の協力者。
Maho.
ヒアジョーマホ。
Someone who helped build the time machine, huh? It was after Maho had gone back to America that she volunteered to help Suzuha and Daru with the time machine. That meant that when Daru completed the time machine 25 years from now, Maho must have contributed in some way. What did Daru do this time? He made another hentai joke, the usual. But
あんまり未来のことを言うのはまずいんだけど。父さんの
I know I
仲間
shouldn't
に
say too much about the
そんな
future,
名前の人
but there was
いなかった
nobody
んだ
by
よ
that
ね
name helping you, you know?
え、そうなん？
Really?
ということはさ、
Which means she probably
ど
left
こかの
this
タイ
team
ミ
at
ン
some
グで
point.
開発メンバーから抜けるってことなんじゃないかな。
I don't know whether it was of her own free will or due to some external factor. But if nothing else, I don't think she's part of the team. Uh-oh. That's not good. Which is also interesting because the other timeline where Okabe time leaps and becomes Kiyoma again, Maho's the one that sends him back. With Daru, of course, but she's the one that sends him. And that's why she's like, when you see Kurisu again, tell her I beat her fucking time leap record. Which is what I really want. I really want that scene to come into fruition, but it seems like that plot line has been completely lost. See. She's pretty handy to have around, though. I don't really want to say this, but there's a possibility she might be a spy. No way. Not Maho. Sorry. Just want you to remember it's a possibility. I told you, the war of information that comes before World War III has already started. Really funny to think that Daru is a major player in this war of information between nations. Either way, we can't let anyone find out the time machine's secrets. Just make sure you're careful about that. Yeah. How are you going to work on the time machine going forward? We really need Okarin's help. I don't know if we can persuade Okarin. I might have to do it by force. Who was it that already tried that and failed? Suzaha pursed her lips. Even with a gun in his face, Okabe still wouldn't get in the time machine. To be honest, Suzaha was running out of options. She stifled a sigh. It didn't do any good to let herself get down. Daru is very resourceful. Come to think of it, how are things with Mom, huh? I'm more worried about that. I'm trying to get fucking born, Dad. Is everything okay? I'm still gonna be born, right? Well, is that more important than the time machine? Oh my god, how could Suzaha take this without punching him in the face? Hey! Suzaha stormed over to Daru. You can't screw this up, Dad. Daddy's gonna do his best, okay? All you ever do is talk. You even wasted those movie tickets we gave you, didn't you? Oh my god, I'm getting world lines confused again. I thought he was at least doing a decent job. I guess not. She meant the pair of movie tickets that Mayuri and Ferris had conspired to give them at the Christmas party. That was because Okarin and Fubuki collapsed, you know? He was so busy with hospital visits and stuff that the movie left the theater. Not like that's my fault. I heard when they tried to give you new tickets, you turned them down. Okay, now this is a similar dialogue. We're back where we were. Or this is the more bad-ending dialogue. I'm kind of disappointed that they reused so much of this. Fubuki's still not important? Yeah. She's even less important in this route. We even skip her hospital appointment. Maybe the Yuki Daru problem was more important than the time machine. Suzaha brought her hands up to her head. Listen, Dad, I'm not going to be around to lecture you forever, okay? Oh. Suddenly, there was a sad look in his eyes. Don't make that face. If you fucking hook up with my mom, you'll see me again. We said we'd stop worrying about it. We promised. For the past 6 months, Suzaha had been thinking about whether it was really right to erase the world. But in the end, it was none other than Daru who pushed her to go ahead.
ごめん。
しょぼくれてないで母さんにメール
Don't
して
be glum, send mom a
で
message.
空いてたら映画にさ
ゲー
That's too sudden.
高すぎでも何でもいいから誘いなさい
Do it anyway.
返事は
さあ、イエスさあ。
Does the auto thing skip the repeated dialogue? No, it doesn't. Because it's technically new on this route. So it's just a minor thing they overlooked.
あ、でもその前にちょっとだけコンビ
何しに
いや実は夕食がまだっつうか今夜も徹夜になりそうだし遅くならないうちに、睨まないで
バニラ
She wants vanilla ice cream. This is where she gets in the shower and Kagari like breaks into the
庶民が
thing.
なかなか
いっぱいはいらないよ
Then they have their sexy fight.
やれやれ世話がかかるんだから
鈴葉
どうかした
階段のところにさこんなの落ちてたんだよね
An Upa that was faded. Yeah, see, this is so similar. It's crazy.
このウーパー
Why can't we skip this?
どこかで、どこだっただろ
眉氏に見
うそうなのかな
She heard the young girl scream. She remembered it was Kagari.
ママがずっと大切にしてきた
Can we force skip? Yeah, but there's a lot of like new stuff mixed in, so I don't want to miss it.
かがりって
うん
見つかったん
いや
つまり
あいつこのラボを監視してるんだよ
Yeah.
いやあいつはこの世
He's
界
trying to stop us from
という
reaching
ことは
Steins Gate.
まあ世界線ただシュタインズゲート到達を阻止するこれからは用心のためオカリン王子気休めかもしれない
でもさもしそれで嫌われ
父さんがもっと早く母さんと恋人
If
になっ
only
て
he'd
れ
gotten to
ば
be her boyfriend sooner. I do remember that as well.
とにかく注意だけはしておいてよね
なあ鈴葉かがりたんて
そうだよ
あの眉なんか
だとけど今のかがりは
Could someone raised by Mayuri be violent? Yes. Kagari has all of Mayuri's pent-up aggression that Okabe won't be with her. This is where we got into a debate last time about how I really don't like taking a cold shower. Or even a lukewarm shower. I mentioned that toweling your hair is bad for it.
Ah. 父さんが一度戻ってきたのか
Things had been moved. Yeah. We're about to get all sexy fight. It's weird that it makes like a shoe moving noise if she's naked. The gun's been replaced with blanks.
この暑いのによくそんな格好をしていられるな。ヘルメットだ。あんたが探し
The
た私の
voluptuous
服のポケ
body
ッ
of
ト
the motorcycle suit.
なあ
I appreciate that they don't take the helmet off so you can't see Kagari and they can just reuse the Moeka sprite.
これは
No.
ブランクカートリッジ
How is it a
どう
blank?
して
It's not possible.
この
Ow. Kagari went flying all the way to the other side of the room, and then she pounces.
Oh my!
You bitch!
Hey, とてもマシンの中でベソベソ泣いてた子供とは思えないな。驚いたよ。ほら、カガリ、これだろ。
We do be speedrunning the shower fight? Yeah.
どうした？取りに来なよ。
We did another stream of this already. I don't need to reread all of this. Ooh. Let's see the seizure. Yeah.
殺しはしない。
Unfortunately, unlike My Darling's Embrace, there's no way to just scroll up and down the CG. Also, specifically in this scene, they remove all of Suzuha's scars. I wonder why.
今の私にはお前の気持ちだってわかるんだ。でも、こいつ一体どんな訓練を受けてきたんだ。
Fix it, Suzuha! You got some dirty tricks!
覚えたんだな。
おい、鈴は今すごい音しなかった。あれなんで真っ暗なん？
Wait, zoom and scroll the CG in the library? Oh, yeah. No, Dad! Wonder if Kagari knows if she kills Daru here, that Suzuha just disappears.
その手を離せ。父さんに傷一つ。
Daru was so fat he couldn't get up. That's why I told you to lose weight, you loser. Thanks, Suzaha.
すずこれ着て
What was that one fucking drama show that got canceled? It was where people had to lose weight on it. Suzaha should have been a coach on that show. What is it called? Weight loss show. The Biggest Loser, yeah. Oh my god, it's 17 seasons. Suzaha would have absolutely been a coach on that. For Daru. Suzaha's a terrible personal trainer. Yeah, I guess she doesn't really help anyone get fit. You'd think that someone in this group would want to get fit with Suzaha around and being like, hey, I'm a fucking perfect soldier. Everyone's like, nah, I don't care.
So good.
結局あの子とはこうなっちゃうんだな。私さ、あの子のことは
I really did like her. But you at no point did you ever treat her like you liked her though, Suzaha.
小さくても勇敢で、私もそんなあの子にい
Thought
ろ
of
い
her
ろ
like
な
a
こ
little
と。
sister.
けど
Now she's my enemy.
あいつはもう完全に敵だ。
今の鈴葉なんか
You look like a slutty girl in a hentai game right now, Suzaha. Unfortunately, she features in no hentai games, Daru. I already played My Darling's Embrace. We don't get that good end.
え？お？
まあ僕は地上物も結構いける口なんで
I don't
乱
mind
れた裸
hentai
ティーシャ
games
ツと
with
いうの
slutty
もあるといえ
girls.
ば
I
あ
don't
り
think
で
the
すが
whole naked except for a t-shirt thing is all that bad either.
またそうやってふざける。
You could have gotten
大
hurt.
怪我してたかもしれないのに。
Daru shook his head.
僕ささっきはナイフ見て騒いじゃったけ
I
ど
got freaked out by the
でも
knife, but
怖
I
が
don't
る
think I
必
need
要
to be
なかっ
that
たんじゃな
scared.
いあれがもし
Unless I'm
僕の
mistaken.
聞き間違いじゃなかったら
He rubbed the part of his neck where the blade was.
ナイフを突きつけられてた時ほんの少しだけど聞こ
When she
えた
had
ん
the
だよ
knife to my throat, I could hear it.
何が？
Hear what?
彼女
She was
多
crying.
分
Because she got her
What
arm
did
fucking broke. That's why she was crying.
Huh?
Huh? Crying.
だからさ決めつけ
Do you
る
think
の
it's
は
too early to jump to
Hold on.
conclusions?
父さん、
の
アイス
Did you buy me that ice
あ
cream?
もちろん
Yeah.
食べたいな。私ちょっと疲れ。
でおい鈴葉
ごめん。平気。でも少しだけ。
Does that Okabe sprite look kind of happy? We're in July now, which is new, I think. The arrival lobby at the international terminal of the airport was filled with foreigners and Japanese passengers returning home. Look at all these people. I think there's more now than there were a minute ago. This route seems a little haphazard so far.
日曜日の空港を侮ってたにゃ。
I didn't expect the airport to be this busy on a Sunday, nya.
見逃すなよ、マヨリ、フェリス。
Don't miss her, Mayuri Ferris.
とにかく
You know how tiny she is. The three of us were waiting for someone here. Luca can't go. That's because we ghosted Luca earlier. Is this the true route? Technically, the true route will, like, automatically start, I believe, once we get this end or something. But we're probably not doing the full thing tonight. We'd been here almost an hour. Oh, Green, I'm going to have to tell you heard you said that.
冗談だ
Please don't.
やめてくれ
It's just a joke.
でも
There's no sign of her
なか
though.
なか来ないね。やっぱり
Maybe there was a mistake to try and surprise her by meeting her at the airport.
だったのかにゃ。
せめて何時の
You
便
should have at
に
least
到着す
asked
るの
what
かぐらい
time she was
は
arriving.
聞いておくべきだったな
We hadn't told her that we were coming to greet her. But yeah, for this being the true route, I feel like it's kind of all over the place. And missing some details. For all we knew, she was arriving on an afternoon flight. If I'd known we were going to have to wait so long, I would have tried to get the arrival time out of her. There was a stream of passengers flowing by us, but no sign of the person we were waiting for. Just as I was starting to wonder if we'd missed her, she finally appeared. More precisely, I saw a giant travel suitcase rolling all by itself away from the gate. From behind it, I heard a voice.
まったくもう。
Christ, I did not fake my passport. What's wrong with people? Every single time, no matter what country I go to, they always have to check it. It always takes forever.
時間がかかって仕方ないわ。
I walked up to the suitcase and gave it a pat.
いやジョーさん
Maho had been leaning forward and pushing the suitcase as hard as she could. Her mouth hung open when she saw me.
久しぶり
It's been a while.
入国
Glad
で
you
き
were
て
able
よ
to
か
make
っ
it
たな
past customs.
あな
You?
なんか随分やつれて
You
る
look pale. You okay?
な大丈夫か
She's not pale. She's blushing. It's the opposite.
大丈夫に
Of
決まっ
course I'm okay.
てそうじゃないわ。
Never mind. What are you doing here?
今日の昼に来るって話して
He
た
told me you were arriving, so I decided to come
だから
surprise
驚
you.
かせようと思って
そうな
You
の
did that?
それはそれは。
That's
どう
thanks.
もどうも。
For some reason, her voice became really weird the moment she saw me. Was my being here really that much of a surprise?
でも秋葉原駅までは行けるから改札口に
You
迎え
know,
に
I
来て
told
く
you
れ
I
れば
can
いい
get
って
to
言ってみ
Akihabara
たの
Station on
に。
my own and to meet me there.
まあいいじゃないか
Come on.
せっかくだ
You've
し
come all this way. It's the least I can
そ
do.
れに
Also,
君一
I'm
人
really
で
not
本
sure
当
you
に
can
秋
get to
葉まで来
Akihabara
ら
on
れる
your
か
own.
心配だ
失礼ね。
How rude.
私はそんなに
I'm
頼り
not
たく
that
ないわ
helpless.。Mayuri and Ferris came up as well.
魔法さん。てってれー。
I feel kind of bad for Maho now. Like I was originally hoping for the ship, but now that I know this is like this leads to True End, I'm not sure I really support the at least one route being the ship, because this means this is the route where Kurisu is going to come back, which means that Maho is going to have to be second fiddle in everything, and being a scientist, and being Okabe's boyfriend or girlfriend. Everything. I was hoping she could be like the love interest for like one of the side routes that didn't amount to anything. If she likes him in this route, that's bad. So now Mayuri is third fiddle? I mean, yeah. See, Maho is going to end up in that like horrific second place where people in second place are always clinically depressed. So you have first place, those people are in a good spot. The people in second, so Maho is going to just barely lose in both intelligence and being Okabe's love interest. But in third place will be Mayuri. She'll not get Okabe's love interest, but she doesn't even like compare in intelligence, so she's not going to worry that much about it. So she'll be able to like come out of this like okay, but Maho will be scarred by this whole event. Besides, Maho already compares herself with Kurisu, but Mayuri never does. Maho, I missed you! As Mayuri grabbed Maho's hand, Ferris walked up to give her a big hug. Mayuri and Ferris, it's good to see you. Came all this way to welcome me? Thank you. By the way, can you not yell Maho-nyan at the top of your lungs in a place like this? Why nyan? It's cute. Look around. Everyone's laughing. It's embarrassing. Nya? Is it nya? Ferris sticks out after all. Well, I've been waiting here. All the foreigners have been pointing at her and yelling cat ears. Some even asked for pictures. Yeah, Joe, I'll take your luggage. This was a really sudden trip, wasn't it? It was only a few days ago I found out she was coming. Are you here to help Dr. Leskinen again? Well... Maho was fidgeting and glancing up at me. Are you still talking to him very often? Yeah, he's still over here doing research, right? Sometimes he invites me out to dinner. It's a big honor. Oh wow, they're getting really close. I see, so she knows she can't lie about being on the project because Okabe's gotten close to her. Or, close to him. That's bad. Bad? Why? Nothing. Nothing you have to worry about. She was really acting weird. She wasn't like this when I saw her last winter. Was she tired from her trip? That and she's trying to lie, but she's not very good at it. Man, I gotta blow out my candle. It's been going for like 3 hours now. It just blew all the smoke back into my face. Or was us seeing here? Or was seeing us here that much of a surprise? You'd think she would have prepared her lie a lot earlier. Yeah, it's true. Okabe's not going to pick up on it either way. I'm not here to help the professor this time. I'm visiting relatives in Okinawa. But since I'm here, I decided to drop by Akihabara first. I see. Okinawa, huh? For a moment, the name of that place brought back visions of that nightmarish time. After I collapsed on Christmas, I was sent to another world line where I spent a month fleeing in Okinawa. That sounds so nice. I'd love to go there. You didn't go there on your school trip, yeah? We went to Hokkaido. I went to Hawaii, yeah? Wow! A foreign country! Aloha! Putting aside the girls and their talk of school trips. You're not staying in Tokyo that long? Yeah, I guess I wouldn't be, you're right. Do you have a hotel in Akihabara? Yeah? Not yet. We'll look for a cheap place. Stay at my place. You can use the same room you used before, yeah? Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to have you, yeah. Really? How about this, yeah? You can stay for free, but in exchange, you just have to do a little bit of work at my cafe, yeah? Your cafe? May Queen, right? You can't mean the place where they wear the cat ears. Maid Maho? Is the fan service about to be real? That's right, yeah.
この時期は煮
All
込
my
みメイド
cat-eared
の
maids
女
are
は
busy
煮
with
物準備
cleanup
でいろいろ忙
preparations
しいの
right
よ
now, yeah.
お休み取りたいって
They come to me crying, asking for time off, yeah.
つまり
In
深
other
刻な
words,
煮込み
there's a serious shortage of cat-eared maids, yeah. I doubt that.
なのにゃ
That's right, yeah.
というわけでマホニャン
So how about it, Maho, yeah?
どうかにゃ
How about it, yeah? Mayuri just wants days off.
お断りします
I refuse. What? Why not?
なんでって当たり前
You
でしょ
know why. I wouldn't look good in
私
those
に似合うわ
things.
けないわ似合うよ
You sure would. Mayushi's sure you'd look great.
まゆしいわ意義なしだにゃ
No objections, yeah. Oh, Green, you think so too, right? Yeah.
ああきっと
Yeah, I'm sure
ファ
she'd
ン
get
がつく
plenty
ん
of
じゃないか
fans.
ファンなんてそんな
Fans?
お世辞は嫌いよ
I don't like being flattered.
別にお世
I'm
辞
not
じゃないん
flattering
だ
you,
けど
though.
だとしたら
Then you need to go to an optometrist and get your eyes checked.
にゃにゃ
Yeah, yeah. She turned all red.
なってません
I did not.
マホニャンはもっと
I
自
think
分の
Maho
魅力
now
に気
needs
づ
to
くべきだ
realize
と
how
思う
attractive she is, yeah.
マユシ
If
が
Mayushi
男
was
の
a
子だ
boy,
っ
she'd
た
be
ら
in love.
キュンってしちゃうの
Women can love women, Mayuri. It's 2022.
だからそんなこと
I'm
な
telling
い
you,
と言
that's
っ
not
てるの
true.
に
I
部
think you
屋嬢
should
さんは
probably.
多分
I don't know how to say it.
そのもうちょっと
Put a little bit more effort into your appearance, maybe.
おしゃれとか
Oh
して
God,
みたらいいんじゃないかな
that's so rude.
そうすればもっとこ
If you
う
did, I'm sure you'd look more. I was trying my best to sound encouraging, but ended up just sounding like a real jerk. Of course, she was annoyed.
私は今のままで十分よ
I'm fine.
研究が
My
第
job as a
一なんだ
scientist is my first priority.
でもでもいそ
But,
れ
but,
じゃ
but, what if you find a guy you like,
どうする
yeah?
の
You won't be able to show him how you
相手に気
feel,
持ちを伝
yeah.
えられなくて大丈夫よそういう人なんてできないと思うから
I don't think it'll ever happen, so it doesn't worry me. She gave a sigh that was a little too deliberate.
はあと
I'm sorry.
ごめんなさい
The jet lag
時
of
差
the
ボケ
trip
と
had
飛
me a
行
little
機の
tired.
疲れでちょっとわかるにゃ時差ボケって
Jet
結構
lag is
辛い
rough,
んだにゃ
yeah.
リムジンを用意
I've
して
got
あ
a
る
limo
から
ready.
マフニャン
You
も
can
持って
catnap on the way, yeah.
リムジン
A limo? Ferris had rented a white limo to pick up Maho. She really did go overboard. Oh, Kubrick, yeah, he's like leaned over. She's like all leaned over and is like, oh, woe is me. No one will ever love me. Thanks to that, Mayuri and I were able to enjoy its big, comfy seats on the way here.
なんなら
You can rest on my lap if you want, yeah.
それともマユシ
Or would you rather rest on Mayushi's lap, yeah.
マユシは
Mayushi's okay with that.
結構よ
I'm fine,
子
I'm not
供
a
じゃあ
kid.
るまいし
でも傍目から見てもだいぶ疲
But
れ
I
て
can tell you're really tired, though. Are you that busy with work? That's super rude to just... also, to be like, yeah, I can tell you're tired. Shit's wild.
それはまあ
Well, I got two projects
掛け
going
持ちし
on.
ているわけだから
掛け持ちというと
Two
アマ
projects?
デウス以
You're
外に
working on
何
something
か
besides
やってるの
Amadeus? She quickly put her hands over her mouth.
それは企
That's
業秘密なの
classified information.
そうか
I see.
それは悪かった
Sorry about that. It was true that American university labs had lots of stuff like that going on. I'd heard there were a lot of industrial spies. If she wasn't careful about what she said, she might get fired or worse. It was a mistake on my part to even ask.
そうい
Come to think of it,
えば橋田さんは
Where's
今日は
Daru?
どうしたの
あいつなら今日は
he's doing the most important job of his life right now.
大事な用が
人生をかけた
The most important job of his life. Daru's on a date.
デート
Maho's like, oh, even Daru can get a date, and I can't. Devastated. Maho's shock was almost comical.
私
I must be really tired. I'm hearing things.
ひどいけん
いやそう思う
I can understand why you'd feel that way, but
本当に
he really is on a date.
信じられない
You're kidding me. That pervert?
変態が
Even Maho was calling him a pervert. Daru had said he was talking to Maho a lot too, and I could just imagine what their conversations were like. But actually, if Daru didn't do his best today, it would ruin the entire world's chain of causality. In that sense, Daru's date today was an event with a universe-spanning implication. Mages when they want Daru to be a major character in the science adventure universe. He's a universe-bending character! The entire universe bends around his every action. Did we ever find out why Yuki likes Daru? No, we haven't. The only implication so far is that, she's just into some kinky stuff. And Daru's the only one that accepts that. That's really all we got. Beyond the universe forcing her to. That's pretty much all we got. So yeah, this is another scene we've seen before, where Yuki and Daru are on their date here, and then Yuki and Suzuha have a food eating contest. They get the big food thingy. Why are you ordering major curry on your first date? The Beauty and the Beast couple Suzuha was watching, of course, was Daru and Yuki. It's so funny, like, Yuki does look a lot like Suzuha, but, like, honestly, so much cuter. They should remove the curry scene from the bad end? Yeah. Because it's the bad end, right? They don't hook up, Suzuha's never born, the future is fucked. She clutched her spoon and gritted her teeth. Suzuha knew next to nothing about youth culture. This is where I commented before on the first stream of this game that she was looking like a Danganronpa character here.
連れてきてもらえて
それ
お
He's nervous on his date.
ありがとうございます ええちょっと手が濡れただけですからそれよりそれじゃいただきます
いただきます。
いただきます。
一体何をやってるんだ父さんは。あんなん
And
じゃ
she's like real
母さ
upset.
んに愛想つかされちゃうよ。
はいメジャーカレールーマシー
あ、あら？鈴葉さん、声、いや気がつかなかったんだよ、全然。とまあそういうことなんで、二人ともごゆっくり。
Beautiful Daru face. Yuki came over and picked up Suzuha's plate.
あ、
Too nice for her own good.
すみません。
はいどうぞ
OK ですって。 ちょっと
Top quality Yuki's bright.
なんではあ審判は橋田さんにやってもらいましょう。いや、
They should have been a CG of their food eating contest
デート中
instead of all the phones, right?
あ、そうです。改めて言われると私デート中に他の女とそうどうでしょう。でもほらアニメとかコミックお兄ちゃんを取られたくない妹が彼女さんに向かって勝負だみたいなのそういうものなの兄さん。
But even when she turned to Daru for help, he was just awkwardly there.
兄さん
なんか
どうしたのさ。
You're acting
なんか
weird.
おかしいよ。
どうもしてないお
I am not acting weird. I am not acting weird at all.
お
Yuki looked concerned. She should be concerned. She's on a date with Daru. She would be gone from this era soon. Woo!
鈴葉さんがいてくれて助かり
Yeah,
ま
it's
した。
still really annoyed that we
私
reuse these
橋田
scenes.
さん単にでもそれ
And I
が
can't skip them.
映画の後はすっかり私カレー屋さんにそれで偶然
Suzuha should have just gone to the movie with him.
ゆきさんは
Do you like my brother?
いや私が言うのもなんだけど鈴葉さんは
What do you think about your brother?
私好きですか
Do you like him? Hate
嫌い
him?
ですか好きですよね
You like him?
まあ
There are parts of him she didn't like, but of course she loved her dad.
で私のことは別に
Why are we talking about me?
それで
What about
ゆき
you?
さんは私は
I don't really know if I like Daru or not.
好きか
Rip. Even in this timeline, we'll never know why Yuki likes Daru. Suzuha felt uneasy about the future.
そんなの嫌だ
She looked straight into Yuki's eyes.
私さ
I want to leave.
ちょっとそうなんです多分心配なんだ
I'm worried about Dad. I mean my brother.
だからさ
So Yuki,
こんなこと
I know this is weird for me to ask. She bows and is like, please take care of him.
橋田至をよろしくおね
There was no answer from Yuki. Yuki had already ran away. She looks lonely. Kind of sad.
私は
I don't know.
どうしたいんでしょうねああもうどうするんだよこれじゃ破局の危機だよ
Ah,
まだ始まってもい
jeez.
ないけど
Everything's almost finished, even though it's never started. As soon as she got back to the lab, she yelled at her useless father. That's the Daru moment.
鈴葉ごめんな
The Shida family is doomed.
しょぼくれてるんじゃないシャレじゃ済まない
That's not funny.
とりあえず今日はなんで
Start explaining why you were acting that way.
説明し今朝出かけるときはあんなに楽しそうだったじゃないか母さんだって映画の途中までは普通だったって言ってたし一体何があったの
いやそれがさ映画の座席って狭いじゃんだから僕そしたら椅子がで慌てて体を支えようとしそれが肘掛けじゃなくて
うん
I mean, it's actually kind of an easy conversation, Kyler, if he just said, like, when my sister moved away, she died. So I would like to name my daughter after my sister who died in remembrance, if they don't talk about the time travel. But considering that Daru's all about inventing the time machine, she probably would have figured it out at some point, right? Future Yuki must know. Because time is a great big zero, or a loop. Some would call it Steins Gate loop.
嘘じゃないよ。ただ僕、女の子と手をつなぐなんて。
それでどうしたの？
アマネシ優しいからさ。僕ってこのタイ
Future Yuki died? Yeah, but Suzuha was like a teenager when Yuki died.
ベッタになるわけじゃん。なんかそれから。
ああ。なるほど。
アマネシもきっと心の中。
母さんはそんな人間じゃないよ。私は。
She's gunned down by drones. Yeah, but we're talking about the age that future Yuki dies, and it's probably when Suzuha's like a teenager or something. Let's give up on mom and you can live with me. How am I supposed to be born? How come you're not trying? She grabbed your father by the collar. Okay, so now this is different, I think, because I don't remember Ferris showing up here. So now we're back onto new things. But the Suzuha yelling at Daru about the bad date was normal. Or happened in the bad end. She recognized the voice coming from below. Is that Ferris? Suzuha let go of Daru's collar and moved to the window. Below, she saw a group of people she knew. Oh, Okabe doesn't have his jacket on. Okabe, Mayuri, Ferris, and Maho. Hyajo's here already? Why is she here with Uncle Ocarine? Then she gave a start and turned back towards the room. Wait, this is bad. We haven't put it away. Huh? Suzuha pointed toward the desk in the development room, where the phone wave, name subject unchanged, Unit 02 was sitting. Oh crap! Hide it! And nothing else. This meant that Maho was coming to the Future Gadget Lab. Suzuha hoped this meant that work on the phone wave, name subject to change, would get back on track. Vega and Altair. Altair at the point of infinity. Man, I can't believe this has an Assassin's Creed reference in it. What? 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 What happened? What did we miss? Was it an ending? I don't think so. Maho just blew up in smoke, I guess, yeah. Yeah, I just cleared presage or recognize. Which is not an ending. Yeah, I'll keep going for a bit. But yeah, I mean, it feels like I can't end right here. There's a small explosion in the room filled with smoke. Open the window!
ゲホゲホゲホ大きいゲホドキ
Oogie doogie! Maho crawled out into the living room. Daru rushed to open the window. Oh. This is probably not an ambush. They're probably just experimenting with the phone wave.
ゲホゲホゲホ大きいゲホドキ
Yeah.
ゲホゲホゲホ
I'll be right back.
大きいゲホドキ
Oogie!
ゲホゲホゲホ大きいゲホドキ
Sorry, I need to get a snack. Just kind of dying. How much is left? In the game. There's obviously this chapter, and then the true end. So definitely still some time to go, I would imagine. But I was thinking tomorrow we can probably do a 10-hour stream. But we probably still want to keep going for a little bit here. This is not a good ending spot. How long is the true end? I remember waking, or wandering, saying that true end was really not that long. Maho crawled out to the living room. Daru rushed open the window, heard a man who was probably the building's owner yell at them. Ashida, what was that sound? Are you making bombs up there? I'll call the cops. Sorry, the microwave blew up. Daru poked out his head out and apologized to the man below. It took a minute, but the owner was finally satisfied and the argument ended. True end should be kind of short. Yeah. Then I guess we will wrap this up kind of soon here then. Wow, that really scared me. As Daru wiped away the sweat, he saw that his face and clothes were both covered in soot. It scared you? It should've. Maho was no different. Some of her hair had been burnt off, and the white lab coat she'd gone through all the trouble to get had turned pitch black. Explain what's going on. Where did the smoke come from?
電子レンジが原因だと思われ
This chapter is 3-4 hours, and then True End is how long?
だからどこかしようとしたのかも
True End seems to be 30 minutes. What? Bruh. That is super short, what? Probably the smoke came from the microwave. I picked it up from a dumpster, so it probably shorted out somewhere. You picked it up from where? What's wrong with you? We're working on one of the greatest inventions in human history. And you're using parts from a dumpster? Why? Commercial microwaves are expensive. That's not true. Microwaves are like 20 bucks, 30 bucks. I can't believe you. Do something about this. Use my credit card if you have to. Maho didn't have that much money, but this was no time to be cheap. I like don't believe that. Isn't she an American professor? Or a doctor? I don't believe that. That's a big help. Maho wiped her sweaty, suit-covered face with a towel. The white towel turned black immediately. I can't take this anymore. I'm turning on the AC. That's not happening.
電話レンジカッコ仮2号機と一緒に稼働させるとブレーカーが落ちるんで
If you use it at the same time as the phone wave, name subject to change. It'll trip the breaker. I told you, you can't use the AC for more than an hour a day because it's so expensive. These working conditions were abysmal. Was Karasu really able to create the time loop machine under these circumstances? Just thinking about it gave her even more respect for Karasu. Fine, but I'd at least like to take a shower and get the soot out of my hair. Go ahead. If you even think about peeking, I'll go straight to Suzuha. Remember that. I need context on how the Kyubai voice for the name subject to change originated. Basically, I just got tired of saying it over and over again in Steins Gate OG, because every time they talked about the phone wave, they added on the subtitle, like, over and over and over and over again. And because I kept saying it over and over again, I just kept up with more and more, like, annoying ways to say it, to add emphasis to the fact that they kept reusing it. The name is subject to change, but it did change. Yeah, but like then they keep calling it with its subtitle. It didn't change. Yeah, it became the time leap machine. That's why it's annoying that they keep giving it the subtitle. For some reason, Daru responded to Maho's warning by sighing and slumping his shoulders. Actually, I don't feel up to dealing with jokes like that right now. Maho didn't mean it as a joke. She was serious. I'm in such a bad way, I'm not even playing hentai games. She heard from Suzuha that the day she arrived in Japan, Daru had screwed up bad on a date. It was true that Daru was a lot quieter than usual. Mayuri had even said that Daru not playing hentai games must be an omen of some impending natural disaster. But either way, she didn't have time for his negativity, so she mostly ignored him and went to shower. Ignoring Daru is the correct route. Since Suzuha used the shower regularly, it was relatively clean. How does Maho even wash all that hair? Yeah, excellent question, man. When my hair was like down to my fucking shoulders, it took me like 30 minutes to wash it. I can imagine how Maho handles that fucking mane she's got. There was a good selection of body soap and shampoo. Suzuha told her she could use it as she liked. The showerhead CG is very important.
まったくせっかくの七夕だっていうのに
Jeesh.
なんでこんなすすま
I'm
みれにな
spending
ってないといけな
Tanabata
いのか
covered
し
in
ら
soot. The day was indeed Tanabata. Actually, Maho had been secretly looking forward to this day. Since she lived in America for so long, she was interested in Japan's traditional summer holiday. She was especially interested in the famous story of Orim and Hikoboshi and the custom of writing down wishes and hanging them from bamboo. I'm only interested in the 4th of July, the day of freedom, the birth of true freedom in the world. I don't know about this Tanabata, but it doesn't sound very free to me. That's the only summer holiday I know. Since she was here, she sort of wanted to try writing down a wish, too. Maybe you should make a wish on a firework. Like a true American, Maho. She didn't want to bring it up herself, because she didn't want anyone thinking of her as childish. But Mayuri, Ferris, and the other girls seemed like they'd want to do something like that. Part of her hoped they'd invite her. That's why it hurt so much to be spending the hot summer afternoon in the lab with Daru, covered in soot. She was thinking about that as she washed herself off when... She could hear Daru calling from outside. What? Don't tell me you're really gonna peek. I dare you to open that door even an inch. I'll cry. Now's no time for being cute. I just got word from Mayushi. Okarin might be coming over. Okabe? Maho's mind started to race. She'd been told Okabe rarely came to the lab. In fact, after he dropped her off on the first day, he hadn't come by even once. That's why she felt safe going in and out of the lab, but... I hid the phone wave. Name, subject, and change. But make sure he doesn't find out what we're doing. Yeah, I know. Wait, I shouldn't even be here. I need to get back to Ferris's place and hide. Why? Because I'm supposed to be in Okinawa. That's how she'd explained her visit to Okabe. If he found out she was working on the phone wave, name, subject, and change. With Daru, there would be trouble. That's right. Okay, hurry up and come out. I can't, now he's standing there. Oh, right. After she was sure he was gone, she quickly washed the bubbles from the soap off her body. Her long hair wasn't dry, but there wasn't time. She wiped herself off with a towel and was about to leave the shower room when she heard the door open. Yo, Daru. He was here already? She quickly shut the door to the shower room again. She looked down and saw she was naked, her clothes lying on the floor past the door. There was no way she could get them without Okabe seeing her. Her only choice was to stay hidden, completely undressed, and wait for him. This is really kind of nerve-wracking.
Yo, Daru.
Daru greeted me as I came inside the lab. He seemed to be in a hurry.
Okarin.
I don't see you coming by yourself very often anymore. The room kind of smelled like smoke. Someone must have been using the shower because the smoky smell was mixed with the scent of soap. Whoever it was, it definitely wasn't Daru. His face and clothes were blackened with soot. I thought it might be Suzuha, but the lights in the room were turned off. What are you doing? Dude, you're black with soot. I keep saying soot so often I'm like mispronouncing it now, because it doesn't seem like a real word anymore to me. Well,
この前
I got this microwave from the garbage dump, you know. And I was warming up a lunch I got from the convenience store, and it blew up.
コンビニ
爆発って
Blew up? Are you okay?
大丈夫か？
ブラウン氏に怒られた
Ron got mad at me.
あまり目をつけられるなよ。
Don't get him too riled up. You don't know when he'll kick you out.
そんなことになれば、お前はともかく
If he does that, you might be okay, but Suzuha will have nowhere to go. Hey, what's up, Michael? How you doing, man?
そうだね
You're right.
で今日はどうしたん
What are you doing here?
お前しなら来て
My
ない
Yuri
け
isn't
ど
here.
お前に話があるんだ。
I need to talk to you.
朗報だぞ。
Good news.
だが断る
But I refuse.
まだ何も言って
I
ないだろ
haven't。said anything yet.
オカリンの持ってきた話がまともだったことなんて一度もないんで
Nothing you've ever come to talk to me about has ever ended up being good news.
まあ聞けって。
That's actually really funny. Good? That's good, Michael. I always appreciate you coming to hang out, even though I know you're not interested in half the games I play. Come on, man, just hear me out.
昨日の夜さ、
Last night, I went to dinner with Dr.
食事
Leskinen.
に行ったんだ。
We were talking about the exchange program.
留学の話。
ああまたその話か
I was keeping in touch with the doctor. Of course, the professor knew that Maho was here in Japan. Yesterday, he showed me a picture of her taken in Okinawa. I could see her standing in the surf with a blank expression on her face. A friend or family member must have taken it. I'm betting that was, probably Mayuri or Ferris or something that took that picture. Just so they have an alibi. The doctor had been really nice to me, and I talked to him a lot about going to BCU. Of course, at a minimum, I needed to graduate my current school and pass the exchange exam for BCU.
せっかくだから。
I was actually telling him about you, and he was interested. Oh man, I hate that we know Leskinen's a bad guy, and that the true route makes Leskinen a bad guy. No. What'd you learn about Soot, Kyler?
え僕
He's interested in me?
ビクトル・コンドリア大学
BCU's got something called an information science lab that brings together hackers from around the world,
世
supposedly.
界最高の
Oh, you revealed to the doctor that Naru is the super hacker. No, we've been exposed. Plans ruined.
ダルの腕なら
With your talents, don't you think you'd fit in fine? I've been inviting Daru to come to America with me, but he didn't seem that interested. He said things like, I can't imagine living away from the otaku mecca. And no way am I living anywhere you can't get hentai games and anime figures. He'd done nothing but give excuses like that.
そりゃあ僕はスーパーハッカーだし
Well, I am a super hacker.
通用すると思う
I'm sure I'd be
けど
fine,
さ
but America doesn't have public hentai.
とりあえず教授に会ってみるだけならどうだ。面識だってあるんだし。
Why not meet with him at least? You've met him before.
今忙しいんだお
I'm busy.
一日ぐらいなら時
You can
間
make
作
time
れ
for
るだろ
one day.
コミマが終わるまでは無理か
Not
な
until Komiya's over, probably.
1ヶ月以上
It's over a
先じゃない
month
か
away.
とにかくしばら
It's
く
not
は
happening
無
for a
理
while, okay? Stop asking me.
やれやれ
Give me a break, man. You're full of excuses. Do you really not want to go that badly? I feel like this is not an uncommon thing to be like, no, I don't want to go to school fucking overseas. Whether you're in America or Japan or any other country. I feel like that's not an uncommon take to be like, no. I want to go to school where I fucking live. Granted, I guess, I mean, I work in a place that's, like a whole other state away from where I live, but still. It's different. I was getting paid. He's just talking with a guy. For an introverted otaku, isn't talking to someone very, that seems like a monumental task. And if he doesn't want to go, then, I mean, there's no point even talking. I sighed and sat down on the sofa. This room really was hot as hell during the summer. The windows were open and the fans were running at full speed, but I was still sweating. It's so weird to me, also, I know this is for tension or whatever, that Maho would leave her clothes out in the living room. How did she get into the shower without being naked in front of Daru? There was an air conditioner, but evidently he wasn't using it. Daru, got any Dr. P? I don't know. Maybe Mayuri put some in the fridge? I got up and took a look at the fridge in the corner of the room. There was regular soda, mineral water, and some sports drinks. Not a single Dr. Pepper. As usual, the freezer was stuffed with juicy chicken #1. Mayuri really did buy a ton of this stuff. Why would you buy a ton of it? Wouldn't it go bad? Or is it like frozen foods, I guess? Not like real chicken. Wait, was there even more than usual? Maybe she bought some for Suzaha too. I'm gonna grab a sports drink. Take any except the one Suzaha already drank out of. He grabbed an unopened bottle and took a big gulp. Why would he take the one that Suzaha drank out of already? I also like that Okabe has come over and immediately like just started taking some of Daru's like beverages and stuff. Like, hey man, what's up? I'm in your place. Also, I'm gonna take some of your food. Thanks, bro. I happened to take a look at the snack shelf next to the fridge. Mixed in with the instant noodles and snacks were 5 bunches of bananas. Mayuri must have brought those too. 5? All that fried chicken and now these bananas. Was she eating more than she had been? Uh-oh. The gears are starting to turn in Okabe's head. She always said that no matter how much she ate, she never got fat, but... I mean, you're not gonna get fat just eating chicken and bananas. Those are both, like, good for you. If it's not fried chicken, then you'd be fine. If she brought this many bananas at once, they were going to turn all brown and squishy before she could eat them. But then she just makes banana bread. That's all. Does Mayuri really need all these bananas? Oh, it wasn't Mayushi who bought those, it was me. Oh. Huh? Daru quickly cut himself off. I turned toward him and he looked away. He'd been acting really weird. Was he hiding something? I wonder... Do you make banana bread with bad bananas? Bananas aren't really bad when they start turning, like, brown. They're still good. People just don't generally like the taste. And then, yeah, once they start to brown and they're, like, mushy, then you make banana bread with them. It's really good. Because you have to mush the banana anyway to, like, make the banana bread. If it tastes bad, then it's bad. That's why I don't eat vegetables. Yeah, but see, when you, like, you take the brown bananas, you mush them up, you dump a bunch of sugar and shit in there. And then it tastes good again. Oh, I want to make, put a lot of sugar with ripe bananas. I mean, yeah, to make banana bread, you have to put sugar in there. What do you mean? But no, the banana, you don't make banana bread with ripe bananas. What? That's the strat. A substitute with a lot of salt. Yeah, that'll make it good.
お前がこんなに買ったのか？いつからバナナ好き
You
にな
bought
った？
all these? When did you start liking bananas? The easy excuse here, Daru, to recover your story is to say that Suzuha has been really writing me about eating more healthy lately. So I've started to get bananas.
いやほら、鈴葉に言われてるんだって。ダイエットにいいから。
The bananas are super ripe, I wouldn't add too much sugar. Well, yeah, but that's why you don't make it with ripe bananas. The age-old strat. You buy a bunch of bananas, you eat them until they start to turn brown, and then ripe bananas are brown? No. Right? Right, but ripe bananas are yellow. Yeah? They're overripe if they're brown. A ripe banana is yellow and just starting to soften. The more brown speckles, the riper the bananas, the sweeter they'll be. Yeah. So ripe is yellow. Underripe is green and overripe is brown. I can't believe I'm doing this, but I am posting the chart in the Discord channel. So in the Discord channel, you can see the chart of banana ripeness. You can join that Discord channel in the link in the description below. Yeah, they're sweeter. Yeah, that's why you make banana bread with the brown ones. Because it's like you don't want to eat that you don't want to eat that brown banana, and then they're sweet, so that's when you make banana bread with them. That's the sweet spot right there. It's starting to get really brown. When is a banana rotten? When the full banana like casing is brown. If there's still some yellow in it, it's fine. Banana ripeness YouTube short. I want them to just be barely ripe when I eat them. So like still green. Yeah, I mean that's usually when I eat them too. Is like that full yellow, a little bit of green. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying is like that's when you eat them. But since you bought so many bananas, you can't eat them all in time. And then once it starts getting that really spotty, that's when you mush it into a banana bread. Really good. Bananas are rotten when they're moldy and start oozing. Yeah, I mean, that basically happens when the full peel is brown. I went to the grocery store once and all the bananas were green. Yeah, that's typically they're green in the, when you see them in the store. You never want to buy bananas, like, already yellow. You're not going to have enough time to eat them. Unless you only buy, like, a couple. Anyway, yeah. Apparently Daru and I are on the same wavelength. It was Suzuha's idea. She told me to eat some every day because it's good for my diet. You should not eat like multiple bananas a day. That's way too much sugar, way too much potassium. You're gonna waste half of the good stuff in your body. There was a diet like that before, come to think of it. I can burn off that sugar. But then you're wasting the potassium. So your body's not going to absorb it all. You should just have like a banana or maybe two. I like eating peanut butter and banana sandwiches. Then you got to put a little chocolate syrup on it too. That's like prime, like good sandwich. Peanut butter on both sides. The bananas. A little chocolate syrup on the banana. That's a sandwich right there. Sometimes instead of no chocolate, no way. That makes it good. Then the other thing you can do instead of 4 or more will kill you. One thing you can do is put like fluffernutter or like that marshmallow fluff on one half of the bread. That's really good. I don't know if you guys have had those like peanut butter marshmallow fluff sandwiches. Those are really good. I'm not that much of a banana bread person, and then you haven't had good banana bread. Banana bread's so fucking good. If you make it right. Some celebrity on TV said she lost a bunch of weight on a banana diet, and the next day all the bananas in Japan had disappeared. It has to be white bread? I mean, yeah. That's the good bread. Wheat bread doesn't taste right? I mean, wheat bread just doesn't taste good with any sandwich. You eat wheat bread to be healthy, not because it tastes good. My dad tried to get in on the banana boom a little too late and bought a huge supply of bananas, only to see it flare out and most of them rot on the shelves. I remember that. Don't buy so many at once, they've already changed color. Whatever. I was hungry, so I decided to take one. Took a banana and started to peel the skin. Just don't go overboard, okay? You're right, yeah. I finished the banana in 3 bites. Bro's fucking stuffing the thing in his mouth. I finished it and went to toss the peel in the burnable trash can? What does that mean? Then I noticed something strange. The can was filled with bananas. More than anyone could possibly eat. Over the half the can was filled with bananas. It wasn't just the skin. Some of them were unpeeled, but half rotten. The summer heat made them give off a nasty stench. Dude, there would be so many fruit flies. Maybe they're not in Japan, but like rotten fruit like that, oh my god. Especially in the summer, and if there was a window open, there would be hundreds of flies around that thing. Maybe they're not as common in Japan, though. I remembered seeing something like this once before. Show the gel nana. We're making gel nanas again? That's right. It was when I was living here a year ago, doing experiments every day. Then my mind flashed back to the contents of the fridge. This bizarre stockpile of juicy chicken. Uh-oh. Okabe might be losing his brick here. It couldn't be. I plunged my hand into the garbage can, not caring about the filth. Ocarine? Daru was clearly uneasy, but I ignored him. I was right. Under the remains of the bananas, I saw tons of boxes of empty fried chicken. No matter how much Mayuri liked them, or how much of a glutton Daru was, no one would voluntarily eat this much frozen chicken every day. I went deeper Then I found something I didn't want to see.
なあダル
Daru.
なんぞ
What?
バナナと冷凍唐揚げの組み合わせ
Bananas and frozen chicken.
懐かしいな
This brings back a lot of memories, doesn't it?
うん
I plunge my hand into the trash can is not something I usually hear. Okabe has just been playing a lot of Pokemon lately. He's checking every trash can so he can get leftovers as a held item for his Pokemon. That's really it. Yeah,
1年くらい前か
must have been about a year ago.
よくこうして
We used to do all kinds of experiments like this.
かなり無駄な使い方
We'd
してたな
waste a lot, and Mayuri would get mad at
マユ
us.
リによく怒られ
She'd
た
tell us not to waste food.
そうだね
That's right.
しょうがないから
So we ended up having to eat the bananas that we warmed in the microwave to get rid of them.
俺たちで
They
食べて処
tasted
分したん
terrible.
だ
うん
でも
But we were never able to eat
さすがに
these.
これは食べられなかった
What I
よ
pulled out of the garbage can was a green gooey mass. It was a thick, disgusting liquid, like you'd expect to see if you crushed a giant bug. The goo dripped out of my fingers and splattered onto the floor. It was what used to be a banana. What we'd once called a gel nana.
おうしまった
Crap. Daru put his hands to his head. He evidently gave up hiding it.
まずったこんなあっさり
I
バ
didn't
レちゃ
expect you to
った
find out this easily.
もうちょっと
I thought I
隠
could
し
hide
通
it
せ
for
る
a
と
little
思ったん
longer.
だけどな実際さ目処がついたらちゃん
I
と
was
相
actually
談
gonna
した
tell
い
you,
こと
Sam,
もあっ
because I
た
need
し
your help.
打ち明ける予定ではあったんだけど
Daru tossed me the towel. Evidently, he already used it because it was covered in black soot. But I decided to wipe the gel nano off my hands with it anyway. Daru went to the development room and started moving boxes and dust covers.
ほれこれが2号機
This is Unit 02. And the table appeared the horrible future gadget number 8, which I'd built, improved, and finally dismantled a year ago. No Gel Nana CG? Well, we did see a Gel Nana CG, but it wasn't of Okabe holding it, unfortunately.
組み立て
You put it together again.
電話レンジカッコ仮バージョン
Wasn't sure if I should
2
call it
どっちがいい
Unit
か結構
02 or
迷った
version 2.
名前なんて
I don't care about the name.
マジ
You serious?
オカリンの
I can't believe you're
ことだと
saying
思えない
that.
などの未来ガジェット
We
も
used to
さ
have a round table
円卓
meeting and
会
have a
議
lot
や
of
って
fun
大
picking
騒
names
ぎ
for
し
the
て名
future
前決め
gadgets.
たじゃん
黒歴史だろ
That's a part of my dark past. Okay. Out here sounding like Dexter. That's my dark passenger.
そう
Really? Daru was looking at the dust-covered future gadgets that were all sitting on the shelf of the development room. There was something like a fondness in his gaze. Why was he acting like this? Did he think that nightmare was some kind of happy, youthful memory? Get off the screen, Okabe? Okabrick? Indeed, Okabrick is no longer. He's figured it out. I was about to tell him to go screw himself, but I held it in.
お前
Did you forget what I told you?
俺が言ったことを忘れたのか
I remembered. I just don't give a fuck, Okabe. This is my franchise. The science adventure series is me. It's about me, Okabe. When the writers are writing their stories, they focus on me. You call yourself the observer, the messenger, but it's me that connects the dots in the stories, Okabe. I don't give a fuck what you think anymore. I mean, what? It's dangerous. It's not something we should have.
うんけどさ僕未来でタイムマ
Daru
シ
is
ン
Nick
作らな
Fury
きゃ
of
いけないん
sci-fi
だよ
adventure. I I need to make a time machine in the future, you know.
そうするとやっぱこいつを研究することが
Which means I need to research this as a first step, I think. I'm the one who will hang out with high school children in 10 years? That sounds like, Daru. I gave up on trying to hold it back. I got up in his face and yelled at him. I told you again and again and again and again, didn't I? I told you what happened because of this thing. I told you what I went through because of this thing. I don't get how Okabe just thinks that it's all just not gonna happen if he ignores it. Like, I don't get it. Surprised Pikachu face, World War III. Mayuri was killed because we made this thing. Kurisu was sacrificed because we made this thing. I mean, Kurisu was gonna die either way. You were already... It's not like you started on Steins Gate. Your daughter went back into the past and committed suicide because we made this thing. Have you forgotten? Do you want me to go over it again? Are you that stupid? Are you so dumb you won't understand unless you experience it yourself? You're the one who's being stupid, Okabe. Suddenly heard an angry female voice behind me. I looked back and saw Maho glaring at me. Where are her teeth? She's too angry for teeth. I like this CG, that's funny. She also looks a lot cuter with her hair in a ponytail. That's a good look. Legal Lolly, FTW. What happened to your clothes? Thank you for this pan down. What are you doing here? Uh-oh. Maho is about to be Suzuha's new mother. Oh no. I just couldn't sit there and listen. Don't stare at me, I'll sue. It's your fault for coming out like that. Hold on, I'll get dressed. I'm just all for the sake of Steins Gate. Maho quickly went back to the shower room and came out dressed a moment later. Excuse me. Sorry about that. You're dumb, Okabe. Future Daru would be like, that would be funny to see Suzuha with black hair in a timeline. Maho has Sotha's hair? That's true. Have you been hiding here since I first arrived? Who cares about me? Did you fake that picture of Okinawa and send it to Leskinen? Both the professor and I were completely taken in by that picture of her. But it seemed we've both been tricked. You're the one who's been tricked, Okabe, by the doctor. He's a bad guy. Oh, he's a bad guy. It was well made enough that Daru must have been involved. So you didn't come to Japan to visit Okinawa. It's true. I came to visit Daru, my love. That's right. I came for that microwave with a stupid name. What was it again? Phone wave? Name subject to change. I told you what happened because of the D-mails too. You gonna repeat that? No. How?
D メールを送れば
If you send a D-mail, Echelon will pick it up, and the world line will go back from beta to alpha.
再びアルファに戻ってしまうんだ。そうしたら
And then Mayuri will die again. I
何度
won't be
やっ
able
て
to
も
save
助け
her
ら
no
れな
matter
い。
what I do. She'll keep dying for all
永遠
eternity.
に続ける。
Then I had a terrifying thought, and stared directly into Maho's eyes. No way. She of all people couldn't possibly... I trusted Maho completely. I didn't want to believe she was capable of it. But the terrible machine that I had just confronted had drained me of any kind of rationality. A flashback felt like it was going to hit me any second. Images of Kurisu and Mayuri's deaths were flashing through my mind. So I said something I never should have said.
君は
You aren't trying to bring back the Alpha World Line, are you?
アルファに戻したいのか。
What?
クリスが生きていて。
Do you really wish for a world where Kurisu lives and Mayuri
望む
dies?
のか。
I mean, yeah, she doesn't fucking know Mayuri. What?
この野郎
You asshole! There was an impact on my cheek. A loud sound in my ears. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the ground, face up. It was a while before I understood what happened. The left half of my face felt like it was on fire. I was punched by Daru. I known him for 5 years, and this was the first time anything like that had happened.
謝れ今すぐ魔法団に謝れ
Where's the CG? Apologize. Apologize to Maho right now.
ちょっとやめ
Wait,
なさ
stop,
い
Daru.
星田さん。
オカリンがどれだけ苦しんでるかなんて
I can only
僕
imagine
には
how much you're
想像しか
suffering
でき
over
ない
it.
けどだから安っぽい
So I'm
同
not
情
giving
な
you
んて
any
し
cheap
ないし
sympathy.
するつもりもねえよでもな
But in the end, you're just
お前
using that as an
結
excuse.
局ただそれに甘えてるだけじゃねえか魔法炭だって鈴葉だってマユ
Maho,
シだって
Suzaha,
み
even
んなが
Mayuri.
お前のために
Do
ど
you
れ
know
だ
how
け
much they've done for you?
もういいから。
That's enough.
よしなさ
Stop.
い。
The fact that Daru ends up getting a wife and I'm single makes me depressed. Same. Is Daru about to have a W moment, though? Maho grabbed Daru's body and tried to hold him back.
離せこいつ
Let me
も
go.
っとぶん殴ってやられ
He's
ると
not gonna understand unless I hit him
わかんない
again.
もう十分よ。今ので十分。
That's enough. What you did was enough. Calm down. This time, Maho put her hand on Daru's shoulder.
後の説明は私がしておくわ。
I'll explain the rest.
顔でも洗ってきなさ
Go
い。
wash your face or something. She pointed toward the shower room. And Daru finally seemed to get control of himself again.
わかった
Fine. He looked a little awkward as he lowered his fist. Normally, he hated any kind of seriousness. So in a situation like this, he'd always tell one of his perverted gentleman jokes. There were no jokes as he vanished beyond the curtain into the shower room. A moment later, I could hear the sound of the water.
まったく。
Christ. Maho was looking down at me.
あなたがおかしなことを言うからよ。
This is your fault for being weird. You're right.
そうだ
I'm
な。
sorry. I didn't mean it.
わかってるわ。
I know, you're not like that.
あなた、そんな人、ほら。
Can you stand? I grabbed her hand to get up. I'd taken a solid hit when I wasn't expecting it, so my head was still a little dizzy.
今のは
Wow. That really hurt. When someone gentle like him loses it, they hit hard.
聞くな。
そうね。
That's right.
しかも自
When
分の
someone
ため
gets
じゃな
mad
く
for、someone else's sake,
他の
not
誰
their
かの
own,
ため
I
に
think
も来
that's
れる人
wonderful.
は素
That's
敵だ
changed
と
my
思
opinion
う。
of him a bit.
少しだけ見直したわ。
Maho seemed a bit happy as she looked towards the shower room.
見直したのは
Only a bit,
少しだけなのか。
だって、
because he's
私
always
への
sexually
恋愛はいつ
harassing
もセクハラ
me.
ばっかりだもの。
もしかしたら
Maybe he's fallen in love
君の
with
こと
you.
が好きになったのかもしれないぞ。子供がよくやるだろう。
Kids do that all the time, you know.
好
Tease
き
the
な子
girls
に
they
意地
like.
悪するとか
He's a kid at heart, after
あ
all.
れと同じだ。あいつ
冗談じゃないわ。
You gotta be kidding me.
鈴葉さんを
Do
私
you
の
want
娘
Suzuha
にし
to
た
be
いわ
my
け？
daughter?
それはまずい
That
な
would be bad, yeah. I chuckled a bit, but quickly stopped to turn to face Maho. The difference between our heights was so great I was looking down on her.
俺の主観で言えばこの世界
If you want my subjective opinion,
クリスの
this
選
world
択のお
exists
かげで
because of Kurasu's
存在
choice.
してるんだ。クリスがいたから
Mayuri is safe because of Kurasu.
マイリは無事
She
でい
can
られ
live
る
and be happy.
それを
I have to protect that.
俺も守らなくちゃいけない。君は科学者
You're
だ
a。scientist, and you're a lot smarter than I am.
俺なんかよりずっと優れた頭脳の持ち主だ。
But yeah, I think the only thing bad that happens to Daru is in like the bad ending world lines. Nothing in the main line.
だから
So you can understand,
理
right?
解できるだろう。
You can understand the
こ
laws
の
of the
世界の
universe.
摂理を。
ええ。
Yeah. Maho nodded.
それは言ってみれば
You can call it God if you
神み
want
たいな
to.
ものなんだよ。神に人間が
It's
挑む
stupid
なん
for
て
humans to challenge God.
無謀だったんだ。なのに
But I tried anyway.
俺はそれに
Then I
何
tried
回
a
も
dozen times more.
何十
Then
回
I
も
tried 100
何
times
百
more
回も
after
挑ん
that.
で
I failed every time.
全てが失敗に
It
終
was
わ
all
った
useless.
無駄だ。人の傲慢を
God will never forgive human
神
arrogance.
は決して許さない。
そうね。
You're right. Maho was looking out the window, as if she was thinking back to her homeland and ancestors.
神というのは、
God's a popular guy back home, among
あ
the
るい
people
は
of
沖
Okinawa.
縄の人たちの間でも、ポピュラー、私も
I learned those wonderful beliefs from my
Sofubo ya
parents and
fuboから
grandparents too.
その素敵な考えを教えられてきた。科学に身を
I'm a
捧げるもので
scientist,
はあるけ
but I
ど
would、never mess with God.
決して神を侮ったりはしない。
それなら
But then, Maho shook her head and looked up at me with a piercing gaze.
けどね、
The God
あ
you're
なた
talking
が盛
about?
んに口に
That's
する
completely
神は、
different.
それとは全く違う。
Her words were sharp, with no room for disagreement.
世界の摂理ですって。
The laws of the universe?
そんなものは、
Those
た
are
だ
just
こ
the
の世界
equations
を
that
構
define
築
the
している
world.
数式に過ぎないわ。
Your Fortnite short shows up in the results for my username and images on Google. Did you comment on my Fortnite short? That might be why. It would be interesting, though, to what you said, Viben, if Suzuha got black hair. It's because my name is visible in the thumbnail? Isn't the thumbnail of my Fortnite short Master Chief with the Victory Royale thing above him? That should be the thumbnail. The wonderful being called God has nothing to do with them. There's no reason we can't solve those equations. I was about to respond, but before I could, Maho went inside the development room. I had no choice but to follow her. I'm well aware of the relationship between Echelon and the D-mails and how dangerous it is. Don't worry. We've sealed away the D-mail function for now. What you're concerned about is never going to happen because I won't let it. I'm not letting us go back to the Alpha world line. There's no way that Google could pick up that your name is in that. That's so blurry. I'd be impressed if it could. Of course, Daru and I are working on a way to avoid the danger of D-mail and neutralize Echelon. But before we start spending resources on that, there's something we have to do first. Something personal. Maho tapped the top of the phone wave. Name. Subject to change. Unit 02.
今私たちが研究しているのはクリスが成し遂げたというタイムリープの方。
What we're researching now is the time leap technology that you say Kurisu developed.
じゃあ
Then this can
タイム
only
リープ
time
しか
leap?
できないのか。
そういうことになるわ
Right.
ね。
She was right. I was looking at a time leap machine, not the phone wave. Name, subject, and change. I could tell they recreated all the improvements that Kurisu had made to the phone wave. Name, subject, to change. Welcome back, Wandering. You've missed quite a bit. We're probably close to wrapping up soon, actually. At the next, like, solid ending point. Because I figured we'd do the ending tomorrow. I guess we kind of could finish up the game tomorrow. Or today. Eh. The most obvious was the PC and monitor that were connected to the microwave. Connected to the PC was a headset that looked like a cord covered in electrodes. In this world line, only I knew the details about how the time leap machine was set up, and I hadn't told Daru or Maho. In other words, with only some small hints, Maho had managed to create the same thing as Kurisu. To be honest, it's really frustrating. Frustrating? The more research I do, the more I realize I can never beat Kurisu. I can get as far as digitizing the memory data and transferring it to a cell phone, along with the retrieval signals. But I still can't clear the biggest hurdle, even though Kurisu could. Technically, Okabe cleared the biggest hurdle. The data compression, right? Maho nodded. I can't solve the mystery of how she managed to compress all those terabytes of data. That was the part that Kurisu had struggled with the most too. But in the end, with Daru's help, she'd been able to do it. Did Kurisu tell you anything about it? She seemed a little unhappy as she asked me that. Asking for the answer meant giving up on finding the solution for herself, so it meant admitting defeat. Maybe that was really hard for her. Yet she's chosen to put completing the machine first. But I had no intention of giving her the answer right away. You made me a promise when we last talked, right? That you wouldn't try to save Makise Kurisu using the time machine? Right. Do you intend to keep it? Bruh! If you don't, I can't help you. Maho didn't answer. But without even looking at her face, I could tell she was being torn apart. Of course I do. I promised you, after all. After a long pause, she gave her answer, and I couldn't help but laugh. You're a terrible liar. With that look on your face, it's obvious you're not telling the truth. We're done talking. I left the development room. Bruh. This is so frustrating. I looked toward the shower room, but I could still hear the sound of falling water from within. Daru was showing no signs of being done. Daru. I was the stupid one. I'm really sorry. I spoke, but there was no answer. Maybe he hadn't heard me. It seemed better for both of us if I apologized tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. That was all I said as I headed toward the door. Maho followed me. She came up to me so fast she almost slammed into me. Do you think Steins Gate exists? Do you think there's really another world line in the gap between the Alpha and Beta, where Mayuri survives and Kurisu doesn't have to die? If you want to know what happened when I tried to reach it, ask Suzuha. In the end, I couldn't beat fate. Steins Gate is just a stupid illusion. Delusion, you say? Me when Mages declares bankruptcy.
そう言い切ってしまっ
Are
て
you really sure,
本
though?
当にいいの？ないと
You haven't proven that it doesn't
証明
exist, you
された
know.
わけではないのよ。
そんなの
That's just the devil's proof,
ま
though,
さに
right?
悪魔の証明じゃないか。
Nobody can prove a
そん
negative.
な証明誰にもできるわけがない。
What's the devil's proof? A concept said to have been created by a jurist in medieval Europe during a case over possession rights. The concept is as follows. Whose eyes are those? I still don't get what that means. Let's say someone told you to prove that the devil exists. In response, you then demand proof that the devil does not exist. As your opponent has no way to provide that proof, you can then go to say, since you can't prove the devil doesn't exist, then he must exist. This is, of course, pure sophistry that proves nothing at all, but since it can turn a debate into an endless loop, the burden of proof is traditionally placed on the first person to make such a statement. Nowadays, the concept is merely used as a tool to point out inequitable arguments in various contexts, such as law, politics, or science.
そうよ。
That's right.
あるのかないのかも証明されていないのに、あなたはたった一度
You
失
haven't
敗した
proven
くらい
whether
で
it
諦め
exists or
た。
not. You've given up after one failure. Maho was gritting her teeth hard.
呆れてしまうわ。
I can't believe you.
何
Huh? I almost went out of control and grabbed her by the shoulders. But I managed to stop myself at the last
さ
second.
っきも言っただろ。
I told you, right? I tried dozens, hundreds of times before that.
何十回も何
私も言ったはず
I
よ。
remember what I said.
それは
It's not because of God's law or whatever they may be.
世界線もタイ
The
ムマ
world
シンも
lines, the time machine,
シュタインズゲートなん
Steins
て
Gate,
ものもどれも
they're all just
世
a
界
part
を
of the
構築す
equations
る
that
ただ
make
の
up the
数式に
world.
過ぎない。何回も
You failed dozens or hundreds of times.
何百回もだからなんだ
So
というの
what?
そんなの
That happens all the
科学
time
の
in
世界で
science.
は当たり前のこと
If you
よ。
fail that many times, then you try
それで失
1,000
敗した
or a
のが
million times
何
or a
千回も
billion times.
何万回も何億回も挑戦すればいい。そうすれば
And then you're
必
certain
ず
to
そこ
find
に
the
解
answer.
放は見つかる。
君は
You don't know anything.
君は
You haven't
何も知らないし
experienced
経
it.
験していないから。
That's the only reason why you can say
そんな
something
無
so
責任なことが言えるん
irresponsible.
だ。
いいえ。
I've experienced that.
経験してきた
I've experienced all that more times
失
than I
敗
can
も
count.
挫折も後悔も
Failures, setbacks,
その痛みも
regrets, the pain that
マ
comes
キセ
with
ク
them.
リスという天才のせい
All because of the genius named Makise Kurisu.
数式に感情はないだろう。
Equations don't have feelings. Facts don't care about your feelings, Maho. You don't like Maho's point here? I do. She's basically saying, like, you can't give up just because you failed. Which we know is true. We know Maho's right, so... Like, we know the answer to get to Steins Gate's out there already. We've seen it. Which is why I feel like it's hard to sympathize with Okabe here, because we know Maho's right. He's just being, like, an asshole and in denial. Like, he won't... Like, he just can't move on. Despite the fact that Suzuha's, like, told him, like, your older self is, like, kind of over this.
数式を解くのは人間よ。
It's always humans who solve them in the end. We were glaring at each other's. Our faces close enough to kiss. Ooh, the tension. Maho's gaze burned into me. For some reason, I couldn't bear to look at her. So I turned away. Ah, you lost then. You lost the staring contest. I turned around without saying a word and tried to head out. But she grabbed the hem of my shirt and stopped me. I didn't expect that. How the fuck she reach up there?
まだ何か用か。
Do you need something else? Okabe didn't try to say Kurisu after the first jump. Yeah, Okabe gave up after one shot. Even though Suzuha reminded him that there was two. He gave up immediately. Which I know technically he did a lot with Mayuri, but still. I turned around annoyed. A moment ago, her expression had been so fierce, but now she simply wore a sad smile. It was so different that for a moment I thought I'd shifted between world lines. Huh? Maho whispered to me.
あなたこそ
You're a terrible liar,
嘘
too.
が下手ね。
嘘。
Liar? Was I lying? I put my hands up to my face, trying to figure out what she meant. But that didn't tell me what kind of look I had on my face, of course. So I stood there confused.
嘘って。
What do you mean? I'm not lying.
橋田さんに聞いたんだけど、
Daru told me something.
1年前のあなたってタイムマシン
He
に
said a
関して
year
は
ago
取り
he
付く
couldn't
もの
even
な
bring
かっ
up
た
the
んですっ
time
て
machine
ね。
with you.
シュタインズゲートの
Steins
話な
Gate
ん
was
て
out of the question
そ
entirely.
れこそ論外
You didn't even want to hear the words.
口にするのもはばかられるほどだったって。
What are you talking
一
about?
体何を言って。
でも
It's different now.
今は違うわ。
The look on your face is the same as the one I used to have all the time.
あなクリスに実証実
I'd
験に
lost to
負けて
Kurisu during the experimental
論
trials.
文の評価でも
I'd
負
lost
け
to
て
her with my papers. I'd lost to her in
冷静
terms
で
of
も負け続
fame.
けて
I was so depressed I was ready
落
to
ち込
give
ん
up.
でもうダメだって思ってけど
But in the end,
いつも
I'd
最
always
後
look at
は
myself in the mirror and yell.
鏡を見て自分を叱りつけたのよ。
Maha pointed to her own heart with her index finger.
挑戦するのを諦めたら終わり、
If you give up on trying, it's over.
永
And then
遠
you'll
に
never
勝つこと
win.
はできないってね。
And she pointed at my left breast.
今のあなたは
Your face is the same
そ
as
の時
mine
の
was.
私と同じ顔よ。心の奥の
At the
奥で
very
は
bottom of your heart,
まだリベン
you're
ジす
still
る気
ready
が
to
いる。
take revenge.
自分をこんな
You're
惨
ready
め
to
な
take
男へ
revenge
と
on
貶め
Steins
た
Gate for making you into this pathetic
シュタイ
person.
ンズゲートに。
I still hadn't given up?
違う。
That's not
そん
true.
なことはない。
違わないわ。
It's true.
あなた
You
って
really are just like me.
ほんと私にそっくり。まるで胸像み
It's
た
like
い。
I'm seeing my own reflection.
強情で
You're stubborn, and once you say something, you never back down. Even if you know you're wrong, you pout like a child and refuse to
そ
admit
れを
it,
絶対に認めたくなくて
which
子
causes
供
all
みたい
kinds
に
of
する
worry and trouble for everyone else.
誰かに心配や迷惑ばかりかける。で
It made me feel a lot better if you told me I wasn't like that.
少しくらいはフォローしてもらえないとちょっと気づくけどね。
But that's why I understand.
だからこそわかるのよ。私もあなたも
When it comes down to it, both you and I are going to stand up on our own 2 feet.
絶対に自分の足で立ち上がるの。そうでしょ
Am I wrong, Okabe?
岡部倫太郎さん。もう一度言うわ。
I'll say it again.
あらゆる世
All
界
the
の
laws
世
of
界
this world are equations.
ただの数
And
式
every
であり
equation can be solved.
その解放は必ず存在する。私は何とし
I'm
ても
going to
見つけ
find
て
the
や
key
るわ。
to that answer no matter what.
神なんて改
God
善
has
しない。
nothing to do with it.
ただの数式を解く鍵を。そして、
I'm going to reach the world
マ
line
ユリ
in the
さんは
gap,
死なない。
where Mayuri doesn't die
Chris
and
も生き
Kurisu
ている。
is still alive.
狭間の世界線に続く道へとたどり着いてやる。
After saying all that, Maho was a little out of breath. She had a lot of vitality in her tiny body. Her words, the way she looked, they hit me so hard I couldn't speak.
で、
So what will you
あ
do?
なたはどうするの？岡部所長、
This is your lab, right?
ここはあなた
We
のラ
can't
ボ
keep
なので
running
しょ。
without you forever.
いつまでも
俺は。
And then I got a Ryan message. Now of all times. Still, I had a terrible premonition. Big trouble. What do I do? Mayuri, I happened to pass by her and she was running away crying. I've never seen her so sad. Huh? Mayuri was crying? I could tell something bad was going on. When she saw my shock, Maho looked over at the phone too. What happened? I don't know. I just happened to run into her, so I said hi. She was crying. When I asked what was going on, she was really upset. She said it was her fault Kurosu had died, and that's why you were suffering. She said she should have died instead. Then she ran away. I ran after her, but I lost her. What do I do? What do I do?
なんだ
What? I looked at Maho.
まさか
Did she hear that?
聞かれてたのか
そういえば
Come to think of it, Nara would come out of the shower at some point and was standing right behind me.
オカリンがラボに来るって知らせてくれたの。
It was Mayuri who told me you were coming to the lab.
マヨシも
She said she was coming here
ここに
too.
向かってる途中だって言ってた。
And that meant there's a good chance she did.
そ
Oh no.
そんな
Felt like my knees were gonna give out. Mayuri existed in this world line because of Kurasu's sacrifice. That was the one thing Mayuri could never find out. Me, Daru, Suzaha, Ferris, Maho. Everyone who knew the truth had kept it from her. I needed to find her. I need to find Mayuri. I couldn't let her be alone right now. Damn it. I ran out of the lab. We finishing today?
まだ暑いの。
That's an excellent question. Should we finish today? Or should we finish tomorrow? We've been going for just about 6 hours. We just switched to Suzaha's perspective. I feel like this is a good spot to end. And then tomorrow we can make a big song and dance of it being the ending on stream. Could end right now. Yeah. I mean, I could definitely finish it tomorrow. If it takes, we can do the 10-hour stream tomorrow if need be. You either beat it today or clickbait the ending. See, I want to clickbait the ending real bad. I also didn't post a meme on the Steins Gate Reddit today, so I feel like I need to have a meme tomorrow for the ending. I was going to do that Reyes pointing the gun picture, and I was just going to put my face over it and be like, I'm no longer asking nicely, watch my stream. Clickbait the ending tomorrow? Yeah. I mean, yeah, we can always do the 10-hour stream. Apparently there's only like 4 hours left. Just end it right now, and you'll talk about the ending anyway tomorrow, so the stream won't be super short. Yeah. I mean, we can always do other stuff if the stream ends up being, That would have been a great meme. I'm still going to post it tomorrow. Just title it the final stream. Yeah, I'll probably title it like The True End or something. I don't know what the thumbnail should be. You talk about the ending and the game as a whole. Yeah, I mean, everyone knows I can go on a tangent forever. I mean, I went on like an hour tangent about the fucking Twin Automa ending, and that's not even the real ending. So yeah, I mean, it's not like I can't make the stream 5 or 6 hours tomorrow anyway, with my ramblings. So yeah, this is probably a good spot to end today. And tomorrow we'll do the end. Oka Brick is the thumbnail. I'll think of something. Maybe we do like a picture of Okabe or something. I actually don't think I've used Okabe in any of the thumbnails. I don't know. Or you could just end with Kurisu. Classic clickbait. I thought today's thumbnail was cool. Day after tomorrow can be neon white. Yeah, I was planning on doing neon white on Friday. Thumbnail actually took me a bit of Photoshop to make today. Believe it or not. Day after tomorrow can be LBP. I'm probably going to wait a bit before we go to LBP. I did buy LBP, so we'll probably do it at some point. But I still want to let the heat calm down on my channel for all the copyright strikes I've gotten from this game. So LBP will probably be like a February thing, I think. Yeah, I think we'll probably... Why did the thumbnail take a while? Because the thumbnail was a mobile phone wallpaper. So the art of the thumbnail was actually just Kurisu and Maho. And then I had to like Photoshop adding in the like chart on the background and adding that like board in the background. It's like the whole thing behind me that's like what is it? The Time Leap Machine blueprint data board thing. I added that. So there was like a further to the side wallpaper. Bankrupt companies can't copyright streamers. No, I feel like they're doubling down on it now because they're going to try and nickel and dime everybody. You know what I mean? What happened with the channel deletion thing? I never really got a response to it because I just didn't respond to them. But yeah, I got that that email that was basically like YouTube is looking into my copyright stuff. That's all. But yeah, I think linear bounded phenogram, if you ignore your problems, they go away. Exactly. But yeah, linear bounded phenogram we'll probably do in February, because in January I really want to play Fire Emblem Engage. I mean, I just didn't feel like it was worth my attention because, I mean, I know lots of people have streamed Steins Gate on fucking YouTube anyway. So it's probably just an automated thing. What's up, man? Play romance novels or else? Is that like a threat? Like, are you telling me to play romance novels or else? But yeah, I really want to stream Fire Emblem Engage, so that'll be January. And I want to stream another Fire Emblem game before Engage. So yeah, I think we'll take a little break from Steins Gate after this. Just a small one. Let the copyright die down a bit. Let YouTube accept me back into the algorithm. And then in February we'll do linear bounded phenogram. Which I feel like sounds like it's so far away. But it's really not, because I mean there's not even a week left of December. So, right? Yeah. There's like 4 days left of December. My yearly month-long break from QI streams? Bruh. Don't do me like that. I need all the help I can get for the Fire Emblem Engage algorithms. There's gonna be a lot of people streaming it, I'm sure. When does Fire Emblem Engage release? I think January 20th. I'll beat that shit in a week, bruh. Easy. Easy. Alright, let's see. Fire Emblem Engage release date? Yeah, January 20th. So yeah, we'll play it at the end of the month. Beat it in like a week. And then be back. Then we'll do linear bounded phenogram. We're talking like also that I'm like done with this game. I'm gonna be streaming it tomorrow for sure. Yeah, I saw you guys were talking about Like a Dragon. And that steelbook does look really cool. I'm always a sucker for steelbooks for sure. Are you just gonna go digital? Bruh. Gotta go physical. Gotta go physical. But alright. Oh, digital gives you early access. Early access is pretty nice. Early access is good for streaming, after all. That's good to know. Stream Yakuza, LOL. Early access stream, maybe. I'm not particularly interested in Ishin, though, because there's no English dub. But, yeah. Ishin combat is different because swords. Yeah, but it's probably the same thing as every other Yakuza game, right? Walk around the map, random NPCs walk up to you, start a battle with, like, more NPCs that were hidden behind the one NPC you walked into. Yeah. Is Maho a linear bounded phenogram? Or no? No? That is kind of a bruh moment. Only OG cast? That's lame. I mean, yeah, we'll still probably do it, but yeah, that's pretty lame. Oh, Yuki's in there? No Sprite, though? Gross. Is Maho in any other game? That's an excellent question, AK. I'm guessing the answer is no, though. Because if Okabe is not in any other game, there's no way Maho is. Maho is really only important in Zero. Big oof. I worry that the true end is about to try to write Maho out of the game. And that'll be upsetting as well. Maho is hinted at in the Meh game? What the fuck is the Meh game? The Dash one? Oh. By Daru. Oh, Okabe gets a reference in another game? Good for him. He's only the protagonist of the main thing that starts it all. Kurisu is the second most important character behind Daru. Okabe and Maho are somewhere below. Boo. What, is Ferris not mentioned in the other games? Feels like she would also be a big character. Because she, like, owns Akihabara, which is, like, where all the games take place, right? Taru stays winning. We stay losing, though. Maybe May just had it coming. Ferris isn't relevant. She's rich. Yeah, but she seems to be. She like Deus Ex Machina's a lot of stuff. Like, oh man, we need a convenient hiding spot. Hopefully Ferris just buys the whole like building that we're at. Ugh. Ferris is really only for horny people. That's not true. I don't like Ferris that much. What does Deus Ex Machina mean? That actually doesn't have anything to do with the game, if that's what you're wondering, Kyler. Deus Ex Machina is or Deus Ex is actually kind of what it's really called, but it's like a plot device where basically something comes in and magically fixes the problem, and it's kind of like a ass pull type situation. That just like fixes the problem from like no real sense of reason for the problem to be fixed, but like the writer needs the problem to be fixed for the plot to continue. Let's look at the actual definition. An unexpected power or event saving a seemingly hopeless situation, especially as a contrived plot device. Yeah. Its function is generally to resolve an otherwise irresolvable plot situation, to surprise the audience, or to bring the tale to an abrupt happy ending. It's Latin for God from the machine. But yeah, that's what that means. So when something comes out of nowhere, right? When they're like, hey, we kind of really need to find a good way to hide the time machine. Ferris is the Deus Ex Machina, because she's like, well, I'll just fucking rent the whole top of the building. And everyone's kind of like, what? You're rich? And then suddenly she's rich, because the plot requires it. So Ferris could still do some of that shit. Well, that doesn't come out of nowhere. Yeah. Because her character, she's been established as rich, but that's the establishing point that makes her rich. At the beginning, she's just introduced as a maid at the cat cafe. She's not even established as a character that owns the cafe. Because she, tries to pretend that she's just an employee because she doesn't want to be treated differently because she's rich. Much like how Bruce Wayne acts like an eccentric playboy when he's being Bruce Wayne, so no one expects him to be Batman. Her last name, Dubi Akiha. She doesn't say that. Ferris is Ferris, Kyler. Ferris is Ferris, nya. Ferris, nya nya. Batman carries DC. Yeah. SMH. I know, right, Vibin? Fucking SMH. Daru is the Batman of Psy Adventure. Wouldn't Daru be more like the Oracle? Except not hot. I wish they translated the mangas and other stories before they went bankrupt. I would have paid money to see Kurusu date. Yeah. That's what happens when you try to make all these other games like Chaos Head and Robotic Notes and Dash and stuff. You gotta stick with the moneymaker, Steins Gate. Fucking, there should have been 1 billion dating games. for Steins Gate. Much like Bruce Wayne, Ferris lurks around as an animal. But all the other games are super greats. Yeah, but apparently nobody bought them. Or crossover games. I wonder what was so expensive about making visual novels. Like, genuinely, though. Because they are $4.5 million in debt. I really don't get what was so expensive. Because, like, both, even Steins Gate Zero, despite Steins Gate Zero having, like, a slightly higher budget, clearly, than the original Steins Gate, still, it's not like it really does anything fancy. Like, there's no animation in the game. There's sprites and a couple CGs, but most of the time, the dialogue is just them talking. Like, and there's probably, like, a story this complex, I feel like you couldn't even have many writers. Bad management. VAs, maybe. And voice actors don't get paid shit. Remember the Helena Taylor situation for Bayonetta? She was arguing over getting paid, like, not even $15,000 for the entire Bayonetta game. Bayonetta is a blockbuster franchise. There's no way that people were getting paid, like, No, she lied about only getting $4,000. She was actually offered, like, $15,000. It's just a decent amount, but yeah, like, not very much. They do a lot. Right, but that's what I'm saying, is, like, it feels like you would be able to put out visual novels for so cheap. Like, the return on investment in a visual novel has got to be insane. Is what I'm saying. But apparently not. That's, like, I just don't get where that $4.5 million in debt came from. Like, what are they spending money on? Like, what's the budget for this game? Like, I feel like it really can't get much. What is the budget? It's probably actually not posted anywhere. Budget of Steins Gate. Steins Gate visual novel production costs. Does anyone know how much it costs? This mostly just gave me results about people saying that visual novels are overpriced. Apparently not priced high enough. Konosuba visual novel? Yeah, I heard about that. Oh, it's not on Steam, though. I think it might only be Japanese, actually. There's probably not a translation of it. I'm sure there's a fan translation of it. ReZero. I think ReZero is more popular than Konosuba. Yeah, ReZero's on Steam. Holy crap, is that an expensive visual novel? It's $60. I mean, it's got very positive reviews. Only 400 though. So not many people have played it. ReZero is a visual novel? It has a visual novel. Okay, it goes for like $80 in Japan. That's huge. I mean, yeah, they gotta be more expensive, right? Because no one's buying them. Japanese people buy that stuff? Yeah, I guess. But it's definitely got to be a niche market. I'm so hungry. I really don't want to make food, but... Ugh, I don't have any snacks anymore. Which is indeed tragic. Should really go grocery shopping tomorrow. That's what I should do. So much effort, though. Alright. I think this is probably a good time to wrap up now. Yeah? We talked for another, like, 20 minutes. About nothing, I guess. But that's okay. That's classic, streams here. And tomorrow we will finish up Steins Gate. Classic Kibaya moment, indeed, indeed. Tomorrow is the end of Steins Gate 0, so be sure to subscribe and hit that bell button so that way you don't miss out on the finale of this game. I did remember to save, gamer, thank you. Yeah, if you guys want to be able to use the Kibaya emoji, remember to become a member of the channel, just like AK, so I can get access to more emojis. And I can change that, change the emoji. I'll change the oil one to be the Kibaya emoji. If I get enough members again. If that happens. That will be the goal. Thanks for the support, AK. What emoji did you delete for Maho? Who knows? But yeah, that's all I got for today. See you guys tomorrow with the end of Steins Gate 0. Again, subscribe, hit the bell button to keep the going, or to keep notifications for the stream up. I don't know. Don't forget to say, I already did, bruh. You guys not paying attention. Look at this. Not real fans. Not eyes locked on the stream. What are you guys doing? Are you looking at other windows? Are you not watching the stream the entire time? SMH. Gonna get. I was googling the price of Japanese porn. I'm gonna have to get eye monitors for everyone. The second your eyes wander away from the stream, zapped. SMH. But yeah. Hit the bell button for those notifications. Like the video if you can. Always appreciate those likes. What else we got? Oh yeah, join my Discord channel if you want to talk about even more Steins Gate and science adventure things in my channel. And then we can also talk about who doesn't want to be cultured, indeed. We can also talk about Somnium Files. I love that game. Still have to play the sequel to Somnium Files, actually. Haven't gotten around to it. I was really excited about it. How much I loved the first game. I kind of procrastinated a little bit. Just a wee bit. Just a wee bit. The implication there being, Kyler, that there's something other than Steins Gate. Lamau XD. Lamau. Raffle even. Wondering about to unsubscribe. The true troll came from me all along. And get trolled, Lee Epic style. Or just talk about anything. I get big frowny face when the Discord is quiet. I'll talk about whatever. There's all those categories. I can open up other fucking categories if we need to get more specific. I'll do it. I don't care. Talk about whatever. I'm always there, waiting for the notifications. Like an angry ex, sitting by the phone, waiting for the bell to ring. So yeah. Let me know. Hentai channel? No. No need for the Daru channel, I don't think. Not enough of a waifu. Alright, for real. Like, subscribe, hit the bell button, join the Discord channel. When I get more members, or YouTube members, which are like the Twitch sub things, I'll add Kubai emoji back into the chat. But right now, I don't have enough members to another anime channel with just anime in quotes. Yeah. But yeah, I don't have enough members to edit my emoji list anymore on YouTube. Big rip, big rip. Okay. But for real, I'm gonna end the stream now. Gotta, what do I gotta do? I gotta make food. How many members do you have at the moment? I think 5? AK Pletch. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, I have 5. Someone unsubscribed from the membership thing in the last month. In the last 30 days. AK, Excel, Pletch, Regan, and Matt. Oh, I had 2 cancellations in the last month. So we had 7 members a month ago. Now we have 5. RIP. I'm gonna keep grinding on this YouTube channel here. I don't really do it for the money, is not a big deal. The emojis are what's important at the end of the day when you really think about it. When you sit down and you think about what's important, emojis are. But alright, see you guys tomorrow. We'll make sure you guys get hyped for the big clickbait ending. Let everybody know. Be like, oh my god, the ending. Link to it everywhere you know. I can't believe it's the end. Poggers, as they say. In the chat sphere. Alright, but for real. Good night, guys. See you all tomorrow. Bye.